turnover that has come at the expense of defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz, which the Browns still have yet to find a replacement for. The team completed in-person interviews with Texans pass game coordinator Corey Unlin and Falcons pass game coordinator Mike Rutenberg over the weekend. Browns linebackers coach Jason Tarver still also in contention to take over the defensive side of the ball. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Seahawks are expected to hire 49ers tight ends coach Brian Fleury as their new offensive coordinator. Seattle was initially expected to promote from within, but instead they'll be poaching a division rival to fill the vacancy that Klint Kubiak left behind to take the head coaching job in Vegas. NBA All-Star Weekend wrapped up out in Los Angeles this past weekend. The regular season resumes later this week. The Cavs will host the Nets at Rocket Arena on Thursday for their first game back from the break. Out in Milan, Team USA women's hockey is one win away for a chance at a gold when they take on Sweden in the semifinals later this morning. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards has been one of the leaders for Team USA with 2 goals and 4 assists so far in the games. Face-off for USA and Sweden is at 10:40. In the other semifinals game, Canada takes on Switzerland at 3 o'clock. The winners today will move on to play each other in the gold medal game, while the losers will battle it out for bronze. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Boy, where do you start? You want to rehash this weekend? First of all, you have the Olympic Games. You had Pebble Beach. You had the NBA All-Star Game. You had the Daytona 500. And you had, of course, the Browns defensive coordinator search. Front and center for everybody. They're going to hire one, right?
Someday.
Yeah. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. That wasn't Baskin. That's Dan Mennigan. As Andy's enjoying the fine President's Day holiday, I'm hearing he's going to Canton to visit the McKinley Monument.
Oh, see, I figured he'd hop on a plane and head down to Atlanta for the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library.
Not a bad idea.
The peanut farmer himself.
All kinds of things you can do.
Absolutely.
All kinds of things you can do.
So did you know, speaking of that, they actually have a presidential library passport. And you go to all the different presidential libraries and they will stamp your passport.
Really?
There are enough people out there.
So in other words, it's like a thing. You get to get your little passport stamped and you're like a big deal.
There are enough people out there who visit these presidential libraries and want some kind of souvenir for it that they have invented a passport.
Huh.
It is one of the silliest things going.
All right. That's wonderful. Anything to get people in the house.
Exactly.
Anything to get people in the house.
Exactly.
On President's Day, we're going to start with comments from a president here on Baskin and Phelps. Scott Petrak isn't that guy, but he's going to join us at 11 o'clock. We'll get the latest on the Browns defensive coordinator search and everything else, Browns, as we kind of try to make sense of some things that happened all over the weekend. There's some things it was fun, but it was also kind of interesting. So the NBA All-Star Weekend happened. First of all, did you watch, Dan? Did you see any of it? I will readily admit, I was all excited to tune in and watch Donovan Mitchell in the three-point shootout. And I did just in time to see that the three-point shootout was held during the afternoon because of the Olympics.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the first problem.
Yep. I didn't see one shot.
There was definitely one of the few things that we can say. There was poor marketing out of NBC to let us know that these were coming earlier than they typically were.
I mean, it's not like we haven't been watching NBC for a week because of the Olympics. So I had no idea. I messed up. It doesn't really matter. It's the one event that I do like out of the All-Star Weekend, but I missed it. I did watch some of the slam dunk.
Really?
Yeah.
How was it?
You got the idea.
Yeah.
Your response summed it up real well. That's an event that needs to go away.
Yeah, I think we're out of dunks.
It's just it's rough for me because you sit there and you watch it, and the guys get like a minute and a half, to try and put together a good dunk. And by the time they get, very few of the guys, and it's dunking. It can be difficult. Very few of them nail their first dunk.
Mm-hmm.
So there's failure. Then the next one, they miss that. Then it just doesn't look good.
There's failure.
And then they go do something basic to get some points on the board in the last dunk. And the young guys doing it, the young guys have hops, and no disrespect to them. They're young guys trying to start their career. But nobody, when Jackson Hayes is your headliner in the slam dunk contest, you need to rethink the slam dunk contest.
So I saw highlights of the 3-point contest. I did not watch it.
Yeah.
I watched no highlights of the dunk contest.
You didn't miss much.
And the reason being is
the guy who was the best guy was the kid from San Antonio, and he ran out of time and missed his last dunk, so he got disqualified, and the guy from Miami won.
I just think we're out of dunks. I think we've done it all. There's nothing left to be done. We can't make this any...
You can, but Blake Griffin wasn't involved, nor was Mac McClung.
And and the other problem you're going to run into is that all of these guys don't want to do it. VJ Edgecombe would have been built for this. VJ Edgecombe would have been awesome if they would find a way to get him in the dunk contest with the 76ers a rookie. And the guy could jump out of the gym. And it would have been really cool to have somebody with that kind of name and that kind of pull find their way into the dunk contest
but
again.
Most people don't even know who that is.
Well, whose fault is that? If you pay attention to the NBA, you know VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, but people don't pay attention to the NBA. They pay attention to superstars. So, again, even if he's in the slam dunk, that's not, VJ Edgecombe's going to be in it. Nobody's going to be paying attention.
But you're looking higher than I'm looking on this.
If you tell me Giannis is in it, if you tell me LeBron's ever in it.
Of course. Why we didn't get Zion Williamson doing this thing is one of the most asinine things going. Why John Morant never did it is ridiculous. I'm with you there, and I've just given up that.
It's a disappointment when the fact that a guy who's been a career G Leaguer and is trying to stick on an NBA roster doesn't participate, and everybody's disappointed. And that's Mac McClung, who won it the last couple of years. And he was very, very creative. But you also see through his creativity why the superstars don't want to do it, because to be creative means putting yourself at risk. One of the kids, it was the Miami kid, I think, went up and landed flat on his back, man. And it's like, oh, my God, please get up. It was that kind of a fall.
Yeah, it was that I saw.
And that's just not good. So maybe it's time to move on from that. So you've got, forgive me, if there was a skills competition, I didn't see it. So
they got rid of the skills competition.
The entire weekend to me was just kind of a bust. Then you had the games. And I watched some of that, and I thought, okay, you're trying. And you're trying to make something out of this. There's still very little effort on defense. It's a glorified pickup game. And I don't mean to knock it. They're trying their best. I get it. The players have so much riding on this, because if you get hurt during a silly exhibition game, you're in trouble. And your team's in trouble, but your future's in trouble. And so I get it completely. I wonder how the NBA is going to handle this, and if they're going to rethink the entire weekend. It's a celebration of the game, Dano, but it doesn't really celebrate the game, because I don't think the entire weekend puts the game in the best light. It might put the lifestyle and the image of the NBA on display, but I don't think it puts the basketball talents of the NBA on display anymore.
I thought the games were really good for what they were.
I didn't.
I enjoyed them greatly.
I didn't sit there and watch all of them, but I watched parts of probably 3. There was very little defense.
Well, if someone got a full head of steam, no one was going to get in their way.
Right.
Like that kind of stuff. Okay, I am willing to give you that, knowing that this is an exhibition. That no one is going to step in and try to draw a charge. No one is going to do that stuff. But there were closeouts on threes. The ball was moving. There was passing all over the place. You could kind of tell they were setting some stuff up.
In other words, it was a pickup game where guys tried a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is all I'm asking out of the All-Star game.
LeBron in the last game got a rebound on the defensive end, and he took 2 dribbles. And I'm sitting there talking to myself, and I said out loud, I said, well, nobody's going to get in front of him. and he wasn't even to his own 3-point line yet, and he just dribbled all the way down the floor and went right to the basket. And I just thought, that's not basketball. Stop the ball. But nobody did, and
there's going to be that level in these All-Star games. There always kind of has been that level in these All-Star games, as much as we all don't want to admit it because we glorify the 90s and the 80s and all that kind of stuff. And I'm one of those that doesn't. But for where this is and where this was a step in the right direction. This was a far better product than what we have watched in All-Star Weekend, where you've had Adam Silver handing over the MVP trophy to someone, announcing a score that was 184 to 162. This was a step in the right direction. Keep this format. The world stuff mattered. Victor Wembanyama was blocking shots left and right.
Well, that was one guy who actually tried.
Kawhi Leonard caught fire. It was awesome watching Kawhi catch fire. I forgot what that looked like. It's been so darn long. We spent more time talking about him being hurt, Uncle Dennis, and the whole Esperion tree situation than we have actually Kawhi Leonard being good at basketball. It was nice to have a reminder why this was a problem. This was so much fun to actually see these guys try. Wemby got ticked at Karl Anthony Towns because he blew the defensive rotation at the end of the first game. When's the last time you saw somebody get angry about defense in an All-Star game?
Okay, that's one.
When, though? When's the last time you saw that?
That's one.
It's been 10 years.
That's one.
10 years.
It's one guy.
Okay.
So one guy in 10 years gives a hoot, and we're supposed to get excited about that?
Yes, because we've had none. One is more than none, Jeff. You cannot argue with me.
One is better than none.
There you go. And that's how you start it. Victor Wembanyama came out and said, I am going to care about this. Yeah. And him coming out and caring made that world team care.
Okay.
One is better than none.
All right. I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a little better, and I'll give you this, than the outrageous, 180 to 175 game.
Exactly.
Where it was a little better. But is a little better good enough for the guys that I consider to be the greatest athletes on the planet? I just wonder what they should do, because and there are so many other issues as well, with regular season issues, with teams not giving their best on a given night and setting themselves up to lose. And does that mean you should get rid of the draft, which you've talked about? And Adam Silver has some things that he's going to have to deal with, I think. I don't think there's any question about that. But I just thought overall, and then combined with the fact that the Saturday night stuff was on early because of the Olympics.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
That really hurt, man. And I'll readily admit, I just assumed, wrongly on my part, that it would be a primetime event somewhere. I thought, are they going to preempt the Olympics for this? Well, I would assume so, because it's their big new partnership. But they didn't, and I should have paid more attention if I wanted to see the 3-point shootout, but I didn't. And
it's easier to blame others.
It is easier to blame others, but I'll blame myself. But let's just go ahead and say this: it was a miss. It was a miss by the NBA. It was a miss by NBC. And how a guy who had watched NBC all week didn't realize that because they never mentioned it during the Olympics or never ran a lower third graphic.
Yeah,
or anything.
you think you'd be blowing this up a little bit more.
A little bit, yeah. I would have thought that they would have put it somewhere where we might have known. Did you watch the All-Star Weekend, folks?
Well, the other part of it, too, that was awesome. We got to bring this up before we move on. Did you see the intros with John Tesh doing Round Ball Rock Live?
I couldn't care less about John Tesh's nice song. I like the song. I get it.
Meredith, you want to co-host this? This man just said the most offensive thing I've heard in a long period of time.
John Tesh wrote a song. That's great.
Honestly, I'm offended that you think that people wouldn't be visiting the presidential libraries, because I want to visit the presidential libraries and get my passport stamped.
See? That gives Meredith something to do in the summer.
I can't believe you would insult John Tesh like that.
John Tesh did a nice job. He was a sportscaster on CBS back in the day and wrote songs and was married to that gal who was on that show. What's her name?
You already went farther than I would have went.
Brunette gal who was very pretty, and I forget what show she was
It was one of those, I was watching the intro, and they went, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Costas threw to John Tesh, and they did the intro, and I'm like, oh, this is really cool. And then it kept going and going and going.
Well, John Tesh is terrific. Yeah. He used to do the Tour de France. He was the...
Really?
Well, he was the host of the Tour de France on CBS for years. And he did a nice job. He was a sportscaster and he wrote songs.
Oh, hell, they're smarter.
And I like the song, but, okay, great. You brought it back. You own the rights to it. Why not? So John Tesh gets another day in the sun. So that's good. Did you watch any of the All-Star Weekend? Along with that, I'd love your impressions. But on President's Day, a former president is trying to fix the NBA. And I couldn't disagree with his thought process more. I'll explain that next on Baskin and Phelps.
Team Italy in round robin play. That match will kick off at 1 o'clock. The women are currently 4-1 in round robin play, and that includes a historic win over Team Canada. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Caden.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com is going to join us. Welcome back. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner, Dan Mennigan, in for Andy Baskin today. Meredith behind the glass. And Cam Manna taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Talking NBA. One of the many things that happened over the weekend. And it was a too busy weekend in sports. We'll get into that a little later on. There's way too much going on. If you had anything to do, you missed about everything. Because there was just so much stuff.
It was a great weekend, especially if you were lucky enough to have multiple TVs going, then you really had a good weekend.
There was just so much stuff going on. It was silly. But we're talking about the NBA, and it's All-Star Weekend right now. And I know they're trying, and I don't know what the answer is. I just don't think it's a good weekend anymore. It displays the image and the lifestyle of the NBA to me, but it doesn't really display the greatness of NBA players much anymore. Much. There's a little bit of it there. And this format was better. I don't have a better idea. I'll give you that.
I think we're getting closer. I don't think it will ever be a full-bore playoff game or anything like that we're looking for in the All-Star game. But I think we are getting closer to an acceptable NBA All-Star game that all of us can look forward to and enjoy.
Ken's with us in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
How are you, Ken?
Good morning.
How are you?
You know what, guys? First of all, the NBA should have their All-Star game on the week between the playoffs and the Super Bowl.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
You're closer to the mid-season point, too.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, because, we're almost 55 games in or whatever. This is stupid. Okay, so do it then. You don't have to compete with the NFL. Just, you were closer to the halfway point at that point.
Ken, great idea.
Thanks. Mm-hmm. Can you send that over to the commissioner if you got a line to him?
We'll get on an email.
We'll get on that.
Yeah, we'll get on.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. Second of all, speaking of the commissioner, this guy's an idiot. The man is a complete moron. I've left messages at their
I bet you have.
And
why do you need us to send it? You have his number.
Hey, listen. Here's the deal. David Stern is rolling in his grave right now because he wonders why. Silver wonders why he gets up to the podium at the draft and he gets mercifully booed. Why not? The man makes dumb decisions. I have a way to fix this tanking thing too. Okay.
All right.
What you do is, I think it's stupid. Like Dallas last year had a chance to be in the lottery and got Cooper Flag. Although I would vote for Knipple as Rookie of the Year. I think he's a much better player than Flag, even though he might not be on as good a team. But what I've seen, I like this Knipple kid. He can shoot like there's no tomorrow.
Come on back, Ken. Get your point.
Anyways, I thought yesterday, though, was a heck of a lot better than watching a 180 to 170 basketball game that nobody actually really cared about at all.
I'll give you that.
Okay?
I will give you that.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's way better. This was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but we can't. And the thing is, guys, I'm sorry. I am not an Olympics person, okay? I'm just not. There's way too much coverage. You can't watch anything on NBC besides that. But, to have it this weekend, and when you put this all together, you realize that's why I say do that All-Star game between the Super Bowls and the playoffs. I think that's perfect.
Ken, that's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor coming through with a really good idea.
The only thing you might run into is they did that before, or it might not have been in between the weeks, but it was definitely closer. And that's where it might have been David Stern at that point, too, got really mad because teams were making trades during the All-Star game. and the trades were overshadowing what was taking place on the floor, which is why they moved it when they moved it.
Get over it.
I agree with you. I'm just giving you the NBA's reasoning.
I know. Get over it. Rich is with us. Hello, Rich.
How are you, Rich?
Hi. I watched the NBA All-Star game. I thought it was a total farce. And they're running out of ideas as far as I'm concerned. Why not have, instead of an NBA All-Star game, why not have a week-long fan fest? You can all the players one day would be at the arena signing autographs, and the rest of the time they could be going from different city to different city in their area.
Rich, first of all, fasten your seatbelt.
Yes.
And secondly, I don't think you'd get the players to do that.
No.
And so I don't think that works. The one thing about the All-Star Weekend, it is a gathering and, social events and everything else and all that, blah, 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 blah. And it is I think just a display of this is our league, this is our image, this is what we're trying to portray. It's to me, a lot of the NBA, until you get to the nitty-gritty, is so much more image over substance, and it didn't used to be that way. And when these guys really want to play, and that when I say that, think about the playoffs, and there's some great basketball. There really is. But I think overall the game is a little bit different. On President's Day, we're going to go to a president and his thoughts on the NBA.
Well, so what are you looking for then in this All-Star game?
I'm not looking for anything out of the All-Star game. To me, it's jumped the shark.
Okay.
To go happy days on you.
Yeah, of course.
It's jumped the shark. And I almost think you should just can it. But I don't think they will because it's, part of the TV package and everything else. Maybe cut the season in half. You could play first half champ, second half champ. There are all kinds of things you could throw in there, but I don't think it's a good idea.
But even that on an exhibition game, you're going to run into the same exact problem.
I don't mean a game. I mean, go minor league baseball. Or this was the first half of the season. This team is our champ. They get into they're locked into the playoffs.
Oh, so you're saying doing it almost like
I don't even like that idea. I just think they have an issue.
Would you sign up for the one-on-one tournament? Because that's been thrown about a little bit. To get all these guys to go one-on-one?
The one-on-one tournament that was played on ABC in the 1970s, and they taped this in the summertime, was phenomenal to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever seen the old highlights of it. It was phenomenal. And Barry Clemens, who Barry still works here in town, played for the Cavs. Barry was a really good one-on-one player, and Barry went deep into that thing one time. It was really good. But that I wouldn't mind. I think that's actually – but I think the All-Star Weekend has jumped the shark.
Okay.
Part of the All-Star Weekend, and he became a big part of it, was former President Barack Obama. And he and his lovely wife, Michelle, were sitting courtside during the game. Barry got a ball, jumped right to him. He caught it. He's got good hands. He plays a little ball. And he was on with Reggie Miller and everything else. But he also had a little press conference and talked about the game itself. And he thinks that there's a problem in the league. And he thinks it's injuries. And he thinks it's a bit of a problem. And he has a solution that I couldn't disagree with more, at least because of his reasoning. I'm quoting Barack Obama here. I won't do a Barack impression.
Please don't.
And I told you during the break, one of the things I really like about Barack Obama, who's been on our show before.
That is right. He has.
One thing I really like about him, he was president when he was young enough that he's still like a factor and he's out and about now after 2 terms. So it's kind of nice seeing a former president out doing his thing, even though his thoughts on the NBA might be misguided. Might not be, but I think they kind of are. He says this.
Feels very like corporate compliment sandwich.
He had a little press conference during the All-Star Weekend, which is cool. You got a former president hanging out with the league. That's cool. He says it's more intense than it was in previous eras. Beg to differ on that in the first place. Quote from President Obama, "The average NBA player today is so much more athletic, more talented, more skilled in the way the game is played. I'll hit those real quick. More athletic? Yes. More talented?
Yes.
Not necessarily. More skilled?
Yes.
Not necessarily. In the way the game is played. He said, you watch those old hardwood classics, guys aren't running that hard. Everybody's kind of dribbling and everybody is going in the paint and they're all sitting there. You watch now, particularly if you go to games live, people are playing so hard because you have to close out at the three-point line, which, by the way, they don't do very often, and the amount of running and the strain on the body, etc., it's remarkable. Okay? He said, I think the game has evolved and it continues to get better. He thinks that you should shorten the season because of all the strain on players. He says they're playing at a much faster pace than they did 20 years ago. True. So it was easier to play 82 games or 75 games back then than it is today. What the president is missing on is this. The game is cyclical. And maybe 20, 25, 30 years ago, they did play at a slower pace. And they've changed it. This year, this is the 6th highest scoring season in NBA history so far, averaging 115.6 points per game. However, the 5 seasons above it were from 1962, 61, 67, 70, and 68, when they didn't have a three-point line.
Yep.
So the tempo back then was nuts.
Yes.
So I don't know what hardwood classics he's looking at. He must be looking at Bad Boy Pistons and that era from, like, say, the 90s, maybe late 80s, because he's not looking at the 1960s. Because if you ever looked at basketball from the 60s, it was a free-flowing game without the three-point line, and they were still outscoring what they're doing now.
It was really fun back then.
Oh, it was great.
It's a really fun game.
It was a really fun game.
Yeah.
You're not old enough to have watched it. I was a kid.
Yeah, I've watched footage of it.
It was great. And ball in the 70s was a lot of fun. Here's something else that the president's kind of missing. Okay, they're playing 82 games now. They played 82 games then. Training methods, science behind the game, so much better now. So these guys are supposed to be in better shape. You could make the argument, I don't think there's any question they are. You've always heard the argument about weight training and that makes muscles more susceptible to injury and everything else. I don't know that I believe that, but they're in better shape than they ever were.
We are no longer in the realm where lifting weights messes with your jumper.
Players,
put it that way,
back in the day, would fend for themselves when it came to food.
Yes,
and you got young guys, at home. Well, they're not eating well.
Larry Bird's training consisted of not drinking beer during the season.
Teams now provide meals for players at practice. They get breakfast, they get lunch, they get take home for dinner. Provided. Travel. Back in the day, guys used to show up at the airport in the morning because you had to fly in at ungodly hours. Mm-hmm. And if you had to fly in the day of the game to get somewhere, you had to fly on the first flight out. So you were flying out at 6 in the morning. And ridiculous travel situations. You're also carrying your own bags. You're doing all that stuff. But you were going to airports. You're dealing with the things that all the rest of us deal with. Well, they don't do that anymore. They all fly on charter jets. So travel could not be any easier. And I can tell you that a player never touches his own bag. Okay? It gets loaded onto a truck by somebody else. It gets unloaded off a truck by somebody else. I know because I've helped unload those trucks, and they end up in their room, courtesy of somebody else. And there are bigger rosters. So you got 15, 16, 17 guys, with the two ways and everything else, as opposed to the 11 or 12. So practices were a very different deal. I think the president's wrong. What do you think? 216-474-0092. It's not a tougher game today. It's a lot easier game. But he wants to shorten the season. I disagree. It's Baskin and Phelps with Minigan right here on The Fan.
Did you?
gold. USA has the opportunity to add 2 more today when pairs figure skating take the ice at 2 o'clock. Americans have 2 teams skating for a medal in the event, Ellie Kam and Danny O'Shea, as well as Emily Chan paired with Spencer Kira Howe. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Scott Petrak joining us at 11 o'clock. We'll talk a little Browns. Scott from Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of his work. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan's in for Andy today. Meredith, Cam Manna with us right here on the show. Cam's taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. With nothing but great respect for former President Barack Obama, I couldn't disagree with him more overall on his thoughts on the NBA. He says they should shorten the season, 70 games or so, because the game is so much more difficult to play today. Says the guys are so much more athletic. I can't argue with that. More talented. I can argue with that. I don't know, and he says more skilled. I can argue with that because the way the game is played today, it's more athleticism than it is basketball skill than at any point maybe in the past. It used to be a lot of basketball skill, and I mean, the passing, the motion, the movement. There's so much ISO and so much get to the rim or shoot the three today that I think big portions of basketball skill aren't on display. And I'm kind of a purist.
Right.
I love the way when the game is played at its best, in my estimation, the ball moves and players move. And it's a motion game played by a unit and not individuals.
I know it is a sacrilege thing to say in Cleveland, Ohio, but the way that the Pete Golden State Warriors played was outstanding. It was some of the finest basketball you'd ever watch because it really was what you were talking about. Guys moving without the ball hummed all over the place, passing up good shots to get great shots, cutters, all of that kind of stuff. It was a beautiful game to sit and watch. The closest thing we have to that now is the Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, which is a beautiful game to watch.
And again, he is skilled. His thing is skill. It's not athleticism. Although he's a good athlete.
He is a better athlete than a guy that size should look.
Yeah, there's no question. But he succeeds because of basketball skill.
The training,
like a guy like Kyrie Irving. Kyrie is such a skilled basketball player.
Yes,
it's that type of stuff. And I don't think there's enough of that in the game today, or at least it's not on display as much as it used to be.
The training that these guys are getting now is better than any training that guys have gotten in the past.
What kind of training?
I mean, from the fact that you are now going to basketball camps starting in second grade.
Yeah, except the basketball camps are teaching you to play the game a different way.
Right.
And now, that may or may not be a good thing.
There isn't a basketball camp that is going to show you the dream shake. That just doesn't exist. That part of the game has found its way out. I am sure it will come back because all of this stuff is cyclical. I am sure we will get some big guy at some point who is going to go back to phenomenal footwork in the post. And they'll have to figure out a way to make that work. And it'll be, it's like the NFL. We throw the ball for a while, then defenses adjust, and then we run the ball for a while, and then defenses adjust, and then we throw the ball. Quarterbacks are getting under center again. It's going to come back in the NBA as well. I am not totally all in on shortening the season. I do believe that these guys are playing it at a better level, at a faster pace than what we have seen in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I think that is beyond true. We know more about the human body now than we ever have before. And we are going to know more about the human body tomorrow than we know about it today.
That's heavy, Dan.
And so that's the other part of this is, again, Larry Bird wearing a 20-pound back brace doing laps around the Boston Garden is not the level of training that these guys are getting anymore. Him deciding that his way to stay in shape during the season is to not drink beer is not where we are anymore.
Yeah, except for one thing. He didn't get injured very much, and he played really well.
Except for that 20-pound back brace that he was wearing toward the tail end of it.
That's very true.
Or are we ignoring that?
Well, guys are playing 20 years now because they're playing 60 games in a season.
Not as much. They're playing more earlier on. There's just more load. They need to do something with the load management. I agree with you completely. I would not shorten the season.
I wouldn't either.
I like 82 games. it's one of those, like, if you would have to talk me into shorting the season, and I don't think it would be too hard to talk me into shortening the season, but there's no way that the owners would agree to it because it would mean less revenue.
Exactly right. They're not cutting back on games.
The only way I could think of,
unless the players said, yes, we'll take the same percentage pay cut all the way across the board.
The only way I could think of, Bill Simmons brought this up on his podcast today, would be to figure out some way to make all that money up via international games, where you would then basically just say, okay, France, you chip in this amount. Okay, Germany, you chip in this amount. England, you chip in this amount. And we throw that into the pool, and that makes up for the games we're losing.
President Obama says shorten the season, guys are better and everything else. And he talked about the plodding game of the past, watching hardwood classics. He's wrong on that. The scoring in the league, here's the time when it averaged under 100 points a game. It was from going back the 2013 season back to 1995.
That sounds right.
All but 2 of those seasons averaged under 100 points per game.
That sounds right.
Every other season going back to 1957 averaged over 100 points a season.
It was a bad product in the early 2000s. Like, it was, people forget it was a
different product. Whether you liked it or not,
I get, maybe that's the better way to put it, is it's a different product. Maybe that's the better way to put it.
Jim's in Strongsville. Hey, Jim.
How are you, Jim?
Hey, Charles. Listen, I disagree with the president and young Mr. Mendigan there. Listen, I think maybe the only thing that they are more athletic today. Listen, Dan, I understand they can shoot three-pointers really good today. If the analytics said that the three-pointer was as important back in the 80s and whatever, I think they guys could have shot just as well. You know what is worse? The footwork's worse. There is no fundamentals. The passing skills worse. Guys have no post moves now. I will go to saying you love the beauty of the Golden State. The beauty of the Golden State Warrior game was only made possible because the NBA changed and laxed the rules against defense. That's the other thing. You can't play defense now. So when I look back,
not allowed to put your hands on the guy, Jim.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to say, oh, those guys. I'll tell you what. You go through a game in the 70s, 80s, and 90s in the NBA. You tell me what's harder: running up and down the floor, not getting touched for however many minutes a game, or basically getting a pounding on you. I understand what everybody's saying, and I understand, yes, I don't think the skill is better. I think the skill has never been worse in the NBA. I think it's never been worse. And you keep saying, well, it's sick. It's not. Here's why it's not going to be secular.
Cyclical.
The players like this. This is what they like. This is what they're doing all the way down. Dan, you coach youth. This is what they're doing all the way down to the youth level. So
it's getting to the rim or jack up a three, Jim.
Until someone comes in and dominates the floor at about 7-1 with post moves shooting 60% from 2, and all of a sudden it will all shift.
That's going to be the case, though, Dan. Until 2 becomes more than 3, the analytics are always going to tell you that this style works. I think the only way to truly change the style is look.
So then, why was Chris Paul allowed to shoot 2s? Why didn't we completely tell Chris Paul to stop shooting 2s? Because Chris Paul shot at a good enough percentage that it made it worth him not shooting the 3s. Like, that's the other side of the analytics part of it. If you're good enough from 2, they'll tell you to not shoot from 3 if you're shooting at that level of a clip.
Well, you also have to be able to shoot from 3 at a certain level too. It's a person thing. But listen, until they change the defensive rules, I'm tired of it, man. Look, I don't feel like I look at all these guys today and. Yeah, you know what? It must be pretty easy because if the guy can't put his hands on you, you got nothing. You have nothing. That's why defense is so terrible. And I know maybe I sound like some grouchy old traditionalist, but I do think a sport should be allowed to play some defense. I don't think that should be against the rules to play some defense. This game was played. I mean, I'll even go so far as to say, Dan, you're talking about the Euro step of this, and we've all of a sudden made something that to me, as a guy that grew up in the
singular word about the
80s,
Euro stuff? No, okay.
To me, no, but it's one of those things that everybody's like, when they look at it, they're like, oh, no, that you get this. I don't know. That's not the way I was taught 25 years ago, 30 years ago. So I guess we call travel it because it's skills. Oh, no, you got to do the Euro. Listen, travel is a travel. You get 1.5 steps. I get it. Okay,
there it is, Jim. Jim, I agree with you completely.
I'm in. If you want, we want to,
thank you, Jim.
If we want to lessen this and bring all those different implements, I'm in. It's just this is the reality of our situation right now. Is that the guys that are currently playing are bigger, they're faster, they're stronger than the guys who came before them.
But they're not necessarily better basketball players. And that's I'm not
correct.
I'm not knocking the current player. What I'm trying to do is give respect to the guys who used to play.
I agree
who
with
were
you.
really skilled basketball players.
Hakeem Olajuwon in the post was poetry.
Well, see,
I mean, it was gorgeous.
You just talked about the game could change if.
The triangle offense was something to behold.
Well, but here, let me give you an example of how the game could change again. You just mentioned a perfect example. If another Hakeem Olajuwon comes along.
Right.
If another Shaquille O'Neal comes along.
Right.
If another Wilt Chamberlain comes along.
Right.
Now, those are three of the greatest postmen to ever play the game.
Right.
But if you get a guy like that who is an unstoppable force inside, well, then you're gonna get him the ball.
Yeah.
And that game's going to change to some extent.
And you're going to feed them and do all those things. And again, we all want to blame 3 being more than 2 for everything. And is that a part of it? Yeah, of course it's a part of it. That's some of it, that 3 is more than 2. But that just means if you want to bring back the 2-pointer and do all that stuff, you need to shoot it at a good enough clip. I mean, that's the whole thing with Chris Paul.
But Dan,
that's the whole thing with Devin Booker.
Part of that, though, is the analytics telling you not to really work on that.
Durant is that same way. Durant's automatic from that elbow.
I know, but there are very few of those guys, and it used to be the way you played the game.
Right.
You know, if you could find that shot, that was a really good way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Stan is in Cleveland. Stan, welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've been playing basketball since 1960, and I still play 2 times a week, and I shoot 7 days a week. Okay,
nice.
Good for you, man. That's outstanding.
I'm telling you what's happened. The 3-point shot ruined the game. I watched the old All-Star games. I've been on TV all this whole weekend from the 70s, 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are lesser athletes. The problem was today is 3-point shot. These people only have to go down the floor. I'm telling you, 4 out of 5 guys stand at the 3-point line. They only run 3/4 of the court down. They do it in any gym I go to today. It used to be the reason the game slowed down to what you were talking about is because you had to get as close to the basket as possible to take a good shot for a high percentage. Today the game is the team that wins out of the 32 teams that play in the NBA, it's who shoots the lowest percentage, which is a 3-point, who makes the most low percentage shots because they don't have to play defense, and they also let these guys, like you're talking about these Euro steps, it's 1.5 steps. These guys take 4. My wife says, LeBron James just took 4 steps to go to the basket. No way, I could do that all day long.
Stan, let me give you a stat here that will back up what you're saying.
Yeah.
Last year, most 3-pointers shot per game in the NBA was 37.6 in the NBA.
Terrible.
This year, 37. And the 4 biggest seasons, 6 biggest seasons, 7, all in the years that start in 2020 and since. So, I mean, it's been basically the last 5 or 6 seasons. If you just go back to, let's say, the first time something that shows up on the all-time 3-point shooting list that starts with a 19 is the 20th highest season where 3-pointers were taken, and it was just under 17 per game. So in 25 years, they're shooting about 20 more 3-pointers per game. And Stan, you're like me. I hate watching guys who can't shoot threes.
You know they hate it when you play defense against them. Like, because when I play now, the 3-pointers that I don't care who the guy is. Some are good shooters if nobody's on them.
Yeah.
But if you're right in his chest, he can't shoot. I've played in tournaments where they complain to the referee, the guy's playing me too close. And the referee tells them, shut up or I'm going to call a foul on you.
Stan, thank you
God,
very
keep
much.
hooping. That's awesome.
That is awesome, Stan.
God, that makes me want to get out and try to play again.
Yeah, don't
see
do
if I
that.
still can.
Your hamstrings are begging you not to.
They've got me this far.
We'll talk a little more basketball later on in the show. Scott Petrak, BrownsZone.com, Chronicle Telegram. Maybe he has some insight. Are the Browns going to hire a defensive coordinator before minicamp? Petrak next on Basket and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Baskin's out today. Mennigan's in. We've been talking a little NBA. We'll talk a little NBA coming up in just a little bit. Scott Petrak's going to join us shortly here on the show. I'm Jeff Phelps. There's Dan. He's going to share this message with us.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps, wherever you head off today on this President's Day, especially if you go on a walk, because it is gorgeous out. Though watch for ice. I did slip this morning, but...
You fell.
I fell, yeah.
That's not what we're looking for there.
I'm good, by the way. Just PSA. I think it should be better today, or later in the day as the sun is out, of course, than it is at night, so... Yep.
Very good. I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, yeah, we'll live to tell the tale.
Didn't want to do the show by myself today.
You would have been fine.
Let's go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram and BrownZone.com. My guess is he was parked in front of the television all weekend watching Daytona and Pebble Beach and the Olympics and the NBA All-Star fiasco and everything else going on. He's Mr. Scott Petrak. Hello, Scott.
What's up, Scott?
What's going on, fellas?
Did you watch Pebble? I didn't see one shot, I'm sorry to say, but I did see Live Golf.
I boycott Live Golf, so I turned that off. I watched a lot of Pebble.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of curling. Did not watch any Daytona or NBA.
I watched some Daytona. I watched a little NBA. I'm sorry to say I missed Pebble completely, and I usually love watching it, but it just there was so much going on, and I was busy doing other stuff, and I can't really sit in front of the television all day because my wife will kick my butt. So that's a bad thing.
I couldn't believe Morikawa hold on. I mean, Scotty is so inevitable at this point when he was making that run. Anyway.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I just love that. I just love the scenery, and the wind was howling, so it was pretty fun to watch.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. It's day whatever of let's find a defensive coordinator, and the Browns don't have one. You have a good story on BrownZone.com about Corey Undlin, who, of course, was here with Romeo and was with Monken in Jacksonville and is now with the Houston Texans. What do you think? When is this team going to find a defensive coordinator, and who do you think it might be?
Yeah, I think it's within the next couple of days. I really do. I would think Undlin and Jason Tarver would be my two favorites. And I think it's an interesting question of, obviously they want to run the same system, and that's what Todd Monken was made clear in his introductory news conference. So, if you just promote Jason Tarver, it's easy. You keep your staff, the continuity's similar. He's been a coordinator before in college and the NFL. I know he's really respected. Guy brings a ton of energy to his job. If you want to mix it up a little bit, but yet keep the system and get a fresh set of eyes from somebody on the outside, so maybe it doesn't feel, stagnant, then Undlin makes a lot of sense because he worked with Schwartz in Philly. He worked under Matt Burke in Houston, or he still is working under Matt Burke in Houston. And Burke is a Schwartz disciple, so he has plenty of training in that system. Yet he comes from the outside. It won't feel the exact same, right? There might be too much similarity if you just keep Tarver. So I think both guys are interesting candidates.
Scott, what do you make of them then talking with Aubrey Pleasant of the Rams, talking with a couple of guys from the Ravens tree, bringing in all of these other guys who don't run what Jim Schwartz runs to have a conversation with them? Do you think they're looking at this as an evolution in this defense, or is it just kind of like, we got this opportunity, let's meet some people?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's more, hiring the right person versus necessarily being married to the system. And I do think the best coaches can adapt. So, could Aubrey Pleasant, or any of the other guys go ahead and make that transition and come in and run Schwartz's system and have, assuming they keep a lot of the assistants, okay, learn from them. This is how they did it. Bring a couple of new ideas. You can't switch the system very much because Myles Garrett is the anchor, and Myles Garrett is the ideal 4-3 end it would be silly to have him playing 3-4 linebacker and trying to drop him. It doesn't make any sense. So you have to keep the 4-3. So I think any of those guys that don't have the extensive 4-3 background or the Jim Schwartz system background, I think it would be on them to make the adjustment.
And you have a roster designed for that, correct?
That's exactly right. They spent the last 3 years building the roster and Andrew Berry fitting the personnel to what Jim Schwartz wants to do. And you only have to look back to the number 5 pick in the draft a year ago, right? Mason Graham doesn't fit in every system. He fits in the attacking 4-3 system that Schwartz runs. He's not the biggest D tackle in the world, right? Either is Mike Hall, either is Malik Collins. So you got guys designed to do that. They're not two-gap defensive tackles. So, yeah, the roster is set up to be like that. Now, if you're undertaking a complete tear-down / rebuild, right, that's when you get into those kind of situations where it's more about you get the right guy. If he wants to run a system, that's fine. You make the adjustment. I mean, when they hired Jim Schwartz, they were still 4-3, but it was a different 4-3 than Joe Woods had run. So I just think they're so married to this right now, especially with Miles, like I said, being the guy that you build this defense around. And they're not trying to do a total rebuild. And they're trying to have this defense prop up the offense, right? So they don't want to go through a huge transition with this defense and take a step back because that doesn't do this team any good, right? They're just trying to have the offense catch up to the defense. So try to have as much continuity with that defensive system and personnel and coaching staff as you can.
Scott Petrak joining us. Brownzone.com is where you can read him, joining us in the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. It's funny you brought that up because that's where I was going to ask you next is the Bradley Chubb move that the Dolphins made this morning by the Dolphins releasing Bradley Chubb made me think about the Browns and if there are any kind of veteran trades possibly on the horizon or if they're going to pick a lane. Do you see anything like that taking place before the start of free agency or are they going to remain relatively quiet?
Yeah, that's interesting. I keep focused on the offense, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to trade for a receiver or a quarterback. And, obviously it can't become official until after, the league year starts most times. But could they be interested there and try to make a move there at any time? And, if the combine starts next week and that's where this stuff happens, I could certainly see that being where Andrew Berry concentrates his attention. As far as defense, I just don't see a whole lot of movement there. Maybe a safety, right? Ronnie Hickman, there's some free agency there. Do they let, if he gets out of the building, they probably have to add a safety. You can never have too many pass rushers, but they just signed Alex Wright to an extension. I don't think they spend big resources at defensive end. They spent their last 2 first picks were on defensive tackles. So I don't see a ton of movement on that side of the ball, but I think Andrew Berry's going to be active addressing the 3 biggest needs on offense, and that's line, quarterback, and receiver.
Scott Petrak joining us from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of Scott's content. Our buddy Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk wrote something over the weekend, and he wrote it before the Raiders hired a defensive coordinator. Raiders have promoted from within. Maybe that's to make Max Crosby a little more happy there. Who knows? But they've promoted from within a defensive coordinator. Jim Schwartz is still resigned and sitting out there. But Florio wrote something that made me chuckle, Scott, and I just did it again. He said another play that Schwartz could try here, and he called it a Costanza style quit and return. In other words, he said, when the Browns hire a defensive coordinator, Schwartz picks up the phone and calls him and said, you know what? I'm coming back. I'll be the defensive coordinator after all. And he said, then the Browns would be in a really bad spot. What do you think about that? And I can't imagine Jim Schwartz doing that, but boy, when Florio wrote it, I thought, that's interesting.
Yeah, I read that too and laughed.
I did too. I chuckled twice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of that. So if
Me neither.
He sent an official resignation letter, which that's what my understanding is he did, a week ago Thursday.
Yeah.
Then I think that takes him out of having the job. I get it. I get that it doesn't take him out of the contract, and that's where the whole hang-up is and why he can't just go work for somebody else. So So I just don't know. I don't think he can just come back and say, "Oh, that's my defensive coordinator job." Now maybe he can say, use that as leverage. So, okay, you find a defensive coordinator. I obviously can't come back to work for you, so let me out of this contract, right? And I do think at some level, if it got to that, the Browns would let him out. Like I think they played as much hardball as they could, and they tried to use that as leverage to keep him. And then he said, "No, I'm done." And I think the Raiders, besides the Browns, is the last coordinator job open, right? So maybe he missed this cycle. But if he got an offer to go be a senior advisor somewhere, I just don't think the Browns would be that stubborn and not let him do that. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they're drawing a line for, to set a precedent. But that just doesn't feel like something, kind of the hill they would die on. I think they did what they did, and I wouldn't be stunned to see Jim Schwartz, maybe not on a sideline, but in a building somewhere else next year.
If some team wanted to make him, let's just say the Raiders, associate head coach, is that a promotion that he'd be able to just go to?
I don't think so. No, I mean, he was a play caller on defense, right? So it's not I think head coach is the only step up for him.
Okay.
Scott, I've been asked this 3 times, and I don't have an answer to it, so I'm going to ask you. And if your answer to it is, I don't know, that's perfectly fine. Do we know anything of what's going on with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and where his future may lie as a Cleveland Browns player?
Yeah, I don't. And I keep getting that question. I do the mailbags on occasion, and that's a popular question when I'm out and run into people. I got a cousin-in-law that asks me every time I see him. I don't have that answer. It's on my list to ask when we get to the Combine next week. I thought about it at the Monken press conference, but there's just too much other topics to address. My assumption is he's not going to play, right? Like I think we might have heard something. He hasn't wanted to talk to media because he's been in the building on occasion, but hasn't been in the locker room when we've been in there. But that's just, he didn't play this year, so is he going to play next year? But I've not heard anything since really the start of last year.
Okay. We've gone this far without mentioning it, but I'll mention it now. Do you think the Browns surprise a lot of people and do bring in another quarterback to this team? Or are they good to go with whatever combination of the 3 guys who are here right now?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot, guys. And I don't know why people would be surprised if they brought somebody else in. To me, it seems natural that you would want to upgrade that position. And maybe it is a knock on those guys, right? But Deshaun Watson hasn't played at a high level since 2020 and hasn't been able to stay on the field. So I know you're paying him $46 million in cash. I know the salary cap hit, so I know he's going to be here. But I don't know how you look at Deshaun Watson and go, yeah, we're going to get X number of games out of him. It certainly wouldn't think it'd be 17. And he hasn't played at a high level when he's been on the field, right? Dylan Gabriel obviously didn't wow anybody in his starts last year. And then you have Shedeur Sanders. And I understand the argument to give Shedeur Sanders a shot to be your starting quarterback in week 1. And I think there's a good chance, I don't know what the percentage is, but I think there's definitely a chance that that's what the Browns decide to do with Sanders. But I also think it's the most important position, and you need to try to upgrade that any way possible. So whether it's drafting a guy, I don't know if that's at 24 or 39 or whatever the second-round pick is, or later in the draft, or going in and getting a veteran. And, you could get a veteran that's just a backup, or you can get a guy that you think is going to come in and be the starter or compete for the starting job. And there's options out there. They might not be the best options. There might be other competition for those guys. But I think you have to try to upgrade that room. And that's not a slight on Shedeur Sanders. I just don't think he played enough to say he's definitely going to be the guy. And if you're trying to fix this offense, it starts at quarterback. So I would not be surprised at all if there was some significant, and I don't, that's a vague word, right? But I think some significant addition in that room, whether that's a relatively high draft pick or a free agent signing or a trade.
Scott Petrak joining us. Brownzone.com is where you can read him. So of the 3 quarterbacks who are currently on the roster, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, do you think all 3 of those guys will be in training camp with the Cleveland Browns when camp opens, or will one of them not be here?
Good one.
Yeah. unless the extra addition that I was just talking about is a big time one. Like, let's say they sign Malik Willis to be the starting quarterback. I don't know how likely that is, right? But that's a possibility. If they did that, then I could see them trying to move on from Shedeur Sanders, just because maybe you don't want that shadow, the guy in the background, always over his shoulder. He got, Kevin Stefanski got asked about him a million times when he was the fourth quarterback. So I could see that scenario. I don't know if that's likely, but like I said, Watson's not going anywhere, and it feels like Dillon Gabriel is, like just a backup quarterback. And I don't know if there's any interest in him across the league. I think there might be some interest in Shedeur. So, I could see that scenario. I think what's more likely is they add somebody, whether it's a draft pick or a veteran, and then you have 4 guys show up at camp, and then when you get to week 1, one of those guys is no longer on the roster.
Which we've seen here before.
Yeah, I think
we have. Let's see. Where is Josh Dobbs anyway? Yeah, I know. Yeah. In New England.
Kenny Pickett.
What are you looking for at the Combine? Is it more about looking at players, or is it more at looking at Todd Monken?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, right, guys? You have, with the new coach, that adds such a dimension, and we'll have at least new part of the staff. And, the Combine, it's about trying to get in touch with those guys and get to know them a little bit. And then when you have a top 6 pick and 2 in the first round, it's a lot about those guys. So it's going to be a busy Combine. There's also running into the coaches that aren't here anymore, right? See if you get Kevin Stefanski, see what's going on with him. There's going to be a ton going on at this Combine. The offensive linemen don't talk until Saturday, so it's a full week at the Combine. Because obviously, right now I would say the Browns probably draft the offensive lineman at number 6. So there's going to be a lot going on, but it's going to be, my attention will be split between Todd Monken, the coaching staff, and the draft guys.
Have fun. We'll chat with you on Monday.
All right. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate it, man.
Scott Petrak, brownzone.com. And you want a good coverage of everything going on in the offseason? Obviously, Scott's one of your go-to guys there, brownzone.com.
Hopefully you can find a course that isn't a total lake to get out today.
That's not happening today.
You're probably right. They're all waterlogged and soggy as all get out.
Maybe in another week. You never know. You heard what Scott just said. He's been giving the quarterback stuff a lot of thought. We all talk about it. But he said he wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they actually tried to upgrade. You thinking about that, folks? Because there are 3 guys here right now. What if they brought somebody in who clearly answers the question, who's your starting quarterback? Would that surprise you? We'll give you our thoughts next on Basket of Phelps.
blood work and screenings to staying up to date on vaccines, your annual visit is a chance to catch issues early and keep you feeling your best. To make an appointment, visit uhhospitals.org/primary care.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Scott Petrek from the Chronicle-Telegram was just with us. He had a big thought, I thought, about the Browns quarterback situation that we're going to talk about in a second here. I know we're talking a lot of quarterback here on The Fan. You know why? Because the Browns still don't have a clear-cut starter there. If you missed that interview with Scott or any moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps, Dan Mennigan in for Andy today. Meredith's behind the glass, at least for now, and Cam Manna is taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. I asked Scott about the quarterback situation. It was late in our conversation, and I said, okay, so we have to bring it up at least once in every conversation. And I just asked him, do you think that the guy is here, whoever they're going to start? And he said he's been giving it a lot of thought. And if you take a look at the situation, I think it deserves a lot of thought. And, Dan, he mentioned if they're looking to upgrade the situation, he could definitely see them bringing in someone from the outside. And I wonder what that would do to Browns fans who either are big on Shedeur, think Dillon didn't get enough of a shake, or think that Deshaun should be the starter. You know, whatever anybody's thought process is on these three guys. If they brought in somebody else, and I don't mean somebody else like another quarterback. If they brought in somebody who made you think, oh, well, that's clearly the guy.
Yeah, if you handed the chunk of change to Malik Willis, where you're like, okay, you paid this guy.
That's the guy.
That's the guy. Yeah. If
you draft Ty Simpson at 6, which I'm just throwing that out.
I know. You're throwing out hypotheticals. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would tell you what they think, wouldn't it?
It would tell you that that's the guy.
Exactly right.
And anybody who's here would probably have about a 5 to 6 game runway before we saw that guy out there.
Yep.
So, yeah, it would change the total way that we're looking at this. But more than anything, it would change what Andrew Berry told us in that press conference, where he said, we're going to go young. We're going to go relatively young all over the place. And now, granted, Malik Willis is not old or anything like that, but it kind of hints that we're going to incrementally rebuild this thing. This isn't going to be an overnight, okay, it's fixed now, let's go.
But he said that all before they hired Todd Monken, who's a coach with an offensive, correct? You're talking about that press conference.
I think so. Yeah, because he didn't say anything like that in the Monken press conference. I believe you're correct, yes.
And so that, I wonder, and I have wondered since, does Todd Monken change any of the thinking about what they were going to do at quarterback? I mean, he's going to have his own thoughts about the guys who are here. Well, and a nice warm and fuzzy video of his introduction to Shedeur doesn't change anything.
Well, what do we know about coaches in every sport? They want to win right now. They want veterans.
Well, he has to win right now in his mind.
They want veterans.
Don't you think?
Because veterans know how to implement things. They want to get paid. You're 100% right.
It's not like they hired a 35-year-old coach who they know is also a work in progress.
But, I mean,
they hired a guy who's been around for a long time, and his time to win is now because he knows if it doesn't work here in Cleveland, he might not get another chance.
But, I mean, Todd Monken's not walking around at, 85 with a walker and a beard down to his knees.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, but we make it sound like that.
No, they didn't hire him to be a long-term project. So if you have a young roster, I would think that Todd Monken feels he needs to win some football games despite a young roster. And we don't really know yet. He has said all the right things. He's intrigued about Deshaun.
Right.
He wants to work with Shedeur. We haven't heard much of anything about Dillon. Clearly, he seems to be the odd man out. But we just haven't heard a whole lot about what Todd thinks about these guys. And that's why I'm waiting to see what happens at that quarterback spot in free agency and in the draft. Obviously, we'll know, soon enough. But I just wonder where Monken's thinking is, how that meshes with what Andrew Berry might be thinking, and how that all meshes with what's sitting here right now, the three guys they have.
That's a really, you make fun of me for deep questions. That's a deep question.
Thanks.
I am fascinated for the same exact thing because I wonder if Todd Monken is looking at this through the lens of I got 2 years. Is he looking at it through the lens of I got 2 years? Because
I don't know.
That's what the NFL would tell you.
Yeah.
The NFL would tell you got 2 years because
Look at
rarely.
Raheem Morris in Atlanta. He did a pretty solid job. He got 2 years and he got fired.
It's very, very rare that you are in a situation where you get fired after year one. It has to be a total and complete disaster zone. Like, it has to be Pete Carroll level. This thing is completely blown up. This is no fun to watch. We have no idea what the direction is for you to get blown up after 1 year. So, by that accord, you would think Monken would look at this and say, all right, I've got 2 years, and if I can make this team to the playoffs, the owner has shown patience if there is success. If the success isn't here now, that's a different conversation for a different day. So I wonder if he looks at this going, I need to rebuild this offense, and I need this offense to click within 2 years. If that means, all right, I'm willing to say, Shedeur Sanders, you're my guy, let's go. Deshaun Watson, you're my guy, let's go. Dylan Gabriel, you're my guy, let's go. Or if he's going, all right, I could turn this thing around pretty quickly if I can get my hands on quarterback X that's available.
Yeah.
That's what I wonder.
And if I'm the Browns, I wouldn't think you hired Todd Monken on a 1 year prove it. I mean, I think that would be unfair. And if I'm Monken, I'd love to be able to look at it from a multi-year standpoint. But as you said, what do you know about coaches? They want to win. And so he's going to try and win as many games now as he possibly can. Little news, according to Jordan Schultz, Dolphins, along with Bradley Chubb, also releasing Tyreek Hill.
That's not totally
receiver.
surprising.
No, wide receiver. So Tyreek, one of the most dynamic receivers in the NFL, with a lot of dynamic baggage available.
Yeah, that's a run far, run fast for me. No, thank you.
I would think in this situation it probably is, except, boy, can he play?
I don't think he has the skill set anymore.
Maybe.
I think
he's coming off injury.
Exactly.
So maybe it's not there anymore. But, man, he could flat out play.
And the baggage is just deep. I mean, my word.
It definitely is.
I mean, you got to hire help to carry all that baggage with you. I mean, good gravy.
You don't have enough tip money.
Yeah, no, exactly. The bellhop is looking at you going, can we get 2 more out of the back there to help us out with this one? I mean, it's no thank you. He doesn't fit the timeline. And frankly, I don't think this offense is strong enough in a clubhouse sense to be able to hold that level of a personality in there. It's the same problem I have with Brandon Ayuk. Because everybody's circling Brandon Ayuk as well because Kyle Shanahan said he's out the door. No, thank you. I don't want Brandon Ayuk here because I don't think the personalities of leadership are strong enough inside of that locker room to keep Brandon Ayuk really a part of what you want to do. Or if he's just going to turn into another distraction. Because that's you've got to get the culture right. Then you could start taking those shots on those guys who are a little bit, done some stuff that you don't exactly like, have been a bit of a clubhouse nuisance, have done other things like that. Then you can start doing it. But you got to get that core group of guys together with that strong leadership quality. And it can't just be Todd Monken. It needs to be the players inside of that building as well.
And one of the key guys in that situation is always the guy at quarterback.
Right.
I think Petrak's thought was a good one. And I agree with him. If I'm looking at this and I think I could upgrade it and bring in a clear-cut starter, I would. I just wonder if that guy's out there. Is Malik Willis going to be a better NFL quarterback than Shedeur Sanders? I can't tell you yes. Shedeur has more sample size.
Yeah, he does.
Shedeur has more sample size.
Of him playing decent, him playing well, I think they got about the same amount of sample size.
Probably.
Because they've got that Tennessee tape, too, where he was just a mess. Poor Malik Willis.
Yes. Is Derek Carr coming out of retirement the guy you'd want? I don't think in this situation, nor would he want this situation.
I was just going to say that. I hate to say it out loud, but I don't think he'd want to be here.
No, he would. He said he would go someplace. He would think about it for a team that has a chance to win a Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins is going to get released in Atlanta. Is this a place that he would be interested in coming to? I wouldn't know why. I would think Minnesota or Pittsburgh would be a better situation for him.
It'd feel like Joe Flacco 2.0 here, where you're looking at him and going,
yeah.
What, are you here to be a vet or are you here to play? I don't know what you're here for.
I think he has more going for him than Joe did when Joe came here both times, only because he's, he played fairly well down the stretch last year.
Yeah, it was passable.
The only time he didn't play well was when he got benched for Michael Penix. I wonder where that guy who would make you think, yep, well, he's clearly the number one guy. I wonder where that guy would come from. And I don't really see that on the horizon for the Browns, which makes me think when they start the season, you're probably looking at Shedeur Sanders as your starting quarterback.
I could see that.
But if they made some kind of a move, they made a trade, if something like that could change your opinion, would you go for it, Browns fans? This is where
Tyvis Powell's words ring true in my ears until the end, which is the pro Shedeur crowd and the group that is like that is 50-50 on Shedeur / possibly anti-Shedeur need to come together and realize that the best path for the Cleveland Browns' success is for Shedeur Sanders to be the starting quarterback this year, where either A, you figure out if he is the guy and can flourish and pick it up and look great this year, or he's not the guy, in which case then you got your top draft pick to make the noise you want to make.
Going to talk some Guardians coming up at noon. Big weekend. I've got some thoughts on something that I saw this weekend I still don't quite understand. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
medals to their account today when pairs figure skating takes the ice at 2 o'clock. Americans have 2 teams skating for a medal in the event: Ellie Kam and Danny O'Shea, and Emily Chan paired with Spencer Akira Howe. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Check out The Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us with the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan's off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
That's Dan Mennigan. Taking over for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Meredith just did a 2020. She's behind the glass for us. And Cam Manna is taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. We were talking Browns a little bit, talking about something Scott Petrak said where after giving it a lot of thought, Scott's been looking at the quarterback situation in a big, big way. I think we all have been. But Scott thought, of the 3 guys here, nobody screams must be your starting quarterback, and he thought if they could go out and find somebody who answers the question, who's your starting quarterback, they might just go do that. Steve's in Cleveland. Hey, Steve.
All right, Steve.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I look at it this way. You could go out and get Autumn Graham. He ain't going to do any good on this team without an offensive line and supporting cast. If you pick a quarterback now, then what you're going to do is create a 10-count situation, and you're going to have to get another quarterback in about 3 years.
So in other words?
Keep Shador. Keep Shador, let him start, see what you can do, and build in the draft now. It's going to be a long time since you got number 1 picks. Let's do something with them.
Steve, thank you very much. I don't have any argument with Steve's philosophy.
I have no argument whatsoever.
Yeah.
Build the trenches. That's one of the stories that came out of the NFL playoffs. It's one of the stories of football that will forever go forward, is if you want to succeed in this league, you need to be good in the trenches. You have one side of the trenches in really good shape. Now you just got to bring the other one up to about, even mediocre.
The other aspect of this, and I know our history here in Cleveland, so by saying this, don't laugh, Browns fans. It shouldn't be this difficult to find a quarterback. So, if you build an offensive line and you have a good offensive line and you add a wide receiver or 2 and you build up the rest of the offense, either one of the guys here ends up succeeding and becoming that quarterback, or you go get a guy in the next year or 2, whether it be in the draft or a trade or in free agency, and you get a quarterback. It shouldn't be as difficult, and it isn't for most teams, as it's been here in Cleveland.
All right.
So that's why Steve's idea to me just makes complete sense.
Why do quarterbacks flop in Cleveland?
Because usually they're in a system I say, I don't mean like the schematic thing. They're not surrounded by enough talent.
I also think
I
also think it's the talent part of it. It's the constant turnover in front office and head coaches, and constant turnover in schemes and philosophies, and not hearing the same consistent voice over and over again.
Although we haven't had turnover like crazy at the front office and coaching until just this year, but what we had was a trade that shook the franchise and continues to shake the franchise.
And it's also this last point, which I think is the most important point when it comes to quarterbacks in this city and throughout the NFL, which is having a head coach look a quarterback dead in the eyes and go, "You're my guy. I'm riding with you." Through the ups, through the downs, through the lefts, through the rights, whether it goes well, whether it goes poorly, you are my guy.
The last coach wasn't put in that position.
Right. And I think that is the first thing that needs to happen if this team is going to take off. I continue to come back to Brett Favre and Mike Holmgren. And Holmgren and Ron Wolf trading for Favre from the Falcons. And Mike Holmgren looking Brett Favre dead in the eye and saying, you are my guy. I am sticking with you through interceptions, through touchdowns, through fumbles, through rushes, through injuries. I don't care.
I'm sticking with you, man.
You are my guy. Well, it sounds hokey as all get out, but it's the one thing that other teams have figured out how to do, and this team has not.
Well, not to go too historic on us, if Baker was that guy for Kevin Stefanski, Kevin wasn't given that chance because they went out to try and go get Deshaun, and we all know how that worked out. If Deshaun was his guy, well, Deshaun wasn't available enough for numerous reasons and then didn't perform well enough when he did. And then you were just trying to find somebody to play quarterback after the Deshaun thing failed. So Kevin wasn't in that situation. Todd Monken might be. And if Todd Monken is, I would assume that guy is either Shedeur Sanders or somebody else that they bring in this offseason.
Right.
I would assume it's not Deshaun, and I would assume it's not Dylan Gabriel. So it's either Shedeur or somebody who's off the board right now.
I don't even remember the last time a Browns coach banged the table and said, this quarterback is my guy, let's go. I don't even remember that. And I think that is the biggest problem that has plagued this franchise for a long period of time.
We haven't really had the guy.
Right. But at no point
might have been Freddie Kitchens for Baker.
But at no point has a head coach just been like, I'm riding with you.
Well, but I think we had that when Baker was here. Until they decided
for a little bit.
Until they decided that they needed to upgrade for Deshaun. Ryan is in Daytona, Florida, which will lead me to my next thing I want to talk about. Go, Rhino.
How are you, Ryan?
Hey, Jeff Medigan, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. I want to chime in real quick on the conundrum. Just a quick tidbit yesterday, Jeff, that race was off the charts. Just unlimited crashes. I hate to say it, not as an avid NASCAR fan, but hey, I need entertainment. That left turn kind of makes you want to fall asleep. But again, when something happens, man, that was a lot of it yesterday, and I had all access passes. I was, Marshawn Lynch walking around. Kurt Russell, it was awesome. It was
nice.
The Super Bowl, obviously, in NASCAR. But I digress on that. The Browns moving forward. I tell you, man, I like entertainment too. I want to see, some type of 1 versus 2. Obviously, last year we had like 5 quarterbacks they were discussing as possible ones to start. Again, we've had guys like you alluded to with Kitchens being the guy saying Manziel's my guy, all the way back to Palmer with an argument with Ty Detmer over Tim Couch. I remember that one. I wanted Tim Couch in there, and a lot of guys did as well. Immediately, he didn't. It's been going on since the beginning, man. Obviously, Kozar and Testaverde. I mean, there's always been something going on with us Browns fans with quarterback scenarios. It's just a conundrum. I like it as entertainment aspect, but I don't like it when it comes to just being year in, year out conundrums. Again, we are in another one, and a big one. There is no one on the foreseeable future that we could say this is our dude. Again, Watson could take the realm. I hope Sanders has the capability, but I'm not going to put my money on either of these two dudes. And I'm not sure the NFL draft, if we're going to win next year, will we have capability moving up to get one of those guys? So it's just, there's no answers right now other than free agency possibly, but I'm not sure if they're going that route. Again, guys, it's just another year of just what are they going to do, and I'm just hopeful they make the right move. Hopefully it's in the draft next year. But anyway, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Rhino, I have one question for you.
Sure, yeah.
Did you notice the Cleveland subplot to the Daytona 500 yesterday?
I
was behind the McDowell race team. I was inside the pit crew area. So,
nice.
Oh, my word.
Well, here's the Cleveland subplot. Who won?
Well, obviously, the Jordan team obviously won.
Who finished second?
He does not need to win another championship. Obviously, he has too many of his trophies in his forte, going through the NBA, et cetera. Even North Carolina, now he's winning in NASCAR. But again,
who finished second?
Oh God, I don't know his name. Again, I'm not a big NASCAR guy. I could take a look at the
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Who's part owner of his team?
Is that the Gaulding, the guy from Hudson?
Brad Doherty.
Oh, wow.
Jordan beat Doherty again.
That is awesome. There's a lot of stuff, man. I had full access, so I was able to get on the track yesterday as well. It was insane.
Oh,
my word.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, Rhino.
Yeah.
That's awesome,
Hey, have
man.
a great day, guys.
I want to be that guy when I grow up.
Yeah. Yes. Yesterday, Michael Jordan beat Brad Doherty. Stop me if you've heard this one, Cavs fans.
It's just not fair. That's not fun. That hurts.
Stop me.
That hurts.
I have always loved NASCAR racing. And I find it difficult to watch NASCAR racing in this day and age. And this is what I wanted to bring up. So oddly enough, Rhino is sitting in Daytona. I've always loved IndyCar racing. That to me is just awesome. I don't understand how, and this just must be me. I don't understand how you can race for 500 miles and have like 30 cars on the lead lap at the end, all bunched up, and then it's complete chaos. I know they do stages. And what happens in these stages? Well, you get to regroup. So everybody bunches up again. And then you go ahead and that's the end of stage 1. At the end of stage 2, you can bunch up again. And then if a yellow comes out, you can bunch up again. And to me, the idea of 500 miles isn't a series of sprints. It's an endurance race. But it's not that way in NASCAR. You ended up with all of these cars on the lead lap. As Rhino said, they're all over the place. I was watching yesterday. My wife couldn't care less, but she was sitting in the room. And there were like 3 laps to go. And she said, is this thing about over? I said, yeah, but get ready. There'll be another big crash coming. And sure enough, right on the last lap, they take out 10, 15 cars, whatever it was. To me, that's not racing. It's like demolition derby. And it doesn't take much. And the guy who won, Tyler Reddick, driving for Michael Jordan's team, Michael really credited Riley Herbst. And I think I'm pronouncing his name right. It's Herb with an ST on the end, Herbst. And his teammate. And he said, 35 did a great job, blah, 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 blah. Michael said all this afterwards. He doesn't get enough credit. Well, what everybody else gave him credit for was wrecking the rest of the field. So that Tyler Reddick could win on the last lap because he was up top, and then he dropped down, and he took cars out. Chase Elliott was in the – anyhow, I don't understand why you turn it into a sprint. Just do a series of sprints and call that the race, like the NBA All-Star game. Just do a couple of little games and call it a big – rather than tell me it's a 500-mile race, but yet on the last lap, you've got 30 cars on the last lap. That's not the way that's supposed to go.
So – I'm NASCAR.
I'm off my soapbox that I don't know that much about.
No. You are fine. I am car racing stupid. If I say anything out of school or out of knowledge, just know I'm trying and correct me accordingly. My guess would be they do this because they want the photo finish at the tail end of it. They want all the big wrecks in the last few laps. They want all of that kind of stuff.
But why?
There, right?
I know people like watching the wrecks.
That would be my guess because, as funny as it sounds, there's a part of us that likes it when things go boom. I mean, there is a reason why every single year we things go boom. There's a reason why we have 2 different monster jams that come through here at any given point because we like it when things go boom. There's a reason why Michael Bay keeps getting handed large amounts of money to make movies because we like it when things go boom. And so I assume they want that general idea where the last 3 to 5 laps, and this is definitely a Ken Carman question more than myself or an Earl the Pearl, because I know Earl is a massive NASCAR guy on top of it. But, that would be my guess is what they want, is that they don't want, Le Mans where it's this, really, really long race that truly is an endurance
24
race.
Hours.
Yeah, that truly is an endurance race, but has far less of what we're talking about, where they're stopping and starting and all of that kind of stuff.
I don't get it myself.
And again, if I'm wrong, correct me, because I know nothing.
People like the great finish, but you race 500 miles for a reason.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Otherwise, just do a 20-lap sprint and call it a day.
I'm kind of with you, because it almost kind of feels like, sometimes you'll see those races where they'll go, okay, and then this lap around the track is the Halloween costume lap, where everybody puts a Halloween costume on and runs around the track. And it feels like that's what you're saying this kind of turns into.
It's weird to me.
Sporting version of it.
It's weird to me, but must be working. Although NASCAR doesn't seem to be as popular as it was just even 4 or 5 years ago. Anyhow, there was your Daytona 500. Sum it up for Clevelanders. Michael Jordan beat Brad Doherty again. Guess what, Dan? Tomorrow.
Don't say it.
Tomorrow.
Don't do it.
Goodyear, Arizona. It all begins.
Yes!
Plan A will be on display for our Cleveland Guardians. Get ready for Plan A. Because if it doesn't work, I don't think there's a Plan B. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
2 years ago, Minnesota Timberwolves star guard Anthony Edwards pissed a lot of people off by shooting left-handed at the skills competition on All-Star Saturday night, drawing criticism from legends of the NBA and current players in the league. Ant-Man stepped up in a big way on Sunday night, winning All-Star Game MVP. That maturity from Anthony Edwards and his desire to play well helped the All-Star Game be great. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a
in the semifinals, with the U.S. now on top 4-0 at the end of the second period. The former Buckeye Kayla Barnes got the U.S. started, and Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards just hammered one home to make it 4-0 U.S. Both Sweden and the U.S. are 5-0. Winner of this game getting the chance to play either Canada or Switzerland for gold. On the medal side, the United States sitting fourth at the table with 17 total and 5 gold. Norway holds on to a strong first-place lead of 12 gold medals. Italy and Netherlands sitting in second and third. The red, white, and blue, though, could climb the leaderboard today at 1 in the finals of the pair figure skating event. Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Dale Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and breakdowns of this offseason. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Can you finally say it? Is Indiana a better football program right now than Ohio State?
And how does someone fall out of love with a sport? I think one of us can explain how. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Here we go, everybody. Been waiting like crazy. It's here. Spring training, really getting rolling. I think tomorrow's the day that everybody shows up and everybody's supposed to practice and all the vets are supposed to arrive. Everybody but Jose Ramirez apparently there. Gee, do you think that guy will show up ready to go? I think he will. Guardians, get things going. I'm Jeff Phelps. Mennigan's in for Baskin today.
Oh, we're like a week from Cactus League games? Let's get going.
It's like baseball, Dan. It's like here.
Let's go.
And the Guardians, according to most people, have done next to nothing this offseason to make their offense any better. I'm going to I am not going to poo-poo what has happened here. I'm not going to bash anything that's going on. You know why?
I might.
I know. I have some optimism.
Well, of course. Hope springs eternal.
I have some optimism. The Guardians this offseason were active. If there was any relief pitcher who had shown any kind of upside, by God, they were on the Guardians' radar. And by golly, they brought more than a couple of them in. So you're 6'5" and above and can throw close to 100. By golly, we wanted you.
Extension. That's what they're looking for. Guys who throw the ball closer to the plate than everyone else.
That means it's faster.
Comes on you quicker.
It gets on the batter more quickly. Mm-hmm. Not a bad thing.
That's what they look for.
That's what they went after. What they didn't go after, guys who can hit the ball, guys who can drive in runs. What did Chris Antonetti tell us? We're clearing the path for at-bats for our young players. That, ladies and gentlemen, is plan A.
Print the jerseys.
There is no plan B.
Or it might be a plan B.
Okay. Plan A is this. Brian Rocchio, you're playing second base until Travis Bazzana's ready, and that probably won't be right away. Gabe Arias, you've stunned us so much at shortstop, I got your back. Stephen Kwan. Yep, we like you, Stephen. We don't care that you fade every season. You're going to be in left field. Go ahead and hit 320 in the first month, hit 310 in the second, and hit 210 in September. Where it's okay, we're with you. Chase DeLauder, by God, we loved you in the playoffs. Welcome to center field.
Mm-hmm.
George Valera. George, you were our most highly touted prospect not too long ago. Then we cut you. And then we re-signed you to a minor league deal. See right field? That's yours. Go get him, George.
Don't live in the past. Live in the now.
DH. Well, Nolan Jones was good for us one time, and he bopped 20 of them in Colorado. Well, we brought him back. He can do it against righties. And David Fry, remember that good 8 weeks you had that one year? By God, you're our right-handed designated hitter. The Tommy John surgery, don't worry about it. You're good. Angel Martinez. Jonathan Rodriguez. Well, there's no John Kenzie Noel anymore, so we got rid of one of the guys who's exactly the same as the other.
So what?
And Daniel Schneemann, by God, you're in.
So what I'm hearing in all of this,
I'm not trying to be funny. There's a point to it. I just kind of laid it out.
Is my dream of having more than 3 guys with over a 720 OPS is probably going to send me right back to sleep?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Right now, if you look at what you would think is going to be the starting lineup for this team at the beginning of the season, I kind of just laid it out. Kyle Manzardo is going to be and I'm not worried about the pitching. You have six clear-cut starters for 5 spots. Somebody's not going to be happy. And you're going to have a good bullpen. Why? Because they always do.
It's the Guardians pitching factory.
They always do.
It's the Guardians pitching factory.
I'm not talking about pitching at all today. It will be just fine. Kyle Manzardo is going to be at first base. Well, good, he should be, because he did really well last year. But you could also have him be a DH sometimes. We'll get to that. Rocchio's going to be at second base. Jose's at third. Fine. Gabe Arias at short. Your catcher's going to be Bo Naylor.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have Kwan, unless somebody gets hurt, and they very well could, because these 2 guys have injury issues. Kwan and then DeLauder and Valera look like they're going to be your starting outfielders. And then your DHs, competition, Nolan Jones, David Fry, lefty-righty, Angel Martinez, Jonathan Rodriguez, Daniel Schneemann. That pretty much looks like what you're going to have position player-wise on this team right now. Now, you ready for my optimism?
I'm dying for it, because right now you're killing me.
Could we be on the cusp of something like we saw, if you've been watching this team for a long time, in the early 90s, where all of a sudden you got a bunch of young guys and you're playing them and they start to hit? And I don't mean just hit with a bat. I mean like hit as in land and make it. Because Rocchio has shown some signs.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Pretty good second half.
Gabe Arias.
They can't quit him.
No, they can't quit got a Gabe Arias problem.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, your group of friends needs to sit you down and they need to look you dead in the eye and go, you have a Gabriel Arias problem.
No more Gabe Arias for you.
You look, he's not good for you.
I know.
I know you like him. I know he's intriguing. I know he hits the ball hard. He's not good for you. He doesn't treat you right.
But they're keeping him there.
He doesn't treat you right.
But they're going to keep him there, so I'm going for it. Bo Naylor, he's coming on. Bo's coming on.
You're talking yourself into this.
I'm trying to. If DeLauder and George Valera do what at one time they expected both of them to do, and I think they still expect DeLauder to do it, and I think they're just like, George Valera, George Valera, George Valera, George Valera. Yes, it will work. You could end up with 2 really good young, good hitting outfielders, a good hitting catcher, a good second baseman who might move to shortstop if Travis Bazzana becomes the guy that they think he's going to be, and then you get rid of your Gabe Arias problem. I still don't know what they're doing at DH. Nolan Jones and David Fry?
It feels like they're just going to use that as the veteran day off spot.
I think so, too.
And I think that's not a bad thing where you go, okay, let's get Jose Ramirez a couple days at DH so that he can get over the rolled ankle.
The one guy that I like, Angel Martinez, seems like he could be something, but if they're going to play DeLauder and Valera, here's why I say there's no plan B. You ready?
Yes.
Nobody's ready. Nobody's close. They didn't sign any veterans.
No.
Now, my guy Rhys Hoskins is still out there looking for a team.
There's a good amount of guys still out there looking for gigs.
I mean, you could go. Ryan Mountcastle is sitting in Baltimore right now saying, you signed Pete Alonso. What the hell are you going to do with me?
Run.
I'm just saying.
Ryan Mountcastle is a very, very nice human being who is a good defensive first baseman.
I'm not pleading for Ryan Mountcastle.
Okay,
what
good.
I'm saying is they're Mayo in Baltimore.
Beautiful. Now we're talking.
Okay? Good young 6'4", 220. Put him in the lineup. Let's go.
Now we're talking.
There are guys that you could go get, but they seem locked in on plan A.
Right.
And again, I don't see plan B. I know you're going to make a comment. I'm going to give you a thought that's going to scare the you-know-what out of you in a second about plan A.
Plan B is my deep, dark fear.
What is it?
that they look at all of these young guys and start platooning them. That they
No,
look at George Valera
you
and go,
can't do that now.
that
They need at-bats.
yeah. You look at George Valera and go, okay, we're going to get a righty platoon. Maybe you're going to platoon with Schneeman. And then in center, we're going to get a platoon.
Schneeman hits left.
Sorry. I just picked the name out of the sky. I wasn't thinking.
Could be Martinez. He's a switch.
Beautiful. That's plan B, and that's the plan that really scares me. If their whole idea this season is we're going to roll this out, and I want to give a lot of runway to George Valera because if you can't quit Gabriel Arias because he hits the ball hard, then you can't quit George Valera because he hits the ball just as hard, if not harder. And you need guys who do that. So give him the same runway you're giving Gabe Arias. Same thing with Chase DeLauter. I'd get him on a center field
healthy, I want to see him get 400 at bats.
Same.
If George Valera's healthy, I want to see him get 400 at bats. The problem is, if you don't succeed with those 400 at bats, this team is doomed.
Don't start stinting these guys' growth by thinking you need to platoon them at a very young age. Make them have to make adjustments to both sides and see if you can get somebody that could be at the top of your lineup and make some noise. Instead of just immediately going, platoon? I mean, I've joked forever, and I stand behind it. They've been platooning right field. Since Moses Cleveland landed on the boat.
When we spelled the name Cleveland with an A in the middle.
Right. I mean, in that moment, they were like, what we're going to do is build a wonderful city. It's going to be a great port. We'll bring in a lot of coal. We'll work U.S. Steel, and we're going to make sure there are two guys in right field.
Okay. Now, let me give you this. If the front office is right here with Plan A, and again, Plan A is we didn't add anything to this thing. We didn't add any hitters, and we're going to give the at-bats to George Valera and Chase DeLauter and Gabe Arias and Brian Rocchio and Kyle Manzardo. If Plan A works, this could be the turning point for the organization, and we could be in line for a very, very, very fun summer with lots of growth from young guys. I'm going to tell you why Plan A should scare the you-know-what out of you next on Baskin and Phelps.
I drive a Ram, I own a Ram. And if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the choice is easy because I've seen
the leaderboard today at 1 in the finals of their pair figure skating event. Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Dale Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and breakdowns from this offseason. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Pitchers and catchers in Goodyear, Arizona. Full team workouts starting tomorrow. Jose Ramirez on his way. Here we go. Season getting ready to get cranked up, and I am ready. I'm excited, and I'm optimistic about what the Guardians will do. Why? Because they always seem to be able to make something out of what we think is not a whole lot. And that's what the offense looks like right now, is not a whole lot. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Dan Mennigan in for Andy today.
I'm so happy.
I know. We're pumped.
I'm so happy.
You and I are both pumped about it.
I get to talk about baseball.
We're pumped about it.
It makes me so happy.
We laid out Plan A, and it's clearly what they're trying to do, which is, and they've said it, clear the runway for a lot of the young guys to get a lot of at-bats. That's great if it works. If it doesn't work, doesn't appear that they have other people lined up ready to come in and take some at-bats.
But I'm okay with that.
Well, except this. If it doesn't work, you're not competing.
Well, right, but that's every team.
Okay.
I mean, we could point to the Dodgers right now and say that.
Yeah, except they have guys with track records.
Right.
That's
who also get hurt.
That's a point here coming up. Ted's in Cleveland. Hey, Ted.
How are you, Ted?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh, I'm so glad it's pitchers and catchers, and I don't have to hear about what Kevin Stefanski's having for breakfast this morning.
I thought it was scrambled eggs and sausage.
I would. He seems like a protein guy, like a heavy power protein breakfast. Yeah.
Got it. I agree with what you said about Plan A. I think Plan B is on the table by trading some of these guys if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, but what are you going to get for him, though, Ted? That's the, even if you went to Plan B, if that's Plan B.
Not a whole lot, but you got a lot of goldfish in the fish bowl if you need them.
That's funny.
So the thing is, though, every year we're getting ranked third or fourth in the division.
And what happens?
And we win it.
Yeah,
every
I know.
year.
They're always up there.
3 years.
That's why I'm kind of optimistic, Ted.
The projection systems, for some reason, are really bad at predicting the Guardians every year, the Rays every year, and the Brewers. Those are like the three teams that all the projection systems look at and go, they're going to finish below 500. And then at the end of it, we're all looking around going, how in God's green earth did they make that happen?
Yep.
I couldn't find the over-under on the wins this year, but I'm guessing it's somewhere around 75. So anyway, I just want to hear your thoughts on that, and if you have any ideas for upside.
Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'm with Ted. It's great to be talking about this. I don't know what the over-under is. I'll bet Ted's in the neighborhood, somewhere in that vicinity, somewhere around 500, because that's what you look at the lineup, and that's what you would think. Now, again, if the front office is right and clearing the path for these guys to get at-bats and they do what it is they think they're going to do, I'm all for it, man. I would love to see a guy like Chase DeLauder take off and become a real major league player. Same thing with George Valera. That'd be great. And I like Brian Rocchio. I think Brian's your shortstop of the future because I think Bazana's going to end up as your second baseman at some point. And if he doesn't end up as your second baseman this year, I think there's a problem because he's an older player anyway. Not older as in like late 20s,
right.
But college players, have been around.
Yeah, they brought him in with the idea of an instant impact. I'm not totally there just because I wonder if last season was a bit more of a wash than we want to admit because of the injuries. So
possibly.
Yeah, you always kind of look at that.
I go ahead.
I was our friends at FanDuel over under at 78 or 78.5 for your Cleveland Guardians.
Ted, you were in the neighborhood.
Yep.
Here's some
and
concerns.
I'd hammer the over.
Here's some concerns. I mentioned the position players who, at least right now, this looks like what they're going to have. Manzardo, Rocchio, Ramirez, Arias, Naylor, Kwan, DeLauder, Valera, Nolan Jones, David Fry, Angel Martinez, Rodriguez, Schneemann. Throw in Austin Hedges, but Austin's a backup catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Of the guys I mentioned before Austin, 3 right-handed hitters.
Yeah, that's the other problem.
That's it.
That's
Gabe Arias, David Fry, Jonathan Rodriguez. You do have 3 switch hitters in Jose, in Rocchio, and in Angel Martinez. But this is a lefty-dominated team. Manzardo, Naylor, Kwan, DeLauder, Valera, Jones, Schneemann. That's a lot of left-handed bats. Now, most of the pitching you're going to face is right-handed. If you're looking to platoon, maybe it's better you took guys away because we don't like all those platooning that Stephen Vogt seemed to do. Maybe it's best.
Which I understand is kind of, this is what you do when you're a mid-market team and all that kind of stuff. But after a while, the hockey line changes for young guys are making it a little tough to get into any kind of a rhythm.
You mentioned the 720 OPS.
League average.
Okay. I'm going to go a little more basic baseball stat on you.
Please.
Okay. The problem with the lineup I laid out there, they're asking everybody other than Jose Ramirez, I think, to do things that they've never done at the major league level before. And the basic stat I'm going to go with is runs batted in.
Please.
RBIs.
28th in runs scored last season, so it can only go up.
Right. How many guys on this team in any season of their career have driven in more than 70 runs? How many guys?
Jeff, I'm going to assume the answer to that question is 1 because a lot of these guys don't have multiple seasons in their careers.
Dan, you're correct. The only player on the team who has driven in more than 70 runs in any major league season is Jose Ramirez.
Mm-hmm.
And Jose's done it many, many times. He's had over 100 runs batted in 4 seasons.
He's outstanding.
I say runs batted in for this reason. Runs batted in means you put a number on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Manzardo's next. He had a 70-run batted in season.
I was just going to say 70
year.
or 80, something like that.
He was at 70 last year. Okay?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to go outside more.
These are the it was pretty close. These are their career highs. You ready? In runs batted in. And it's about as basic as you get. Man on base, I hit him in, we score a run. That's pretty basic. Manzardo at 70, Rocchio at 44, Jose, we know. Arias, 54, Naylor, 47, Kwan, 56, DeLauder, 0, George Valera, 5.
Well, it also gives you an indication when you go by RBI, it gives you an indication that no one else is really getting on base that much, which is the other problem.
That's also part of it, which lends itself to the lineup as well. The rest of the guys, Nolan Jones did have 62 runs batted in when he was in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
David Fry had 51 one year, and Martinez, Rodriguez, Schneemann, 45, 10, 41. In other words, these guys haven't driven in a lot of runs, and to your point, they've been on teams where there weren't a lot of guys on base for them.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the part that needs to change.
Well, but that's part of asking all of these guys to do things they haven't done before in their major league careers other than Jose Ramirez. And that's why I think Plan A is precarious at best. That said, I'm real sincere when I mean this, or when I say this. I can't wait to watch it. I love watching young guys come along and see if they can become something. You drafted DeLauder for a reason.
Yeah.
George Valera was your number one hitting prospect for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you cut him for a reason, and you brought him back on a minor league deal. Nobody else in Major League Baseball claimed him when you cut him off your 40-man. That's rough.
Yeah, it's might be the medicine he needed at that point in life.
Well, maybe. And I like Angel Martinez. Could he become something? Something more than he's been? You might need to not have a platoon, for that to happen. And that goes back to one of your thoughts there. I just look at this and think, man, there's a real thin line here between maybe having something pop and maybe having just a horrendous offense again this year.
It is going to be exactly what you said there. But, I have this I don't know. I'm a Chase DeLauder believer. If he can stay healthy.
Yeah, Dan, he looks like a real good player.
Well, and I hate the fact that he's so young and he's already Chase DeLauder when healthy. Like that's his full name already.
Well, and he's had numerous. It's not just like one thing. He's had numerous things.
All over the place. So, like, it makes me wonder if it's just bad luck. You know, some guys run into that where it's just bad luck. Aaron Judge early in his career was kind of like that, where it was just bad luck. And I'm not comparing the two of them, but, like, you get what I'm saying. It's not like this chronic, Stephen Kwan's got the chronic hamstring issue where it always seems to creep up at the worst times. You get some of these guys who just have these issues. His has just been this collection of weird stuff. I got a broken hand. I've, hurt this ligament in this leg. I hurt this ligament in this leg. Like, it's just this weird combination. I am a believer. I want him to get 500 at-bats, 400 at-bats. Send him out there and just see if you can get 25 home run power and 25 steals out of somebody. Get somebody who is out there. I don't even care if you play league average center field out there. That's fine. Go. Do it.
And Dan, the way
George Valera, be a windmill and hit 30 out. I don't care.
I agree. The way that Stephen Vogt has used his position players, maybe he can make this work if it turns out some of these guys aren't hitting early on. Maybe you get aggressive with substitutions in game. Maybe you platoon like crazy and you milk it for absolute crazy and see what you end up with. Maybe that could be. But I do think it's dangerous that they're asking all of these position players and you're expecting Kyle Manzardo to take a step.
I need him to.
Stephen Vogt said the other day, he had press conferences out in Goodyear, and thanks to Paul Hoynes, I know what he said. He said, Manzardo, everywhere he's hitting this spring, he said, the ball's sounding, and this is baseball talk for he's smashing it. The ball sounds different coming off his bat. So that means he's smashing it. He said, we asked him to do some things to his body. He has, and it's paying off.
He's gotten stronger.
Well, that would be great.
Increase the swing speed. That's what you need.
Just put him at first base and leave him alone and let him get 550 plate appearances. Just leave him alone and let him go.
Hopefully the defense is a little better. Just the
well,
smidge.
Okay.
A skosh. That's all I ask.
I can't argue with that.
It's kind of like
that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. However, again, if it doesn't work, what's plan B here? And how can they go about that? That's something I think that Stephen Vogt might have to get really creative about. But
if he can play first base, it opens up DH to exactly what we're talking about, which is you can either play the hot hitter right there at any given point. You can give the veteran days off.
You get Nolan Jones a lot of at-bats and see, this is your last chance here, pal. Can you find it? Can you find what you had in Colorado?
You could take Stephen Kwan and give him a couple days off and have him DH. You could do the same thing with Jose Ramirez and lighten the load on those guys. Like, that's where having that open DH spot is awesome. If he can be, again, a below average first baseman instead of just a mess, which is what Kyle Manzardo was last year, just be below average, and I think it's fine. You can live through that whole thing. That defense is good enough in the infield that they can make up for it. Just don't be a mess that they have to put you at DH every single game. That's when it starts getting into a problem.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I'm still sitting here. I mentioned some guys, last segment to you, Dan. I'm a Rhys Hoskins fan. I have been for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's a veteran player who's supposedly just phenomenal in the clubhouse.
Yes.
And he has some pop, and he's a right-handed bat. Makes perfect sense to me. Bring him in, and now this might not be nice for guys that Stephen Vogt likes. Nolan, thanks. We're going to move on. David Fry, we love you, pal. You're not going to be our DH.
Yeah.
And
here's a gig on the coaching staff if you want to stay.
It's Rhys Hoskins and Kyle Manzardo playing first base and DH. And if I'm hitting Manzardo against lefties, great. And Rhys Hoskins, you'll certainly hit against right-handed hitters. To me, if you put Hoskins in the middle of this lineup with Jose and Manzardo and Hoskins on a daily basis, that's a pretty good middle of the order.
Yeah.
And I'd still go out and add that one guy.
I would too.
Him, Mayo, perhaps.
Yeah, make a trade with somebody who's on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys who are out there who can help this ball club.
Yep.
It's just a matter of, do you want to make that level of investment, or do you really just want to go, all right, we're playing the kids, and hopefully 4 of them pop?
We'll see. Right now, the plan, it's plan A, with, as far as I can tell, no real plan B. Play the kids and hope they pop. Last week, we ran some post-game sound from Kansas State's basketball coach, where he absolutely trashed his team. Well, we're going to hear it again because why?
later, recapping all the latest Browns news and breakdowns from this offseason. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Dan Menningen in for Andy today. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk a little NBA. Sam Amico, our buddy from HoopsWire.com. HoopsWire.com. Sam covers the NBA like crazy. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Last week, we ran a little post-game comment from a gentleman named Jerome Tang. And Jerome is in his 4th year as head basketball coach at Kansas State. And his team had just been smoked by Cincinnati. It didn't go well. And he was not the least bit pleased with the effort of his team and everything else about his team. And here's what he said in his postgame comments.
This was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. It is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer and no words. So y'all got 2 questions. So whoever want to ask 2 questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. I'm pissed, man. These dudes got to have some. They got some pride, man. They got some pride. It means something to wear a K-State uniform. It means something to put on this purple. Everything this university is about and all that it's been about, why I love this place, man. They don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here.
It's Jerome Tang, Kansas State basketball coach. At least he was.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you made those comments and then they decided?
The guy went off. Next game against number 3 Houston, took on the Cougars.
Mm-hmm.
That was over the weekend.
Tough team. Cougars
Saturday.
are always pretty good.
Kansas State lost 78-64. They dropped to 1-11 in Big 12 action there. Tang made the equipment guys take the players' names off the back of their jerseys.
Oh, no.
So 3 days after he goes off against the players after the loss to Cincinnati, he tells the equipment guys, take the names off the jerseys.
It's not about me. It's about we.
Took the names off the jerseys. They lose by 14 on the road at Houston.
Oh, no.
And he gets let go. The coach does, not the players. And
I shouldn't laugh.
They canned him yesterday.
Oh, my word.
So he gets canned after they lose to Houston, after he had the names taken off the back of the jerseys. And Kansas State says, you ready?
We've come this far.
The basis for and they're firing him with cause.
Wow.
Not just because.
Wow.
Because sources telling ESPN language in Tang's contract references any activity that brings, quote, public disrepute, embarrassment, or ridicule to Kansas State. And their athletic director is a guy named Gene Taylor. He said this was a decision that was made in the best interest of our university and the men's basketball program. Recent public comments and conduct, in addition to the overall direction of the program, have not aligned with K-State's standards for supporting student athletes and representing the university. And then my favorite line in all of these, every time, we wish Coach Tang and his family all the best moving forward.
That feels like I had an English teacher my freshman year. I was running my mouth, which I know, shocking.
No kidding.
And he goes, I'm going to give you a detention. And I went, for what? And he looks at me and he goes, insubordination is a broad spectrum. And I feel like that's exactly what that is the equivalent of insubordination is a broad spectrum.
Now, here's the wackiness of college sports. This guy, and again, his first year they did really well. They made the Elite Eight. But every year that Tang has been the head coach, their win totals have dropped. And this is year number 4. And they're 1-12 in the Big 12. In 2023, he signed a contract extension through the 2030 season.
Whoa.
So there's still another, are you sitting? $18 2/3 million remaining on the deal.
Oh, man.
And Jerome Tang plans to fight the for-cause firing. Why? Because if he's fired for cause, he doesn't get paid.
Wow.
If they fire him because the program isn't where they want it and the record is what it is, well, then they don't have to pay him.
Sounds like a buyout is coming.
Sounds like a buyout is coming.
Sounds like we're getting a buyout there.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
I truly don't know if bashing your players in a press conference and ripping the names off the back of their jersey is a reason to fire a guy. In defense of him, he said stuff in a press conference, whether you believed it or not, sure was entertaining. Made you think.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
The university might be right. That's not really supporting your athletes very well. And who brought him here and who coached him up? That'd be you.
Exactly.
That'd be you.
Exactly. You made these decisions.
So you're the one who just trashed the guys that you brought into the program to try to help you save your job. One of them, former MAC Player of the Year, Nate Johnson from the University of Akron Zips. Nate left Akron before this season to go to Kansas State. Why? Do the letters NIL mean anything to you?
I mean, money is good. I've been told that. I don't have any, but people
is good.
People have told me that money is good. The most baffling,
but he's gonna like fight the for-cause firing because he wants his $18 million, and I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either,
and I don't blame the university for thinking, I wonder if this could get us out of $18 million. Let's find out.
But also, like, there's a reason why none of us remember the records of any team that Jim Mora coached.
Playoffs.
Like, I mean, that's the whole thing with it. Yeah, we know him for that one.
Jim was a good coach.
I have no idea what any of his records were for any of his teams. I just know him for having these bombastic post press conferences and pregame press conferences.
He wore his emotions on his sleeve.
And loudly, with a lot of profanity.
Tang was an assistant at Baylor under Scott Drew for like 20 years.
Wow.
And then he goes to K-State and he's out in 4.
I mean, there's something to that where it's like, okay, you can have these bombastic press conferences, but it doesn't matter if you're not winning.
Do you think bashing your players in a post-game press conference and, these dudes don't deserve to wear the uniform and blah, 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 and they don't love the school like I do? Again, in the day and age of NIL, if you expect a player, along with cashing the checks, to love the school, I think you're out to lunch.
Feels a little quaint.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah.
Come here and learn the alma mater on your way to the bank.
It feels a little quaint, especially if you're hopping in and grabbing all of these guys out of the portal and all that stuff. It just feels very quaint to go.
And you're making, you sign a contract extension that your buyout could be, or you might walk away with if you win $18 million. Yet you're mad that they don't love the school. You know what I mean? Why do you love Kansas State? Because they're paying you tens of millions of dollars.
It's this weird situation we find ourselves in with this, because I know, like, especially like Ohio State graduates are like a perfect example. Like the graduates of Ohio State absolutely. What do you mean?
Just go ahead.
Okay. They absolutely love Ohio State.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, that's it. Like
was waiting for you to light up our phone lines by saying something nasty.
Oh, no, not at all. Like, they absolutely love Ohio State. They love, all the pageantry. They love the players who came through there. They love the idea that these guys were going to classes, that they were doing all of these different things and walking the same hallways that they were walking along the way. And it has now shifted and changed. And the only place that's really like that anymore is kind of Notre Dame. Would really be the only one where it's like, we are still treating this the way that Division I college football used to be, where these guys are living in the same dorm rooms and walking in the same hallways and doing all of that stuff. It has become relatively professionalized, and these guys have become more and more mercenaries. And so sitting there and saying to yourselves, okay, you need to absolutely love the K-State purple, and you need to be all about it, and you need to make sure that you've – and I have no idea. I've never been to Kansas State University. If there's a K-State grad, and I apologize if I offend you. But, like, have the same memories that I have of being there, of, the one snowstorm we get a year in Kansas State. We grab the lunch trays and go down the hill. And, like, all of that stuff that everybody has of these great memories. These guys aren't going to have those because they're kind of at this point, unless we could get some of this stuff a little more organized, we're going to live in this world where it's going to be like, okay, here's your 1 year paycheck. Come in here, wear this uniform, and we'll assess after the year. And so you're never going to have those guys who are head over heels for Kansas State. Like, you'll have a couple who are like, I want to play for this because this is the school I grew up rooting for.
You know, the way the Division I athletics has changed.
Yeah.
With football and with basketball, clearly. The idea of, you know, putting on your Letterman's jacket and showing great pride in the school, you use the perfect word. It's quaint. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
And it's unrealistic. And I get this guy. He's in a press conference. His team just gets blown out by Cincy, and he's going to say something. And he should have gone Stefanski, accepted some of the blame as well,
and he'd had enough,
and not thrown his team under the bus completely. Chances are he was done at the end of the year, and he'd have received his buyout. But he opened his mouth, and now they're trying to fire him for cause. If they can do it, and again, any activity that brings, quote, public disrepute, embarrassment, ridicule to Kansas State. And apparently the athletic director of the university thinks that him going into a press conference and going nuts on his team and then ripping the names off the back of their uniforms brings embarrassment and everything else. He said this.
Insubordination is a wide spectrum.
There it is. That's the Mennigan rule. The coach told ESPN this: I'm deeply disappointed with the university's decision, strongly disagree with the characterization of my termination. I've always acted with integrity and faithfully fulfilled my responsibilities as head coach. And maybe that's true. But the university has decided that what you did in the postgame and then apparently ripping the names off the back of the jerseys is not good for the university, embarrassed us, ridiculed our team and our players, and by golly, we're going to try and save $18+ million.
When you want to turn around, and I wonder if his defense lawyer will do this, is okay, so are we also going to go P.T. Barnum if there's no such thing as bad publicity? Because your rant made its way onto the front page of ESPN. We would never be talking about Kansas State basketball if it wasn't for your rant. So if anything, did you honestly end up helping?
Although Jack Hartman was a heck of a coach many, many years ago. All right, Dano, that's enough of that one. We'll see how that, if something else happens, where any more developments, we'll keep you posted on that. Because to me, it's one of the most interesting things that's happened in college basketball this season. NBA All-Star Weekend. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com, all over it. His thoughts on what happened during the weekend. His thoughts on what President Barack Obama had to say about the NBA. They shouldn't play as many games. Guys are better. They work harder. It's a tougher game now. Sam's thoughts on all that coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
and Dale Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and where this team could be headed. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Sam Amico from HoopsWire.com coming up momentarily to talk NBA, talk Cavs with us. But right now, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the word chicken. Chicken. CHICKEN at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Try Mr. Hero's new chicken tenders and new chicken tender wraps. Choose between 6 different sauces. Includes hot honey, buffalo, Kentucky bourbon, garlic parmesan, barbecue, and teriyaki. You can order in-store or online. It's good stuff. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, chicken at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan in for Andy Baskin today. We go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's the chief bottle washer and CEO at HoopsWire.com. He's Mr. Sam Amico. Hello, Sam.
Gentlemen, how are you? And let me tell you, we have a lot of bottles here at HoopsWire.com. Work never ends.
Mostly empties.
All empties, for sure.
I always like to think of it as being the junior vice president of HoopsWire.com. That way, you're in charge of everything and still have room for growth.
There it is.
That's it. I think that's Jeff's job.
I think it just might be. It just might be.
I like that. I'm putting that on the resume for you.
NBA All-Star Weekend. I'm not gonna say that it was awful and bash the game and everything else, Sam. I'm gonna say this about it though. I give them effort for trying, but I think it's something that, okay, guys, just move on. This whole All-Star thing doesn't work anymore. Am I off base on that?
Well, I'd agree with you on All-Star Saturday night, although the three-point shooting contest is still,
I do like
enjoyable.
That. I do like
it's
that.
Hard,
it's real
it's
skill.
hard to not like that, because it's, like I say, it's kind of there's no way to fake that, right? No way
you're
to
either
not
making shots or you're not.
Right.
Yeah.
So
there's no judging.
Right, and that's it. There's no judging. The slam dunk contest probably has either run its course or they got to figure out, a way to make that get some bigger names in there. I put almost every transaction in the NBA on my website, and there were some of these guys I thought, I've never even heard of him. So they'd have to find a way to get some bigger names. I thought the games were good for the first time, and everybody afterwards, and we should thank him too, thanked him afterwards or brought him up or credited him, was Victor Wembanyama. He played, he's
tried.
Blocking shots.
Damn, he tried.
Right. He's blocking shots. He got the other guys into it. I think he was talking a little trash. And he said that before the game. He said, I don't care what they do. I'm playing hard. And it kind of rubbed off on everybody. So I'm not big on the format. I think Adam Silver's a really nice guy. He's obsessed with tournaments. We've got the in-season,
that's a good way to put it.
Now the All-Star tournament. Now, we've had the play-in tournament for a few years. And
that's a really good point, Sam. Write that down. Sam made a really good point.
Junior vice president right there.
Call time out to celebrate. I just think that, listen, if Victor Wembanyama is going to get these guys, this could be part of his legacy, right? The guy who got the All-Star game to play serious, and I thought they played serious enough. Excuse me. I don't think you want them to go all out where they're risking injury, but they did play hard. They played competitive. They played to win. And maybe that's a little bit of the format, but I think you could go back, as long as Victor Wembanyama takes this approach, you could go back to East versus West. And I think they probably should look at doing that and see how it goes. But look, compared to the last decade or more, I thought the games were a success.
Sam, I'm even good if they continue with U.S. versus the world, if they think that's going to get these guys to compete a little bit better and just turn it into 2 teams instead of the 3 teams that we had going there. I didn't even mind the round-robin 3 teams where it was kind of pickup because it made these guys play hard and they cared, and that's all I want. That's really all I'm asking for.
And if this format is something that, you can do, the only issue is, of course, with so many injuries, you had guys that it's like, wait, what's he doing in this game? I mean, no offense, Norman Powell. He's a nice player, very good player, and probably a borderline all-star, but not a guy who probably would have been picked if there weren't so many injuries. But that's beside the point.
Right, and Towns playing for the world team on top of that, where I had to look up and go, wait a minute, I thought he was like from somewhere else. No.
He got traded. He got moved to the world team when they had to find a substitution when De'Aaron Fox came in the game. I think they moved Powell to the world team. So, yeah, they have a little bit of work to do in that area. And then there's guys like, we saw Doncic played, but he could only play 5. It seemed like the plan was he only played 5 minutes. And there's other guys on the world team. Nikola Jokic, I know this for a fact, hates these all-star games. Hates them. He wants nothing to do with them. And, so there are kind of those elements that you kind of got to figure out the rosters. But I think all anybody wants was what you just said, Dan, was, hey, these guys, they put on a show. They played hard, and most of these games went down to the wire. So, maybe they're on to something here.
A little bit of news before we get any farther. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. The Browns are hiring Mike Ruttenberg as their defensive coordinator per source. So Browns hiring Mike Ruttenberg, the former Falcons coach, as their defensive coordinator.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes here. Before we get into the Cavs, Sam, former President Barack Obama, a big basketball fan, had a press conference at the All-Star Weekend, or made some thoughts known that he thinks that because of injury and these guys play so hard and blah, 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 that the NBA should play fewer games to protect the players. And he said the NBA player is so much more athletic, more talented, more skilled in the way the game is played. You watch the old hardwood classics, guys aren't running that hard. Everybody's kind of dribbling and everybody's going to the paint, and they're all sitting there. I disagree with the former president on most of that, but should the NBA shorten its schedule?
I have a hard time with that. Number one, are you going to, okay, now we're bringing in less revenue. If you're talking about the business end of it, are you all going to take pay cuts?
Yeah, you're passing that on to the players?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think there's probably a lot that goes into the injuries. I don't know that the 82-game schedule is, listen, I watched the ABA thing on Prime the other day, and Rick Barry said, I think I'd be even better in this era because I didn't have the nutrition, I didn't have the training, I didn't have the private jets,
the easy travel.
that eased travel. And the rules are defensive rules are different. The NBA, rules emphasize offense. So all that aside, I do agree with the former president that the athletes today are better trained because of all these things Rick Barry mentioned, all these things with nutrition that we know today and different ways to train. I think the injuries, and again, I'm obviously no medical expert, so I'm going to tell you I'm not even an NBA expert, but I just think these players are so overtrained. I really do. They're warming up before games, like doing full body workouts before they even hit the layup line. They're
sweating profusely before a game ever starts.
Before they hit the layup line, yeah. And then they do the layups and all that. And then at practice, they're doing their regular practice, and then they're shooting around over. And it's not NBA players either. This is how it's starting at the youth levels, where these guys' bodies are just put through the ringer, and then because, listen, guys played 82 games for years and years and did not have a lot of these things that they have today that will benefit you. And there's the theory out there that these guys, or the style of play, the pace and space. I mean, guys closing out on three-point shooters is a huge part of today's game. And you're just asking for soft tissue injuries when you're running from the basket to the three-point line 30, 40 times a game. And now, listen, this isn't me talking. This is people I've talked to around the league that they think that a lot of this stuff is behind. Mostly the style of play is behind a lot of these soft tissue injuries.
That's really fascinating. Sam Amico joining us, hoopswire.com, where you can read him on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Cavs brought in James Harden. Things went about as good as you could possibly ever imagine.
They've won 10 of 11.
Sam, is this real? Is James Harden really going to come in here and just facilitate, and all the James Harden warts are not going to rear their ugly heads? Please tell me yes. Please.
I'll tell you what. So far, so good. It looks like that. We asked him after the game the other night. He was 1 of 4 from the field, and I asked him, "Do you remember the last time you took just 4 field goal attempts in a game?" And he looked and he said, "Nope." And he said, "But I took 4 shots. We won 25 points. So who cares?" Right. So I think he's really. Obviously super small sample size, but he's brought an element to them that they've needed this whole Donovan Mitchell era. And this is nothing against Darius Garland, who, when healthy, is a fantastic player who gets to wherever he wants on the floor. But he brings that element of the tall, physical guard who can take contact from the defense and pass out of double teams. If I'm an opposing coach, I'm almost going to be saying, stop double teaming and blitzing James Harden, because he finds the open guy every time. And he's got size. Everybody said, could the Cavs win a championship with 2 small guards, meaning Garland and Mitchell? Well, now they don't have 2 small guards. They got a big guard in Harden, who's 6'4", and again, takes contact, delivers contact. I've been impressed, frankly, with how good of a low post defender he is. He's very physical down there and holds his ground. So he's added a lot of things that the Cavs, felt that they were missing. And I think it was Boobie Gibson who said the other day, listen, if you're going to trade Darius Garland, you better get a guy who's, you're going to get a level up. And the fit with this team and the need that they had, they did that. Not to mention the other guys, Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis, who bring an edge that they needed in reserve.
Sammy, thank you, buddy. Hoopswire.com. You can get everything you need to know about the NBA right there at Sam's website, hoopswire.com.
Appreciate it, Sam. Thank you.
All right. Talk to you soon, guys.
Sam joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. The end is over. The end is here. The wait is over. Whatever it is, the Browns have a defensive coordinator. We'll tell you all about him when we come back on Baskin and Phelps.
Riesland and Dale Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and breakdowns. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
The replacement for Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns is Mike Rutenberg. Already updated on his Wikipedia page. Not missing a trick there.
Well, that's how you know it's official.
Oh, sure. Sure.
It's not like anyone can edit that.
Well, he's been around. We know that. Yes? No?
He's definitely been around. That's for darn sure.
If you're wondering real quick here, and Cam just gave you some of it, I'll work backwards. Last year was the pass game coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons.
And the Falcons' defense was pretty good. The offense sputtered a little bit, but the Falcons' defense was good.
Before that, linebacker coach for the Jets from 2021 to 24. He was with the Niners as pass game specialist, obviously D. A couple of years in Jacksonville as assistant linebacker coach. Defensive assistant for a couple of years in Jacksonville before that, assistant DB coach before that. Most of his experience either with Jacksonville or the Jets, and then some in the college game as well. Was administrative assistant to the head coach in Washington in 2004-2005. What's that mean? Son, I need some more coffee.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there's the coach has all ordered dinner. Okay, you go pick that up for us.
Sparky, here. Keep the change.
Can you pick that up for us? And also, while you're out there, we need towels.
You want good news?
Please. I don't think, let's be honest, I don't think any of us have enough knowledge
we don't
to
know.
truly make some kind of sweeping statement.
Of course not.
All I could say is the Falcons' defense was pretty good last year. They were a sum of their parts defense.
The Jets' defense that he was a part of was pretty good.
Jets' defense was pretty good as well. Again, some of its parts type of defense. I believe he's going to come in here and run something similar to what Jim Schwartz was doing. I'm not going to sit here and pan it or anything like that because I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know.
We don't know. The guy could end up being phenomenal.
Yeah, he's never called defensive plays before. So I don't know if that's that big of a deal. I mean, you 4, get to the quarterback.
You ready?
You 7, make sure the quarterback doesn't throw it to the wide receivers. Go get him.
I'll give you a little thought, though. I'll bet Andrew Berry's all happy.
Why?
Because he went to an Ivy League school. Yes.
Smart guys.
Woo. Cornell. Yay. Probably sang in an a cappella group at Cornell. That's an Office reference.
You know, as I said, I can't pan it.
No, I mean, it would be silly to sit here and say, that's a bad move.
Yeah.
How does anybody know?
Yeah.
Guy's 44 years old. Hopefully he comes in and does a great job. What we do know is this. He has some talent to work with on that side of the ball.
Are you surprised they didn't go with someone more established?
No.
Okay.
No.
I am a little.
What would more established have been?
Somebody
of the guys they were talking to, I don't know that there was somebody more established.
Now that's a good point. That's a very good point. Someone maybe with a little bit more previous experience, had been a defensive coordinator once or twice before.
In other words, promote Jason Tarver. I'm a little surprised at that.
I'm a little shocked on that one too. That's a good point. Or Efra Banda, who had some DC interviews. Thank you.
And Tarver was a defensive coordinator for the Raiders. So he had been an NFL defensive coordinator. He was here as linebacker coach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so does this lead to another Jim Schwartz situation? I really don't care to be the linebacker coach here anymore. And Dan, I could get it.
Yeah.
You know, Rutenberg might have to sit down, and I think it's Rutenberg. Might be Ruttenberg. We'll find out.
We'll find out. Orlando Ledbetter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution will join us tomorrow.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
Good. He's the guy, by the way, who got Baker all fired up.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be fun.
And is from the area.
Yeah, he's from here. And
Hall of Fame sports writer.
Now we'll be covering Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta.
Yeah. So,
and his bloodbaths with Baker Mayfield.
We'll get all the we'll get everything from him there. I could say Atlanta's defense was good. I could say that the Jets' defense was good when he was there with it. It seems like the kind of hire that's going to make sense. And I don't think it changes schematically or anything like that too much. It definitely might bring in a couple new ideas. But he's someone, I mean, the guy that he followed down to Atlanta, Jeff Ulbrich, was somebody who was running something similar to what we saw with Robert Saleh, which is something that's relatively similar to what Jim Schwartz was doing. So you can kind of see the tree fall into place there and where everything made sense because he took over with Saleh. So it makes sense. I can see why they want to do this. It's going to be a defense that's still going to attack with a front four. It's not going to be super exotic. They're not going to drop Myles Garrett into coverage or any of that nonsense. It definitely maybe mix it up a little bit more on the back end. I feel very good in saying that.
He takes over a defense that
I don't remember Nick Bosa dropping into coverage.
No. He takes over a D that has some talent. There's no question about that. You know, you look at, and it's a team that's built to play a 4-3. I mean, that's what they did here. That's what they put together. And, you know, Malik Collins will be back. You have Mason Graham. You have Mike Hall. You have, you know, we'll see about Shelby Harris. But your defensive tackle spot looks really pretty solid.
Your defensive line is in awesome shape.
It's in real good shape.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah, they like Cam Thomas. They like Isaiah McGuire. And you have Alex Wright and Myles Garrett.
Signed Alex Wright to a contract extension.
Exactly. Your linebackers, we'll see about Devin Bush. Hopefully he's back. Carson Schlesinger's a no-brainer. JOK is a big question only because of health.
I kind of feel like this is going to sound bad.
The feel sounds like he's done.
He's like Danny Salazar to me.
Doesn't it feel like he's done?
Yeah. We've hit the Danny Salazar zone.
Yeah.
Where it's like everybody's going to keep bringing this guy up and everybody's going to, well, wait a minute. And it's like until he is sitting at the corner of Carnegie in Ontario, Danny Salazar doesn't exist. Until we are at Huntington Bank Field and JOK is
Daniel Espino?
Until we are at Huntington Bank Field and JOK is standing there in a linebacker spot wearing a Browns jersey, he does not exist in my mind.
Danny's not a good name for pitchers in this organization.
That's valid.
Daniel Espino and Daniel Salazar.
But it's kind of where I am with JOK. It's like you don't exist until I see you.
And Dan, it's because
game one.
It's because of what could be a life-altering injury.
Right. And I would rather,
we'd rather see JOK out loving life, being successful at whatever he chooses to do, rather than risking his mobility.
I would rather have him back
if that's what it ends up being
for alumni night, where he is standing there and waving to the crowd as he gets a standing O.
I agree.
Than for him to play football for this team.
So the new DC comes into a good situation. That's really good, and I'm sure Todd Monken will check in with him from time to time, and they'll make sure the staff all stays, and if not, they'll hire replacements, and they'll go from there. And Todd will turn his attention to the offense, which is why he was brought in here in the first place.
Do you expect Todd Monken to underhand the keys to Mike Rittenberg and say, this is yours, go for it? Or do you think Todd Monken will be in those meetings as well?
I think he'll stop in and go, hey, fellas, how's it going? Good. I'm going back over to the offensive rooms because we don't have any talent. I got to figure some things out. You guys are good? Got it, thanks. That's what I think he's going to do.
You usually...
And Dan, that's what I think he should do.
But in that kind of setup, when you do that, typically the guys who have the keys and are the quote-unquote coach of the defense have a little more experience as the guy than Mike Rittenberg has.
Well, it doesn't matter. Everybody has to get their first experience as the guy somewhere. Todd Monken is getting his first experience as the guy right now.
It's true.
So
I mean, I can't argue with you. It's just one of those those situations. Like I always think of, and I know Todd Monken is older, but I always think of like Sean McVay bringing in Wade Phillips with him.
Yeah.
I always think of those kind of
that way
moves.
he did not have to worry about the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and again, Todd Monken's older. He's been around for a little bit longer than Sean McVay was. I understand that.
Yeah, but still, he has enough issues to deal with on the offensive side of the ball. I would think. Who knows? I would think that he says, Mike, handle that, would you please? You have any questions, let me know. I'll be checking in. I want to know what's going on, but I'm spending my time with the offense.
Makes sense.
Yep.
It just, I don't know.
And
I hope he's in there a little bit, though.
I don't mean this to sound belittling to what these guys do for a living. Rutenberg's been around the NFL basically since 2003, except for a couple of years at UCLA and New Mexico State. You don't think you can say, we're gonna blitz the corner on this one?
Yes.
You don't think you can make that call? I mean, come on. Of course they can.
That's the part of it that I'm okay.
Of course they can.
The play calling part of it is whatever. He'll figure that out.
Right.
Like,
and guess what? If your guys are bigger, stronger, faster than the other team, you're gonna get to the quarterback and you'll make an interception and you'll give your team a chance to win. So I hope he's good.
Yeah.
But we can see the difference. I mean, Jim Schwartz was a better DC here than Joe Woods.
Yes.
And Joe Woods had Myles Garrett.
Yes.
So
and Denzel Ward and
right. We do see it can be, it can be telling. It can be a difference.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what this guy does. There's really nothing more that, we can say about the idea from a judgmental standpoint. It's like, okay, well, let's see what he can do.
Yeah. And that's right where I sit with it. Let's see what he can do.
One aspect of it, does he have to win players over?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so too.
That might be the toughest thing he has to do because you have some really key guys who basically campaigned for Jim Schwartz to become the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the DC and keep his job. They campaigned for him to be the head coach. Well, he's not the head coach. He's not the defensive coordinator, and here's your new boss.
And it's going to be an interesting experience in that regard because it's tough to take over the guy who was beloved.
Yeah,
it's tough to be
successful.
And more than anything, especially a guy who, let's be really honest, can drop a Super Bowl ring down on the table and go, follow what I do, and you could end up with one of these of your own. That's a really nice thing to have.
And their defense was a key part of that Super Bowl.
Right. And the guy who was at the helm to help your best player break the single season sack record. And the guy who was at the helm to help your cornerback play one of the best seasons of his career and solidify himself as a top 5 to 10 corner in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And bring in another guy in Tyson Campbell who worked his way up the ladder and had himself by the end a season that looked very different than he did at the beginning when he came in midway through. I mean, there are some pieces in there. You're right. It's going to take a little bit of conversation. Mike Rutenberg has his work cut out for him because these are corners that are built to play man defense. They are not corners that are built to play zone. And they're corners that are meant to be a little physical. So we will see where this goes. I'm in. Makes sense. Again, the Falcons' defense was good. Those Jets' defenses were good. Okay, sure. Makes sense to me. That's all we can do.
And guys in the NFL, you don't know if they're going to be good at coordinating, if they're going to be good head coaches until they get those opportunities, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you really don't know. So we'll find out. Keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully he turns out to be a good hire by the Browns. And if he does, outstanding. 44-year-old young guy with a serious background of coaching defensive football and has been with some pretty good teams and some pretty good coaches. So Mike Rutenberg, the new defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns, Todd Monken gets that hire. Now we'll see what happens with the rest of the defensive staff. If anybody leaves, if anybody asks to leave, whatever might happen there, and then we'll go. But you've got your head coach, you have an offensive coordinator, now you have a defensive coordinator, and now they have to win everybody over and try and win some football games. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
where this team could be headed. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Baskin to Phelps here on The Fan. Dan Mennigan in for Andy Baskin today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan in the last break coming in and sharing some bad news. We've lost yet another legendary actor, and that would be a guy that has been considered one of the great character actors of all time, Robert Duvall, passing away at the age reportedly of 95 years old.
Yeah. I mean, first, we would all sign up for 95, and boy, Robert Duvall was an unbelievable actor, but still a bummer when that happens.
Put your hand up and just say, yep. Got it.
I mean, Tom Hagen will forever be known as Tom Hagen to me, the consigliere in the Godfather movies. So good.
Well, let me go sports on you.
Sure.
He was great as Max Mercy in The Natural.
Yeah, he was
the sleazy sports writer.
Yes.
Man, he was just great in that role. And that's probably my favorite movie of all time. And he's one of the reasons why. He was just so good in it. He was also great as the crew chief in Days of Thunder.
Yes, he was.
With Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise, I should say.
Can you imagine Tom Hanks driving NASCAR? Hey, here we go. No.
Especially young Tom Hanks. Actually, might be a good time.
Sure, with Tom Cruise. He was great in that role. And just a really good actor. I remember seeing him in a Twilight. He got a start on Twilight Zone or something many years, obviously decades ago. It was in a Twilight Zone episode when he had all of his hair. Which is a different look for him.
It is.
But that's a shame. Think about him. Think about Gene Hackman, who's passed away recently.
Yeah.
Just we've got a complete era of legendary actors who are now in their 80s and 90s and probably aren't going to be with us a whole lot longer.
Sadly, Father Time is catching up with them. But, the thing with it, as much as it is a giant, it's upsetting. It does remind you of all the great movies. Like, I hadn't seen Apocalypse Now in a little while, and I probably need to go back and watch Apocalypse Now. I forgot that he was in Bullet with Steve McQueen, which is a really good movie. Arguably the first Bond movie.
With the Green Mustang?
Yeah, arguably the first action movie, Bullet.
Yeah.
That's a really good movie.
Robert Duvall, according to reports, passing away at the age of 95.
Also in Network, too.
And
so good at Network.
He was just a terrific actor. I want your thought on this. And we started the show this way, so let's end it this way. But I'll give you a different question. The Winter Olympics.
Okay.
Pebble Beach National Pro-Am.
Hello, friends.
The NBA All-Star Game. What else am I'm drawing a
Daytona.
blank. The Daytona 500. All of this stuff going on this weekend. Should somebody in some of these things look at the schedule and think, yeah, we should adjust?
I'm shocked the PGA Tour didn't move Pebble.
It's one of my favorite tournaments every year, and I didn't see a shot.
Mine too. I know it's an elevated event, which makes it a little bit harder to do such things because they're trying to make these things bigger. But look at it and go, okay, this is a once every 4-year phenomenon where we have the Winter Olympics that's going on. It's not our fault. It's not the product or anything else like that because golf ratings actually have been up. But I would have thought that if anything, you'd move Pebble and go, all right, let's do this and bump everything down a week and then play, I don't know, put some other tournament in there, whether you did the tournament the week before that I can't think of right now. But nonetheless, you get the general idea of what I'm going for.
Yes.
And that way you can put it on a bigger stage. It's one of the most well-known courses. It's a gorgeous course. The wind was whipping, which made it even more fun. Scotty Scheffler was coming from the back, which made it even more fun on top of that because, it's the same thing. You got that guy who just is so much better than everybody else, and he dug himself a hole and he was digging himself out of it. Morikawa hung on. But I would have thought they would have moved that, and maybe the PGA Tour needs to do that. Maybe we need to see more and more of that. Would you be okay with that if these leagues started going okay, well, we got the All-Star Game, we got this. Let's move this here, and then maybe they look at it and say we're now subsidiary to that league.
Ken in Brooklyn, first call of the show today, had a great idea. Move the NBA All-Star game to the week between the NFL Conference Championship games and the Super Bowl. That's perfect. That's a great idea. Put yourself in a spotlight. I couldn't agree with him more on that one. I think that's really interesting. All I know is that there was a ton of stuff going on this weekend, and I didn't have enough TV hours to catch it all.
I know.
And I'm disappointed by that.
I know. That's the bummer of it. But the good thing is now we're in the modern era where you can find all this stuff on all the different streaming services for replay. So I would guarantee that they'll re-show the final round of Pebble at some point today. And
I would think that's true.
If you missed it, I'm sure you could find it on Paramount Plus. I'm sure you could watch every Olympic event on Peacock. It's fantastic. You can go back and watch it. Like, I'll probably go home and watch the slalom because I didn't get a chance to see a whole bunch of that because I was sleeping.
I would think that's true. So the big search of the moment for the Browns is over as Mike Rutenberg named defensive coordinator.
Woohoo!
16 years NFL experience. Guy's been around. They take him out of Kevin Stefanski's staff in Atlanta, which is interesting.
Kind of looks like Kevin Stefanski.
Or whatever.
Bring that up?
He does kind of look like
Kind of looks like Kevin Stefanski.
A little burlier Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Maybe Andrew Berry just missed Kevin so much. He said, I got to get an Ivy Leaguer who looks like Kevin. So he did.
I need an Ivy Leaguer with a salt and pepper beard. Let's get him in here. If he starts speaking like Kevin Stefanski, we're really going to have a problem. That's going to be the real issue we're going to run into. Because it's just going to throw me off the entire time. If he starts saying we're getting fixed, I don't know if I'm going to handle it. Or if we're trending appropriately, or if we're working inside of our rooms or on the grass or anything along those lines.
Biggest challenge this guy faces. Is it keeping the defense overall at the level it was and building on it from there? Like taking what Jim Schwartz left and building on it? Or is it repairing those relationships that have to be a little bit messed up right now between some key defensive players in the organization? I would think it's the latter, Dan. I would think it's making sure that you have Denzel and you have Miles and you have anybody else who might have been thinking Jim Schwartz got a raw deal, and making sure they're on board with what you want to do. I think that's his biggest challenge.
The biggest challenge he is going to face is if he does something contradictory to what Jim Schwartz would do in a moment and it backfires. That's going to be his biggest challenge.
And he hears anybody say, "Oh, Jim wouldn't have done it that way."
That's going to be his biggest challenge. Is let's say he decides to run a different coverage pattern than what Jim Schwartz would have done, or possibly get too cute. Because the word you would never use to describe a Jim Schwartz defense is cute.
It's cute.
So anything along those lines, that's when. I think camp, playbooks, all that kind of stuff, he'll be fine. It's just going to be that moment when you're down, when you're down and you call a coverage and then all of a sudden it's a blown coverage that turns into an 80-yard touchdown.
I think, though, if you get everybody on board and you're able to win over, the general feeling of everybody, I think those moments, because they're going to happen, those moments won't be as difficult. But I think he has to come in and repair some relationships between key players in the organization. Moment of the show. Cam, what do you have for us?
Well, we heard the joke before about the Mike Rutenberg hire. You talked about the ancient in the Ivy League, and you guys were joking around about how Andrew Berry is going to be excited, a Harvard grad, Mike Rutenberg from Cornell. So here it is.
I'll bet Andrew Berry's all happy.
Why?
Because he went to an Ivy League school. Yes.
Smart guys.
Woo! Cornell. Yay.
There it is.
We did 4 hours, and that was it, huh?
We've never been better.
That's the best we had right there.
We've never been better.
I thought my a cappella thing was okay. Doing an Andy from The Office thing there with Cornell. But that got cut out a moment of the show. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, well, not the Baskin, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads that I would love to read on the air if the website actually worked.
Okay.
I am smarter today, courtesy of our conversation with Sam Amico. A lot of good stuff about the NBA in there. Give that a listen. 92.3 The Fan, wherever you get your podcast. The tournament might be here to stay.
Cam Mena.
I'm smarter because of Dan. He was in here a few seconds ago. Now he's back behind the glass wearing multiple hats on a holiday. So I'm smarter because of Dan today.
Dan has co-hosted. He's done his job. He's done part of another job. He's the man. Dan Mennigan, the man.
If you're mediocre at enough things, they don't fire you.
Well, there you go. 2 things for me. Sam Amico saying that the commissioner, Adam Silver, obsessed with tournaments. Hadn't really thought of that before, but I think Sam actually has a point on that one. I thought that was really good. And let me go into this one. Why am I smarter? Because we talk baseball today, Dano.
Yeah, baby!
Baseball, back!
Sun's out and shining!
Full squad workout for the Guardians tomorrow. Get ready. Here comes platooning to beat the band.
Cactus League, baby! Woohoo!
Can't
Players
wait.
walking with bags in their hands.
Can't wait. Somebody's going to show up and do the afternoon show today. Not sure who it is. Somebody walked down the hallway. So, and they waved, but I was looking at the computer and I didn't see. So somebody will be doing an afternoon show coming up. Maybe Nick, maybe Jonathan, maybe somebody else. Maybe Jake. Who knows? It's Baskin and Phelps tomorrow, right here at 10 a.m. Thanks for listening, everybody.
buy himself a PS5, so him being like, "Would you buy her a game?" It's very funny. Mac, what's the most expensive thing you've ever bought a woman other than a prophylactic?
That's just an outright shot, man. Come on now.
Okay, roll with the punches, dog.
I've gotten a good dinner with my ex. All right, we'll go there.
I looked over and saw Keith, and he's like, "Oh crap, the judgment train is here."
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, we have plans to do the classic sports radio thing of just talking about the All-Star game and is it broken? Did they save it? All of that, but the Browns threw a wrench into our plans. It's Spencer German. It's Lance Reisland with you here on The Fan. We're with you for the next 5 hours, bringing you home on Afternoon Drive until 7 o'clock. And we got some guests along the way. Josh Harris of CBS Sports going to join us. He's a draft guy for CBS Sports. Going to give us the lowdown on some of the top names that are linked to the Cleveland Browns. And I really want to get his thoughts on balancing best player available versus taking offense, because we know the Browns' biggest needs are on offense and those types of conversations. So we'll talk to him. We'll talk to Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal at 4:20. Josh, by the way, at 3:20. And then we'll get Ethan Sands of Cleveland.com at 5:20. But excited to be here with Lance on this holiday, President's Day, Monday. Lance, it's been a long time coming. We've done stuff on other platforms, but we haven't had a chance to do it here yet.
Yeah, we've had, we obviously got to cover the joint practice out in Philly together, and then we've had some interviews and stuff together. But it's nice to finally be together working a show. It was actually nice walking in today, not being freezing.
You know what the best part about? Well, that actually, you know what? That probably was the best part. But the second best part about working today was that my long-standing, continual gripe with the city and their new policy on parking, I didn't have to worry about it today.
It's nice.
Because it was free street parking. I just parked on the street, came inside, no worries. Don't have to worry about paying $20 to park in some garage somewhere. I can just park on the street today for free.
Oh, absolutely.
At least they didn't change that, right?
It was fantastic. No, I actually had the QR code. I was ready to go. And then all of a sudden said free. And I was like, this is a wonderful day. It's nice out. Nice little walk. It's beautiful.
I will say I enjoy that they clarify that this is one thing they've gotten right about this whole new setup is that they at least clarify, like, hey, you don't have to pay today. It's a holiday. Like, in case you're about to pay, that you don't get caught up in like having to actually do it. But the entire new system, I think I have now come on the air and talked about it at least 30 times. I'm mad about it. I'm not happy about it. Like, they're charging us more for events. They're charging us longer on, like, I can't just come work like late at night here and just park on the street anymore. I have to pay up until like 10 p.m. Like, what is that?
Oh, I know.
It's nonsense.
It's funny because a couple of times I've said to my wife, I'm like, you want to drop me off? Like I'm, back in high school, like take me to work.
See, you
and back.
have that option.
Yes.
I have a toddler at home. So if I told my wife like, hey, you want to drop me off and then come pick me up like right when he's supposed to be going to bed? That sounds like a good idea.
Oh, I remember those
she
times.
Would look at me and be like, yeah, no.
Time.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. 216-474-92. Lance, the Browns have a new defensive coordinator. It was not you. You did not parlay your former high school coaching days into becoming the new defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns. But Mike Rutenberg, he was with the Atlanta Falcons this past year, but has bounced around the league quite a bit. Spent some time with the Jets under Robert Saleh, which is his experience with a 4-3 defense, where he was with a 3-4 defense in Atlanta last year. He also was with him in San Francisco. He was with he spent some time with the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. So he's been around this league. He's certainly seen some things. What is kind of your first reaction, your initial reaction to Rutenberg being the selection here?
Well, I tried to do some homework on all those guys. Once they're mentioned in the thing, you try to do some homework in case something like this happens as we're walking in today. He's a guy, obviously, the majority of what he does is under Robert Saleh. And so you're going to get the 4-3 look. You're going to get pressure looks. You're going to get the one hi-hat safety. A couple different things, though, right? When you look at what Schwartz did, Schwartz was, here's what we're doing, beat us. We're going to be in one hi-hat. We're going to put 8 in the box. And there's some different things about what he did I really liked. Where Robert Saleh is going to do a lot of that, but he likes to disguise coverage. He likes to change what you see pre-snap to post-snap, so that's a little bit more coaching. But the thing that you like is that's the forefront. The linebackers play downhill. They're going to be in a lot of man coverage. You're going to see Delpit down in the box. Still, you're going to see a one hi-hat safety most of the time. Obviously, even with Schwartz, he started going some 2 hi-hats, especially on long yardage. So, again, schematically, this fits a little bit better than people understand. Obviously, I thought Tarver was going to be the guy. just because of that knowledge with Schwartz. But this makes sense. As a guy who's been around, you get a little experience, and I think it's a good hire. Obviously, the good or bad hires always come on when you see what happens.
We'll judge that next year, obviously. You bring up Tarver. That's probably I think that's the first place to kind of go with this conversation, is how surprised anybody is, whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's anybody out there listening. And again, if you want to call in, 216-474-0092, and let us know your thoughts on the move. Because I honestly went into this feeling like they probably would go internal. And listen, this isn't to say that Rutenberg can't be a good defensive coordinator. He's not going to be a good defensive coordinator. I'm not writing that off at this point. I'm not saying the guy stinks, this hire stinks. I always think it's funny that when it comes to like coaches that we haven't really seen do it at that in a certain role before, and people are doing this with Todd Monken too. He's because consensusly, anybody who's done like what's the worst hire this cycle? I've seen Todd Monken's name show up last on the list. He's been 10th on the list consistently. And I'm like, I understand where maybe you like some of the other guys better or whatever, but there's 6 guys who are first-time head coaches this year. We don't know how a lot of these guys are going to be as coaches, including Todd Monken. He could be great. He might stink, but he could be great too. Like, we don't know. And so I think it's funny when people are so quick to just like write off like, oh, Mike Rutenberg, who's this guy? He's going to suck. Can we really definitively say that at this point? Like, we're kind of going off of the history. We're kind of going off of things that we know. One thing I've seen consistently talked about with him is, and that I've, asked about, is this idea that like he really is kind of, he's like a passionate guy, kind of the same way Robert Saleh is. Robert Saleh sort of wears hard on his sleeve type coach, like gets really fired up and stuff. And you see that in the way that he interacts with his players, running down the sideline after a big play and like chest bumping guys. We saw that a lot with the 49ers. So it sounds like he kind of shares some of that same emotion where he can like really be passionate about it. I think that's a good thing for this Browns defense, because we know Jim Schwartz's kind of commentary on like loaf plays and like not celebrating those things. He wants guys who are going to be all in, celebrating, having a good time, really rallying around the plays that are made. So I'm excited about that. People are going to laugh at the fact that he's another Ivy League guy, because everyone thinks the Browns just hire Ivy League guys, and it hasn't really worked out. They think they're the smartest people in the room. So I get that. But listen, like, I'm willing to give it some time. I will say, though, I'm willing to see like how it plays out. I will say, though, I walk away, and when I saw this news come down today, I don't want to say shocked, because I knew he was one of the guys kind of in the final mix here, but I was a little surprised it wasn't internal, because I really was leaning like, I thought Ephraim Banda, I thought Jason Tarver, because he has the DC experience, in the name of, as Tom Monken's alluded to, keeping things status quo, trying to keep the scheme the same. I just thought he might lean on, you know what? We got these people internally who have seen this thing before, who know what it looked like when it was at its best 2 of the last 3 years. I'm going to sort of lean on them to run the show here. So I was a little surprised that external was the way that they ended up going.
Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, you'd like to think that Monken had his influence here, right? So obviously everybody wanted with Schwartz. Monken made it very clear that he liked Schwartz, but this was his show. And I like that out of Monken, even though I'm a huge Schwartz fan. I initially really liked that out of him, because he's basically saying, I'm not going with what everybody thinks. I'm going what is going to be best for me. Now, the thing that you get, even though everybody's saying schematically, what you're still getting is philosophy. So everybody has a little bit different take on what you do with pressure fronts and coverages and how you hide coverages. But the philosophy of being a pressure front, trying to create pressure with 4 so you can cover with 7, disguising coverage. There's some things that kind of carry over regardless of what there's different types of schemes, but there's a lot of similar philosophies. This is a pressure front, man coverage. We're going to dictate what the offense does, and that's what Rutenberg does. It's the same kind of thing. Now, like I said, schematically it's a little different, but the philosophy, the players are still going to get that attack mentality. They're not waiting, and this is not a bend, don't break kind of defense. So philosophy, that'll make the schematic change a little bit easier, because they're still going to be pressuring with all 11 guys.
Yeah, listen, I think that's huge, and you're right. I think you're right about Monken getting his influence here, and he should. He's a new head coach. Like, he's filling out this coaching staff. I liked what he said in his introductory press conference, where it was like, somebody asked the question about what's the timeline on finding a DC or figuring out how that's going to go. And he said, that's not up to me. Like, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to find the right guy. So it's clear that he came in with like a vision of kind of what he wanted. He wasn't going to rush the process. He wasn't just going to promote somebody from within because it seemed like the obvious thing to do. So I can respect the fact that Monken's kind of getting his pick here, and he went outside of just the building to find that guy. I just personally thought from a standpoint of like trying to make it as seamless as possible, that the internal move might be the best route to go. Because now you are going to run into, like you said, or I think like I heard them talking about at the, I heard Jeff and Mennigan talking about it. The idea that like winning over that locker room is going to be a really big, I don't even want to say challenge, but it's maybe priority number one on Rutenberg's list, because let's just call a spade here. Like, you had guys in that locker room who were flat out campaigning for Jim Schwartz to get the job, and he doesn't. And now it's a new face kind of coming in. I know Zach Jackson reported that it sounds like most of the guys who are already here are going to stay here under Rutenberg in their current roles. So you're keeping a lot of the same guys around. He has to win over the coaching staff and kind of connect with them. He has to win over the locker room and make sure they trust the vision that he kind of has planned. So I think that's a big challenge. But yeah, like I don't know that we can just blanketly sit here and say it's a terrible move or it's going to stink. I just came away kind of surprised that they didn't go the internal route, because I thought that would be maybe the most seamless transition, if that makes sense.
Well, the one thing, and I heard that from Zach as well, the one thing that I hope is I hope that he gets to pick his guys. And if he wants to stay with these guys because he wants some carryover, that's great. So Tarver, Banda, these guys he wants to keep because they're really good coaches. But understand, as he comes in and he meets with these guys now and he sits down with them and said, this is my expectation, they might be gone as well.
Yeah.
And that's the ripple effect. When you get rid of Kevin Stefanski, this is the ripple effect of new guys coming in. And I don't mind that, because if you got a guy who's kind of set in what he does and he has guys that believe in what he does and they've worked together for a long time, it really doesn't matter how successful these coaches are with the Browns. And obviously, Tarver, I love watching him every day. His energy is fantastic. But he might have a guy that he likes there. And Tarver might not like what he's saying there. And it might be a mutual split, or it might be a great relationship. But the idea that there's a definite possibility that none of the staff will be around, and he's going to bring in his own guys. That's the reality of it. And that's kind of the negative effect of what happened with Kevin, is that obviously everybody wanted changes on offense and special teams, but this really, really good defense is going to be different too.
Well, that's the next part of this conversation that I want to get into, and I want you involved as well, 216-474-92, because, you know, Lance, you and I have talked not on these airwaves about the impact of losing Jim Schwartz and what that means for the defense. I think there is a question to be had here about the steps back or potential steps back that this unit could take without Jim Schwartz, that this unit could take with an external candidate now getting this job, and what that
7-1 deficit against China to win it 6-5. They'll look to carry that momentum into their next matchup against Italy. Get the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It's Spencer German. It's Lance. Rance. What is that? Lance Reisland. I tried to do like the when you pretend to like change, like you're a different, like your name, you like flip the letters. Rance Leisland, if that works, instead of Lance Reisland. Joining us or with us today for this President's Day edition of the Afternoon Drive. Appreciate you guys coming to hang out. And we're obviously reacting to the news of Mike Rutenberg being the selection for the Browns' next defensive coordinator. Lance, we're going to start the show completely differently here. And there is a pretty important topic that we want to get to. And I think we kind of see this thing a little bit differently. Because listen, now that the Super Bowl is behind us, we're a week out from the Combine. We know it's draft season. We know that everyone's getting excited about the possibilities of who the Browns are going to take at certain positions. Everyone's doing their mock drafts. I just did my first one last night. And I think we have a different perspective on how the Browns should maybe handle the 6th overall pick, especially if certain players are there or a certain player is there. So we're going to talk about that coming up as well, because I think it could lead to a little bit of a fun debate, and that's something that we'll ask Josh Harris about coming up at 3:20. But continuing to react to Mike Rutenberg being selected as the next Browns DC. And Lance, I know, like I said, you and I have talked off the air and in other platforms about the idea of like losing Jim Schwartz having an impact on this defense, whether people are willing to accept that or not. And I understand when you're a fan, you're in the trenches with your team, no matter what. Like, they could fire, if Bill Belichick had been the coach here and won 7 Super Bowls and they fired him, I'm sure fans would at some point be like, all right, yeah, it was time. Like, you rally around your team, right? Like, it's just kind of how it is. It's how fandom works. So I get why everyone's just kind of ready to write off Jim Schwartz and be like, well, it wasn't all him, and he's not as good as a DC as people make him out to be. But I have also warned people that be careful what you wish for a little bit, because the guy that was here before him didn't know how to use guys like Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, and he turned them into absolute stars in this league, defensive players of the year, all pros, pro bowlers continually, all those different things. And that matters. And I think the things that people miss the most when it comes to this conversation is like the conversations behind closed doors, how they coach, how they relate to players, all those different things. That's all changing now. You're getting somebody who not only, and it's changing, and it's changing more extremely than I thought it might, because like I said, I was kind of thinking when this all started, all right, if Jim Schwartz is gone, they'll probably go internal. Now they're hiring for somebody from completely from the outside who has to come in and connect with those players and still try to draw out of them the same things that Jim Schwartz drew out of them. That's a tough task. That's a tough ask for anybody. And so from your perspective, and especially with your background as a former coach, like, what is the impact that losing one coach and transitioning to another can have? And how do you think that's going to impact this Browns defense?
Well, the first thing is when you bring in a new coach, he wants to establish himself as the leader. He wants to establish himself not as a guy who is he's the replacement from Jim Schwartz. He's going to do the best he can. No, he's a guy coming in. He's trying to try to do better than Jim Schwartz. Yeah. That's how all coaches is. Now, the thing that always bothers me, as Jim Schwartz had his meltdown, people started to stray away from how good he was. And that for me just doesn't work.
Super Bowl winning DC.
Yeah,
like, what are we doing?
I'm not, and the thing that I like about Jim Schwartz was how simple he was. You and I get to watch him every day at practice. He's consistent, attention to detail. They tackle, they do a circuit. There's certain things that I really like as a coach. It's that consistency. The thing that changes with the new voice is not only everything you're saying, but even practice habits and meetings and all those things. And guys like Denzel Ward, guys like Myles Garrett, Carson Swetchton, they're all going to be fine. The thing that you want to see with a new defensive coordinator are guys like Devin Bush, as I've said many a time, Tyson Campbell, Malik Collins, Mason Graham, Alex Wright. there's a bunch of guys on the Hickman. There's a bunch of guys on this defense that got maximized by Jim Schwartz. Yeah. And elite guys are good in any scheme. Elite guys are scheme proof. Those other guys, like a Devin Bush is the guy I use example all the time. His success came from being able to not wait. Sometimes backers have to wait because they read one gap, but they're slow to another gap. That's not the case in a pressure front. You got a gap and you come. If you basically say, I see it, I'm going, right? Pull the trigger. That's what he was really good at. That's the difference this year. Now, they could be even better, and he could be outstanding. It doesn't take away what Jim Schwartz was. And the thing you worry about that I always tell people is the situational awareness. What are you running in the red zone? What are you running on third and medium? What are you running on third and long? Those are all feel things. Those are all things as coaches we have. There's numbers that we use as a reference. But what do you like in those certain situations? Everybody's different. So regardless of what you like him or not, it's going to be a different vibe. Could be better. Yeah. But it doesn't take away from anything what he did. He was excellent what he did. And I thought I've gotten a lot of pushback on. I like that he was emotional about it because he's invested. And I like guys who are invested. And when you're invested, you make.
Well, you have that coaching hat on too. Like,
yeah, you make that.
You know how it would feel
correct.
If you were going for a job and they told you, and maybe you felt like you were getting that job potentially.
Yeah.
And then they told you, actually, we're going with somebody else.
I'm good enough, but I'm not good enough to be your head coach.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of pride
you take that
there.
personal.
You absolutely do, especially when you have this success, right? You're hiring a guy based on what his success was. There's very few coordinators who have had success like him on one side of the ball. Yeah, I didn't mind his blow up there because, you're invested, and that's what investment does. Yeah. It makes you emotional.
He's a passionate guy. We know that about Jim Schwartz for sure. Yeah, listen, Lance, I'm just going to be honest here. And this is no disrespect to Mike Rutenberg. I just spent the whole first segment saying I think it's ignorant for anybody to sit there and say this guy sucks. Just because he's never done it before. We don't know. He could be great. He could be bad. You're right. He could be bad. But we have to see it first. And there's certain things that you like about him that from his background and that makes sense. Again, the Robert Saleh tree, the passion that he seems to show that's been highlighted by a number of people. There's positives with it. But we have to see it play out first. So I'm not trying to write him off, but I am expecting this defense just naturally to take at least a little bit of a step back. And part of the reason I feel that way has to do with the hire. You're losing somebody who's been here for 3 years in Jim Schwartz, who had his system, had it done a certain way, clearly had the ear of the guys on that side of the ball in the locker room and the respect of that side of the ball. And it's a new person coming in who has to kind of make sure that he captures that he can get their attention, that they are responding to him, that he's coaching them similarly, and they know how to kind of react with him. So that just takes time. And so I think there's going to be a natural sort of regression because of that. I also just think, Lance, and I say this all the time, and this is another reason why I think it's so silly for people to just assume, they're going to be just fine. They're going to be just as good without Jim Schwartz. Guys, this is one of my go-to things when it comes to talking football, when it comes to talking defense. I say that defenses are like bullpens in baseball, where 1 year you can be the best unit in the sport. And then the next year, oh no, some guy just doesn't have it, and he's giving up home runs all the time. Or for the football lens, sometimes a guy just has a natural drop-off, or he's not seeing things as things happen on that side of the ball. You have to be so meticulous about your process, and aging happens. There's all these different factors. Defenses naturally, I think, year to year can change and be different. There's a reason why year one of Jim Schwartz, they were the best defense in football, and then year two of Jim Schwartz, I think people sort of tried to say they were really I think it was overstated how bad they were that second year, because I think a lot of that had to do with how bad the offense was. They were on the field for a lot of time. All those things, but they slid out of the top 10, and I think they were probably around just outside the top 10. And then this year they obviously were back in the top 5 when it came to defenses. So they were really good again, but there was that year in the middle where they slipped a little bit, and I just think naturally that happens. And then you throw in new defensive coordinator from the outside, trying to get his footing here and make sure he can kind of connect with all these guys. And there are going to be some new pieces and parts that obviously come in, because there always is. I am kind of expecting there to be a natural drop-off, whether people can accept that or not.
Well, the thing if I'm Rutenberg, here's as a coach for being my whole life. My dad always taught me if your feet aren't moving and your brain's thinking, you're going to be slow, right? So I always thought that when he came in, his ability, can he keep it simple? Can he make these guys play fast? Because if I'm coming in, I have 3 alphas right now. I got Myles Garrett, I got Carson Schlesinger, and I got Denzel Ward.
Yeah.
Can I keep these guys playing fast? But once again, how do I get buy-in? Once again, though, those guys are going to be good regardless of what the scheme is. How do I get the rest of those guys? Because Tyson Campbell's a great example. He's not great in zone, pretty good in man, right?
Yeah.
Malik Collins, he's good at taking on doubles, but he's great at getting in a gap and going. Mason Graham, he's done a little bit of both. So the idea of what these guys can do, it's can he maximize the guys who are not the A's. A's are always A's. A's are always honors kids. It's the kids that are that second level guy. How do you maximize their skill set? And if I'm him, once again, he's got the comparison to Schwartz, all those kind of things. That's why I loved. What did you think of Monken when he said, I have to block,
I thought it was.
I thought it was great, right?
I thought it was a statement. I thought it sent a message. No, I don't think he was trying to disparage Jim Schwartz.
Not at all. But I'm in charge.
But I think it sent the message that I believe that we are going to win and be successful because of the players more than anything. And I'll find a way to make it work. Because he also made it clear in that press conference that he was going to keep the scheme the same. And that's what I think. That's, I think, the biggest thing people wanted to hear. So that's huge. And that was step one. And then once he says that, it was like, all right, yeah, he believes that you're a great coach, but that he can find a way to still be successful with that. I thought that was a really, powerful thing for him to say that.
And that's the same kind of thing Rutenberg's got to do. He's got to come in, and obviously these guys have all made it very public that they like Jim Schwartz. But they also like Jim Schwartz because Jim Schwartz, when they say he's a player's coach, he's not a player's coach because they liked him. He's a player's coach because he maximized their ability.
Yeah, he made
Devin Bush is making a lot of money because of what Jim Schwartz did for him. So that's what these guys want. And if this guy can do it, they'll adapt. It doesn't take away from what Schwartz did, but if this guy can maximize what I do too, then that's when you'll start getting the buy-in really, really quick. You keep it simple. You line them up in base. You don't overthink it. Obviously, you install your stuff, but you don't ever want your guys thinking. You always want them running fast, and I think that's what the philosophy early has got to be, is I got to say, what did they do well last year? Let's build on that, and then kind of mix in what you do as well, because you still want to put your stamp on it. You don't want anybody to think that you're doing what Schwartz did. This is what this is what Coach Rutenberg's doing, and that's the key.
Yeah, he is going to have to establish that early on for sure. I just can't. I don't know. We've seen so many examples of a coach change happens and there's natural regression. I think Bill Callahan's maybe the best example, right? And everyone's like, I've talked about this before, and people are like, you're comparing Jim Schwartz to Bill Callahan, and it's like, guys, when did Jim Schwartz become some throwaway defensive coordinator? I understand Bill Callahan's considered the best in the business at his craft, but Jim Schwartz won a Super Bowl as a defensive coordinator. He's always been touted as a
scheme
really
that's
good
got his
defensive
own.
Right, as a defensive mind in this game. So I don't understand if we make such a big deal out of, well, hey, Baker Mayfield when he was here had 3 different coordinators, 3 different offensive coaches that were giving him play calls and coaching him in 3-4 years, whatever the hell it was. Then why doesn't that also apply to the defensive side, where it's like you've changed defensive coordinators, there's going to be some natural change in adjusting and things that happen. He's not going to do it the exact same way Jim Schwartz did it. And I think that's the thing people have a hard time wrapping their head around. Again, this is not to say he can't be a good coach. This is not to say he's not going to make it better. I'm just anticipating some natural regression from the defense because I think that happens naturally anyway. And because I don't know that everything he's going to be doing is going to necessarily resonate with everybody, because what's worked has worked, and he's just a different voice in that locker room now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that will make it not work. If he comes in, and we've all seen this, if you've coached, you've seen this at high school, college, and pro, when you come in and go, I like what Jim Schwartz did, but this is my defense, and we're going to do it my way.
Yeah.
The key is to build on what you had, right? So you don't look at Jim Schwartz and go, we're going to do everything we did with Myles Garrett. We're going to do everything we did with Carson Schlesinger. But you're also coaches and go, all right, they had a lot of success. What did they do to have success? You keep those things and you build on it, and then you put your stamp on it. But when coaches come in and they say, we're going to change everything because I'm in charge now, that's when things kind of go, that's when you get the real stuck in the mud and can't move forward.
In that regard, do you hope that he keeps some of these guys, that some of these guys that are position coaches within the organization, and like we said earlier, it sounds like most of them or some of them are at least going to stay. Do you hope that that's the case? Because it sounds like, Lance, you're somebody who wants that collaborative effort where it's it's not just my defense. You guys have been here. You've been in the trenches. You've seen what's worked. I want you guys to give me reasons why it worked, and we're going to sort of mix and match what I want to do with what you guys know works. Is that kind of how you feel about it?
Well, yeah, but they got to understand he's in charge now.
Yeah.
This is the guy. So, again, you have Tarver, Banda. These guys interviewed for the job, and once again, they did a really nice job, but you didn't hire him. right? So what is their mentality, right? If their mentality is we're in the NFL and it's hard to get an NFL job and we're comfortable with this and we'll work with him, are they mad about it? Is there an ounce of bitterness because they didn't get hired? That happens at all level football. People say money solves everything. It doesn't. Football coaches don't think that way. These guys have made a lot of money. Do they think that? Now, as he brings them in and starts to interview them, that's what he's going to see. Are these guys, as a coach, are they buying into what I'm selling, knowing that I'm not going to change everything, because that's silly when you have a really successful defense. But this is my stuff now, and when things go wrong, I'm the one on the chopping block, just like Kevin Stefanski. So that's kind of the thought process behind it is if they're all bought into what Rutenberg says, then yeah, I would like these guys back because they can give me what I want in terms of who did well with what down and distance, situational awareness, things like that. But if they're not on board, then I'm bringing my own guys, and that's because you're the last guy in the list. You're the head guy of that phase, and everything comes on you.
Well, and for what it's worth, it sounds like that's kind of Tom Munkin's philosophy too. Like he's been very much, I'm leaning into what the players do best. He's keeping guys on staff. Deuce Staley's still in the building. Christian Jones got promoted to wide receivers coach. Like, he's trying to sort of mix and match. You guys have been here. You've seen some things. You kind of know what makes these guys tick. I respect what you do. I also have some ideas. Let's blend it all together and make it work. I'm assuming he wants the same out of somebody like Rutenberg coming in, not just to reinvent the wheel here, but lean on some of what's made that unit successful, because that's why he said he wants to stick with the scheme anyway. 216-474-9992. Your thoughts on Mike Rutenberg becoming the new Browns defensive coordinator. We'll talk to Chris Easterling about that later on in the show as well. But coming up, the NBA All-Star weekend had a different look to it. Did they actually find a fix for it? Because we talk about this all the time. We ask about fixes. We try to come up with solutions. It seemed like it worked pretty well. There was more effort than before. We'll talk about that and much, much more coming your way on 92 Through the Fan.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
So real quick, I need to amend myself because I've been saying that Josh Harris is our guest. I don't know why I had Harris in my mind. It's Josh Edwards of CBS Sports. Apologies.
You're thinking quarterback from the Bowling Green Falcons under Urban Meyer, who you're thinking about.
There's also a very high business guy whose name is Josh Harris. Because I was texting with Keith about it during the break, and he was like, I mean, if he wants to be a sponsor, we're happy to. So I butchered that. I apologize to Josh because he is a Northeast Ohio guy, and I should have had that right. But excited to talk to Josh Edwards. It was a long night, as Lance knows. I had a lot going on at home. So anyway, speaking of it being a long night, I was able to catch some bits and pieces of All-Star Weekend this weekend, and I know. Listen, I get it. Nobody wants to do the regurgitated sports talk radio thing of like, did they fix the All-Star game? Or like, oh, what can they do to fix the All-Star game? But I want to talk about this because I did think, and I was actually really intrigued by the new setup, how it was going to go. There's a lot of pride taken, and I think you saw that in the Summer Olympics a couple years ago. There's a lot of pride taken when it's like your nation or your country is involved. And we see that obviously with the way that Team USA goes out there and the great game they played with France in the last Olympics and all that, and how Wemby was so into that and how involved he was and how much it meant to him when it was on his home soil and all those different things. So I was intrigued to see like if there was more effort just given because of the pride of, hey, it's the U.S., it's the world, it's this and that, and kind of these different countrymen playing against each other. And I felt like we got that. Now there's still, we can talk about the dunk contest because I want to get Jack's opinion on this too, because I know Jack's a big NBA guy. Because the dunk contest was maybe the worst dunk contest ever.
That was without a doubt the worst dunk contest ever.
So we'll get to that. But just straight up, and I don't know how much you were able to consume. I know, Lance, you're always nose deep in film, especially right now. But just straight up from the All-Star game format itself and the results, because they looked like they were playing a lot harder. Wemby seemed pissed that the world team lost twice and was just like out of it pretty quickly. What did you take away from this weekend and sort of the setup that they had?
Well, I get into basketball once football ends, right? So you get out of football and then you start, the NBA doesn't really crank up. Early NBA is like not fun to me. It hasn't been for like the last 5-10 years. It. Now, but then you get to the All-Star game, and then the All-Star game is just kind of like a exhibit. I don't like watching it. It's just like guys running up. That's effort yesterday. You like the defensive effort. Like you can see, if you're a sports fan, you saw them trying. I guess is the best way to look at it. If you keep it simple, they cared about what was going on, and that's huge when you think about it. I like the format because it allowed them to play hard, get a break. I don't think those guys want to play a 4-quarter game. They're all worried about it. But I think that I just think the idea of them playing 12 minutes. There's pride in their country. They'll play for they don't have to play an extended amount of time. Give great effort. But I thought, the defensive effort was, you saw defense. Yeah. I haven't seen defense in an All-Star game in years. So, yeah. I don't know. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good.
And I'm going to be honest, I was a little weary because going into the weekend, I saw Anthony Edwards did an interview where he was at his press conference and he was asked straight up, like, is there any fixing the All-Star game where you guys will give more effort, or is it just what it is at this point? And he just answered and said, yeah, it is what it is. And that to me felt like an admission from one of the stars in this league, or one of the guys that probably is going to be able to take the mantle from LeBron at some point, KD at some point when those guys kind of phase out. Anthony Edwards is in that stratosphere of kind of rising to that next superstar. When he's sitting there telling you at a press conference, yeah, we just don't care. Like, it is what it is. You're not going to convince us to play hard because we just don't care.
I won MVP.
Yeah, well, and that's what I mean. I was worried because of those comments going in, but then seeing how he even played in these games. And he actually said after in the post-game press conference, he said that Wemby actually is the one who set the tone. Wemby takes a lot of pride in like playing for your country, all that. And so he made it sound like Wemby kind of set the tone for everybody. And he was out there blocking shots and like really playing hard and trying to win for Team World. And he looked legitimately angry when they lost, that they all kind of felt like, oh, we got to step our game up. Like this matters to him. And I think that did so that's at the heart of it. What the conversation around the All-Star game has always been how can we get them to show more effort? And we've tried all these different iterations and things. And listen, I think what they did this weekend was a success. I think you keep trying it and maybe you tweak some things here or there. But at least from the game standpoint, I thought that was a success and I liked what they did and I love to see how they can keep doing it. But it ultimately is always going to come down to one thing. And that is the willingness of the stars in this league to give effort and try. I think you help that with things like you mentioned, Lance, the 12-minute games. You're not playing a full I think all that stuff going out the window was good. So that helps. But it always is going to just come down to, are they willing to give the effort? And yesterday they were. If they can continue that, I think it is a potential option to continue doing moving forward.
So how do they fix the slam dunk contest? What do they got to do? I mean, I used to love
it. They've done everything. They've done every single dunk you can do.
Isn't the solution the same thing I just alluded to, though? Like, you need the stars, and you need them to care.
Oh, so if you have, like, Donovan Mitchell and LeBron, those guys.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, LeBron has never done it. And I understand to a degree, like, why. But somebody said this. I forget where I saw this clip. And I don't want to misquote who it was or anything. But I saw somebody mention that part of what made the All-Star weekend meaningful in the past was that there was always, like, one guy who was just a psycho. And they brought up, like, Kobe Bryant was a psycho. That guy was basically, if you put balls out on the court and said you're playing somebody, Kobe Bryant was like, all right, I'm going to beat his ass. If it's 1-on-1, if it's 5-on-5, I don't care. I'm beating their ass. They said Jordan was the same way. Anytime Jordan was in a competition, it was like, oh, we'll put money on this behind closed doors. I'll bet you $10K that we're gonna beat you out there. There was always like a psycho. And this new generation, largely led by LeBron, was always kind of like, nah, man, low, man.
Let's jersey swap.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, it's just the evolution of the game. And LeBron's my GOAT. LeBron is he will always be my GOAT. But, I
Better
think.
than Jordan?
I grew up with LeBron, man. It's a generational thing.
I was going to say, all right, that's fair. I'm going MJ.
I
it's
get
a
why
generational
people can still
thing.
pick Jordan, but listen, we don't have to have that debate today. But I don't know that like there's been the buy-in from certain level players, whether it comes to the game or the dunk contest, that there was with those types of guys. And I think Larry Bird also a psycho. That guy wanted to beat everybody. So
they didn't like each other. Like right now, like I said, the jersey swap, I was kidding around. But like I saw an interview with Dominique Wilkins. He was talking about Larry Bird, and he's like, oh, we never talked to each other until after we retired. Like now they all like each other.
Bird and Jordan are friends now, but they did not
hate
like
each other. And they're like, like the idea of joining a team back then was like gross, right? I'm not joining anybody. I'm beating those guys. So I don't know. That whole thing is probably taken away from All-Star Game because you went in a dunk contest. You were trying to win that thing, right? And now you don't. Yeah. It's that's part of the issue too. Is just the generational change.
Mac McClung was like the last hope. Like, oh, this guy just comes from the G League and wins the dunk contest every year. And then they basically banned him because he won it 3 years in a row. They were like, we're not doing this again. And it was awful. It was absolutely awful. I saw somebody clip that. Who was it? I don't even remember the guy's name that tried to do like the off the side of the backboard dunk and he fell.
Yeah, bashed his head over.
Yeah, and everyone was like, somebody quoted that video and they were like, well, the NBA dunk contest gave us something we've never seen before. And I was like, yeah, that's right. But no, I think the effort's always the biggest thing. But Jax, like, what were your overall thoughts? Because I know you're a big NBA guy.
I have two complaints. Why was the 3-point contest at 5 p.m.?
Yeah, that was weird.
It's never been first before. Weird. I missed it because I didn't even know. And same with the All-Star game. It started at 5.
Admittedly, I did not catch a lot of Saturday, but I did catch a little bit more of last night. So, but
I really enjoy watching the 3-point contest, and Donovan Mitchell was in it. But I missed it because it was I did not know it was at 5 p.m.
I got the notification of like the dunk or the 3-point contest is on, and it was like Donovan Mitchell advanced, or I don't know if he advanced, but like how many he shot.
Yeah, he had.
And I thought the same thing though. Like, oh, it's already started, and it was in L.A.
Yeah, I know.
Like it's like West Coast time. I think it was at like 2 p.m. Like, what are we doing?
See, that's where you guys. That's your generational gap too. I like this early start time because that means I get to go to bed early.
I missed it. I didn't get to watch. Same thing with the game. The game started at 5-2.
So those are the two complaints. Okay.
Yeah, big complaint.
Yeah, that's fair. I think those are very fair complaints.
Who's the best? Who was the best dunker in the history of the dunk contest?
Vince Carter.
You going Vince? Yeah. All right.
Him or Zach LaVine?
Yeah, Zach LaVine was really good.
Yeah, he was really good.
Somebody actually said they should just replay. A friend of mine, I'll give him a shout out, Anthony Meglin, former he was the quarterback of John Carroll.
Really good quarterback.
Beat Mount Union and all that. He tweeted, and I thought it was great. He was like, they should honestly just replay the 2016 dunk contest on nights like this when the dunk contest is just garbage because 2016 was so good.
Levine and Gordon that year?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good one.
And then, but also like the Vince Carter ones, if you go back in the day and watch those, those are some of the best dunk contests too. That's why I think Vince was the best. We have time for at least one caller here. Let's go to Rome in East Cleveland. What's up, Rome?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, man. What's up?
I just wanted to give my tidbit about the All-Star game. I kind of agree with everybody else. It just fell by the wayside. It's over with. They did all the dunks. But I think the key thing is the money that's involved. Back when Jordan, Sean Kemp, Oscar Robertson, all those guys were playing, you know, the bag wasn't as big. So pride meant something. Winning meant something. It's just not there anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. I do wonder, though, if the bag was actually really big because – like I said, Jordan was known for dabbling in a lot of behind the scenes.
I think you said it best, though, Spence. These ideas, like if their
there
balls
might have been some extra baggage involved there. Like, oh yeah, this is what the NBA's paying you, but I'll pay you another $1 million if I win, and if you win, and if I win, you pay me $1 million. There might have been some behind the scenes stuff going on. Just saying.
But those guys don't have like if you were playing, Jordan in ping pong, he was trying to kill you.
Yeah,
right?
Well, that's what I mean.
It just doesn't
and he put
matter.
money on the line.
I mean, it's like it's not that. It's not really that way anymore. They're all playing hard. You know, it's obviously the playoffs are different and things like that. But my goodness, when you saw the hatred in those guys back in the 90s.
Yeah. By the way, reckless speculation by me. I don't know that Jordan was actually doing that. I just, you're reading tea leaves, but you never know.
Yeah, you've heard a lot about that, though. I don't think you're stretching it too much.
Yeah, there's been a lot said for sure. But yeah, listen, I almost wonder though if Jax is right for the dunk contest. Maybe it's just time to get rid of it and have it be one of those things that like distance makes the heart grow fonder, and in like 10 years they can bring it back because we haven't seen people do these crazy ass dunks in a while. Maybe that's the solution. I don't know. You take it away and then we won it.
That was bad. That was not enjoyable though.
No, it was bad.
I mean, that was it.
216-474-9992 if you have any final thoughts on the All-Star weekend. But when we get back, Lance and I think, see what the Browns should do with the 6th overall pick a little bit differently, especially if a specific player who you know pretty well from down the road in Columbus is on the board. We'll talk about it coming up on 92 through the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
that momentum into their next matchup against Italy. Get the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's sports desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Josh Edwards, CBS Sports. He's a draft analyst for CBS Sports. Going to join us in about 20 minutes. Excited to pick his brain about all things NFL draft, including the Browns' dilemma over draft the best player available or draft for need, potentially at number 6 overall. So I'm excited to talk to him here coming up. We also got Chris Easterling at 4:20. We'll get his thoughts on Mike Rutenberg, on the quarterback conversation, on much, much more that's going on with the Browns this offseason as the Combine is just a little over a week away now, starting next week. Lance, speaking of the need versus best player available conversation, I want to be clear here. Normally, I am somebody who subscribes to the idea that, like, listen, if you're sitting somewhere in the top 10 and you know you have some needs, but there's a player that's just you cannot pass up where you're drafting, I totally understand the philosophy of take best player available. Why not? You can't go wrong. It's a fair philosophy to go into for any NFL team when you're trying to build a roster and you're going about the NFL draft. I just think this year is a very rare circumstance for the Browns where your needs on offense are so extreme, and we all know what they are. They're so glaring that I don't know that I'm willing to just sit there and take like a defensive player here's actually how I put it. When the defense has almost no issues, like the chasm between the defense and the offense on this team is so vast, so wide, that you need to really pay attention and show some TLC to one side specifically. I am in a situation this year where I'm like, I'm not just taking best player available just to take best player available. I want to draft for need early on, and I want as close to, if not a for sure, blue chip player on offense more so than I want a defensive player that I think is also really good. And I think this conversation, interestingly enough, kind of centers around the idea of like Caleb Downs. Because Caleb Downs very well could be there at 6, and I know everyone loves Caleb Downs. I love Caleb Downs. The play he made, when I think about Caleb Downs, like the plays he makes, I think about the semifinal last year against Texas. They're down near the goal line. It was like 1 or 2 plays before the Jack Sawyer strip sack that he took back for a touchdown. And the Texas runs like a toss to the left. And Caleb Downs, you see him in the screen, read it immediately and just come flying up and tackle the running back in the backfield. And you're like, holy cow, this guy. Like, his vision is there. His football IQ is there. He is a heat-seeking missile. He can make plays all over. He's so versatile. You can put him in the slot. You can put him at safety. You can put him at corner if you want to. You can put him at linebacker. Like, he can do anything. I get it. I love Caleb Downs. But I just think in this year specifically, the needs on offense are so extreme and the defense is already so good that I think I want to see the Browns go and worry about need. Now, how you get there, I'll get to. But I don't know that I'm willing to take Caleb Downs at 6, even if he's there, just because he's the best player available.
Well, if you're going to trade back, maybe I would say, well, that's a possibility.
That spoils my.
All right. Well, I didn't know that. So here's what I'm saying though: is that can you tell me that you think whoever Tate or whoever you're thinking of at 6, let's say they stay at 6.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Downs is substantially better than everybody else on both sides of the ball. Maybe Arvell Reese, too. I really like him. He's growing on me, breaking down his film. But I think he's substantially better, and I think Reese is actually better than any guy on offense that you would take at 6.
Arvell Reese is, like, maybe the second best player in this draft, if not the best.
My thing is, if you're taking a generational guy who, on film, to me, once again, I'm a singular thinker. I don't think with the masses. When I watch his film, rarely do guys in the Big Ten or the Power 4 schools, rarely do they continuously jump out on film. Where every single play or every single quarter or whatever you're watching, they always jump off the film at you. And that's what Caleb Downs does to me. So you're talking about a guy who's a 10-year-old pro, potentially generational type talent, and yet you don't take him because you need. And I think the Browns, I think you said it best. The Browns have been so bad on offense that I think we're all kind of warped, right? We got to get offense. We got to get offense. We got to get offense. And where I look at it differently is that you got to get really good players. Really good players make everybody better. If you have a really good safety, he's going to make the receivers run better routes. There's so many things that tie in, not only of him being an elite player, but making everyone around him elite player.
Is Caleb Downs going to help the Browns offense score 20 points a game next year, though?
No, but he can get the ball back so you have a short field. Right, so he can do some different things.
What did that matter this year?
But no, I'm with you. But the argument, we got to get guys to score points. Totally valid. Absolutely. I'm just not passing on a guy, or at least not thinking about a guy with that type of skill. I just can't do it. He's when you say need, and the problem is that need on offense right now is so bad for the Browns that I think everybody's just in this tunnel. Got to get offense. We got to get offense. And for me, I'm like, I just want freaks. I want guys who are just, when you run them out there, they're just better than everybody else. Caleb Downs is just better than everybody else.
Here's my thing, and I agree with you. Like, you want freaks. I get all that for sure. And like, if you're going to sit there and try to like split hairs on like, is this player better than Caleb Downs? Is that player better than Caleb Downs? Caleb Downs is going to win most of those debates because he's a freak. Like, he's really good. I just think about like, this is the question that I have if I see the Browns take Caleb Downs at 6 and stay put. If not now, when are you going to start using premium picks on offensive players? That's my question. Because you're right. Like, Caleb Downs is probably better than some of the offensive players that might be there at 6. I'm not disputing that at all. But at the same time, if you wait till 24 to draft, then you're taking even more of a chance, right? Because as you get deeper into the first round, I've heard people talk about like everyone's board after the first like 15 players is so different. Like some people have higher grades on certain guys. It can change so much. And there's only, depending on the draft, like a handful of guys that are considered like blue chip guys. So if you're not using a premium pick, which Andrew Berry hasn't used a lot of premium picks, especially in recent years on offensive players, if you're not using a premium pick on an offensive guy now, when are you going to do it? Because I don't think he has a lot of time to keep kicking that can down the road. I don't think Tom Monken's going to have a lot of time to keep kicking that can down the road. Like, he's an offensive-minded coach who's got to come in and start building this thing from the ground up. You need good players that you can draft, develop, and turn into stars in this league to have that offense get to the places that Tom Monken wants to take it. I just want to know when. And so that's why, if you're telling me you don't want to see them pass on Caleb Downs at 6, that's why I'm more inclined to trade back anyway. Because to me, it's like, even if you trade back a couple spots with maybe the Saints or somebody really wants to trade up and get somebody, maybe the Rams, not even Caleb Downs related, maybe the Rams want to reach a little bit on Ty Simpson. They're at 13. They could trade up and maybe try to get Ty Simpson. Or the Cowboys, maybe they want a safety and they really want Caleb Downs. Like, if somebody's willing to trade with you at 6 and you move back 4, 5, 6 picks, I'm okay with that, because the guys that are still going to be there in 4, 5, 6 picks, you might be talking about like a Francis Maui-Noa. You might be talking about a Fano. You might be talking about Jordan Tyson or Makai Lemon. Like, there's still some names there. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, maybe that's better value for those guys, and you'll have some options, and I'm okay with that. But if you're not going to draft premium offensive players now, when? That's my question. If you took Caleb Downs at 6.
So who's the best player in the draft for you? Who's the, like, if you regardless of,
I would say Arvell Reese is probably my number 1.
So there's a good chance Reese will be there at 6 too.
Yeah.
Right. So if
some people are worried about like, what is he, linebacker, defensive end?
So if you say Arvell Reese is your number 1 guy, he's there at 6. So let's say it's a big board, he's your number guy. So you're going to say, so you're going away from that because your need is so bad on offense. Like, you're not taking Reese.
Okay. Where would you put Fernando Mendoza?
See, I like Fernando Mendoza, but I think Nussmeier's a lot closer to him than most people. I like Fernando Mendoza.
I agree with you on that.
So
I feel the same way.
The idea of,
because the reason I asked that is like, how many players did you have ahead of Fernando Mendoza in like on your big board right now? If you were thinking about it, would Caleb Downs be ahead of him?
Oh yeah,
and Arvell Reese would be ahead of him.
Oh yeah.
What about Ruben Bain?
Yep.
The kid, what's the guy's name from Texas Tech, the defensive end? Bailey. Do you have him ahead of him? Okay, so you already got like 4 guys right there. But if Fernando Mendoza was there over and Arvell Reese was there, just theoretically, if Fernando Mendoza fell, who you taking?
What about Jeremiah Love? I think he's generational tailback too.
So, but the Browns, once the Browns really don't need a running back.
But what if he's better? What if he's better than Junkins, right? You know, like there's so many different ways to look at it. But I mean,
Lance is just drafting running backs every year. Every year the Browns are in the top 10. It's like, the running back's the best player you got to take. We're just going to have a stockpile of backs.
It's when you make a board, my golden rule is always, and obviously I'm not in the position where it's costing me my job, but I've always believed in you take the best players and then you make it work somehow.
To go back to the Mendoza thing real quick, do you put a premium on quarterbacks, though, because it's different? Because it's a different position?
Yes.
Where you'd be like, okay, I would take Fernando Mendoza if he fell that far over Arvell Reese because it's the quarterback.
Yes.
Okay.
But I would say if you don't have plans to make your offensive line better and you don't have plans to get a receiver, then, going back to your point, when are you going to draft those quality guys? And I think that's what the Browns have done. The Browns have made it to the point on offense where they're so poor that they're like, we'll pass on Caleb Downs. We need, it's like, what? You pass on Caleb Downs if he's there at 6? I mean, but I do understand the other side of it.
Yeah.
I do.
I can only imagine what the Shador fans are going to say if Caleb Downs is the pick at 6. Just saying. Let's go to Ron in Shaker Heights. Ron, what's up, man? Sounds like Ron agrees with you, Lance.
Hey, Spencer. Hey, Coach. Hey, you guys just kind of stole my thunder a little bit. But however, if we're talking about picking for need, if we weren't picking for need, I should say, Caleb Downs is the best player, bar none, in this draft. But even beyond that, more specifically to the Browns, if you really look at it, and if you guys go back and dissect, last year's games, Ronnie Hickman cost his team about 2 to 3 games last year. I took note of it. 2 to 3 games, the Minnesota game being the most glaring. So there's 2 to 3 games there where Jim Schwartz, every game, had to scheme for Ronnie Hickman's shortcomings. You mentioned earlier, Spencer, that Schwartz made Ronnie Hickman better. He did. So with Rutenberg being here, I think Ronnie Hickman's definitely going to regress. And with that being said, there's 2 to 3 games there, 2 to 3 games with the special teams. The Browns could have won 10 games last year if it hadn't been for Ronnie Hickman's shortcomings and the special team shortcomings. So I think you absolutely take Caleb Downs. And beyond that, if Andrew Berry is doing his job, you'll be in a position to take Caleb Downs. So you can get 2 offensive linemen in free agency, maybe even a wide receiver. Then you take Caleb Downs with that first pick at 6, and then the rest of the draft you draft offense. So there's an argument to be made that you should absolutely take Caleb Downs. I think he instantly gives you 2 to 3 more victories. And that's my take, and I'm sticking to it.
All right, Ron, I appreciate it. Listen, also on the heels of like what Nick Eamon-Worry did this season, I think that's going to be another part of this conversation.
When he gives you that flexibility, you're right.
Again, and this is not me disparaging Caleb Downs. I love him. And any other year, I'd say take him. I just think the chasm between the offense and the defense is so wide. You need so much help on that side of the ball.
You're like, I don't care what it is. I'm taking
good
offense.
Players. You need good players.
Would you draft any defensive player, Spencer, this year in the first 3 rounds?
If you're in the 3rd round, yes.
Okay.
But in the 1st round, I want both those picks to be offense primarily, yes. Because you're higher on the board, guys that you think are going to be better for you. Like I need this team to start using premium picks on offensive players and building the offense out. Otherwise, what are we even doing? We have found out very quickly here that you can't just win with defense. That's my point. 216-47. What's interesting is I think there is a split in this fan base. Ron agrees with you, but I know there's a hell of a lot of people out there that are like, if they draft Caleb Downs at 6, I will rip my hair out. I'll post one of those videos of me smashing my television that oftentimes are fake.
Style. You've got
style. Like people are. We'll get to that. But people will be livid if they take Caleb Downs. Where do you stand on it? 216-474-9992. We'll also ask our first guest of the day, Josh Edwards, CBS Sports, coming up next about need versus best player available. Coming up next on 92 to the Fan.
T. Higgins and Chiefs guard Trey Smith. This year, candidates for the tag include Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III, Cowboys George Pickens, Falcons Kyle Pitts Jr., and Bengals Trey Hendrickson. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back out of here on The Fan and debating what the Browns should do at number 6 when they're on the clock, especially if certain players on the defensive side of the ball are there. And we're going to take this debate that Lance and I are having to the hotline, the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline to be exact. As our first guest of the day joins us, Josh Edwards from CBS Sports, does a tremendous job as an NFL draft writer over there, and looking forward to picking his brain. Josh, what's going on, my man? Thanks for giving us some time.
Yeah, not too much, man. I promise you don't want my NBA thoughts because I didn't even know the All-Star game was happening last night, so much more happy to be talking about the NFL.
Apparently, I had NBA in the brain from a couple of segments ago because we were talking about the All-Star game, so it's my bad. Josh, we were just having a debate about this, and I think it is probably where I want to start the conversation. You know, we know the Browns' needs on offense are so vast, but they're picking 6th, and there's a really good chance based on how this board could fall that a great defensive player's there. Maybe a Caleb Downs, maybe a Ruben Bain, just to name a few. And it's the age-old debate of, do you go best player available because, you know, this guy's a can't-miss product or a prospect and you want to draft the best players that you think are out there? Or do you go with need because, well, your offense has a lot of needs? So I guess where do you stand on how teams should handle that, especially teams that have such dire situations on offense that the Browns do?
I think it's going to be an interesting year because there are not many of those bona fide blue chip type talents in this draft class. I mean, you look at Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain Jr., who has his own concerns with lack of ideal size. There were spurts of his season where, you know, he just was not that productive. Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, like those guys are fantastic players and, you know, very well could be taken top 5 overall, but they don't play premium positions, you know, so there's just not any easy decision to be made in this year's draft aside from the Raiders likely taking Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall. So when you're a team like the Browns, I have thought about this for them because, yes, a Caleb Downs would be tempting, but what is that going to do for you in 2026? You know, your defense was already fantastic. It has been fantastic. It hasn't been the issue of what's holding you back as a team. So, you know, I know it's going to be tantalizing to take a player like that if he were to be available, but I think at the end of the day, if you have the opportunity to trade back, which I think is going to be difficult in this draft class, because the other side of the coin is you have to have a team willing to move up for somebody, and I'm just not sure there's players that teams are going to move up for in this draft class. So if you're Cleveland, I don't think you can go wrong taking an offensive lineman or a wide receiver in this draft class, but I think I would be pretty shocked if they did not come away with one of those 2 positions at number 6 overall.
Josh, speaking of the receivers, you know, obviously the top 3, Tyson, Tate, and Lemon. Which guy do you like best, and which guy do you think would fit in with the Browns early on production-wise?
So Jordan Tyson is my favorite when healthy, which is a big caveat because he's had a lot of soft tissue injuries and more significant injuries dating back to even his time at Colorado. So this is a player that is going to come into the league with some concerns. Obviously, he's the younger brother of Cavaliers. There's your NBA talk. Cavaliers guard Jalen Tyson. So, you know, I'm sure that would be an interesting narrative at the very least, of course, with Myles Garrett being a partial owner in the Cavaliers. But he's my top wide receiver if fully healthy, no questions asked. Carnell Tate, you know, you kind of know what you're getting with him. He's somebody that runs good routes. He's somebody that knows how to work soft spots in zone. He can take the top off the defenses with, adequate speed downfield. Mekhi Lemon is more of a slot dominant type, but that's the type of player that's excelling in the NFL today. Those players that, know how to work in open space, and they get the ball and they are able to create yards after the catch. So I don't think Cleveland could go wrong with any one of the three. When you look at Baltimore and, what Todd Monken has had, he's had a little bit of, the Mekhi Lemon types in that offense. He really hasn't had a Carnell Tate aside from DeAndre Hopkins, who, at this stage of his career is not what Carnell Tate would be bringing to the table. But I think Jordan Tyson is just a more well-rounded product. And if Cleveland's looking for an off-ramp from Jerry Jeudy, in the next couple of years, I think having a player like Tyson is just a little bit more easy to swallow because he's just got such a diverse skill set.
Josh Edwards joining us here on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Josh, this is, I guess, kind of like a Browns adjacent question because we know they don't technically have a full-fledged answer at quarterback just yet. But it seems pretty obvious that Fernando Mendoza is going to go number 1 overall to the Raiders. The rest of this class is kind of a big mystery. There's a lot of, Ty Simpson probably benefits the most from a Dante Moore going back to school because he's kind of considered the number 2 guy. Still sort of in limbo with Trinidad Chambliss. We'll see what happens with him. And, there's others like Garrett Nussmeier, for example, who was probably one of the more higher-rated pro prospects going into the season, and then injuries and things kind of prohibited him. How do you sort of grade out the rest of this quarterback class, and where do they kind of fall for you in terms of maybe where they should go after Fernando Mendoza?
Mendoza is going to be the only one that gets a day 1 grade, just because I feel like he's checked all the boxes, whereas some of these other guys, you look at Ty Simpson specifically, he has 1 year of work. His whole body of work was this past season, and there was a stretch in the middle of the season where he just was not performing where you needed him to be. And then Garrett Nussmeier, of course, was a player that was considered first-round caliber coming into the year. He dealt with injuries all year and tried to play through them, but, ultimately shut it down and looked good at the Senior Bowl. But, again, you kind of know what his ceiling is. He's the type that is incredibly accurate. He's not that creative as a passer, but he's somebody that could step in and, be a long-term backup or, give you the occasional start. I don't know if he's going to step in and be the franchise quarterback from day 1. So, I think in this year's draft class, and again, this is deja vu for Browns fans because, of course, you would have 2 first-round picks and there's only 1 quarterback. Same thing as last year. You're picking number 2 overall and there's 1 quarterback. It just seems to be the way that the luck always falls for the Browns, unfortunately. But I think both of those players are more of the day 2 types. Trinidad Chambliss, he's undersized. I think he's probably day 2 type. And, there's still love for Miami's Carson Beck as a potential late day 2, early day 3 type guy as well, just with the way that he finished his career with the Hurricanes. Not necessarily my cup of tea at this point, but somebody that has still got a lot of fans in the draft community.
Josh, obviously the Browns, we're talking needs on offense. A need that just kind of popped up would be the losing of David Njoku. Now the Browns have Fannin. Obviously Kenyon Sadiq is a guy that I love. I love a guy named Roush out of Stanford. Are there some other names you can give me, maybe day 2 into day 3, really good tight ends? I think it's a really good tight end draft. Some guys that, the Browns may look at late in day 2 into day 3.
Yeah, I do think it's a good tight end class, and I think more so in terms of depth than it is those blue chip guys at the top. You talk about Kenyon Sadiq, who of course is going to be the crown jewel of this draft class, but you go beyond that. You've got, Jack Endries from Texas. You've got Max Clare from Ohio State. It's going to be a class that, this for the Browns specifically, looking to replace David Njoku, just looking for that compliment for Harold Fannin. I think you're looking for somebody that, has a little bit more of a blocking skill set, because that would be the one kind of shortcoming that you would mention with Fannin. And coming over from Baltimore, they love to use 12 personnel, a couple tight ends on the field. So, I see that being a big part of the Browns offense even moving forward. But Oscar Delp from Georgia, who is somebody that was kind of underutilized, I think, but, has a more diverse skill set that maybe the Browns could expand upon. Eli Raridan from Notre Dame is a guy that I don't think has gotten enough conversation in this draft class. Tanner Koziel from Houston, he's a MAC transfer, someone that a lot of Browns fans are probably familiar with just with his time in the MAC. And then we've seen a lot of love for the blocking tight ends the past couple of years too. Spencer Haas in Buffalo is somebody that, was a really impactful player for them this past year. And you're talking about a Nate Borkirker from Texas A&M as being that type of player that can set the tone for you in the run game. And then Josh Cuevas, I'll just mention him as the last guy. He's somebody that I like in this draft class as well, a part of an Alabama pass game that was kind of up and down this season, but I do think his best football is still ahead of him.
Josh, speaking of blocking, we know the other big need for the Browns obviously is offensive line. Where do you sort of how do those guys stack up for you? There's some varying opinions on different guys. Francis Mauigoa, one of the top guys, but there's some others in there, the two Utah guys. Caden Proctor, who may show more as a guard than a tackle at in the NFL level. But it does seem like there's a good number that could go in the first round. How do you sort of stack those guys up?
Yeah, so I'm going to be, I guess, with the consensus and having Spencer Fano and Francis Mauigoa, the right tackle from Miami, as the top two guys in this draft class. But even those two, have been mentioned as possible guard converts at the next level. So you don't have that true bona fide, starting left tackle or starting right tackle, even in this draft class, except for some later first-round options, which I'll get to in a second. But Vega Ione from Penn State is probably the top interior offensive lineman in this draft class, someone that you can just plug in and expect him and know that he's going to do his job at a high level, incredibly powerful, somebody that I've linked to the Ravens throughout this process. And, of course, there's a lot of Ravens flavor in the Browns building now, so that could be somebody to watch, especially if they were to trade back. Chase Basantis from Texas A&M is a guard that I love. I think he's good in pass protection. I think he's going to rise as we get closer to the draft. Actually had him in my first-round mock this week. Monroe Freeling from Georgia, incredibly long, still a little bit raw. Caleb Lomu, left tackle from Utah. Again, play strength is not where it needs to be, but somebody that is still relatively young. He's been out of high school for 3 years. I think if you bring him in, he's already got a strong foundation in terms of his technical attributes. Max Ianachor is another guy that I love in this class, right tackle, Arizona State, incredibly powerful. I think he's somebody that could get into the first round. So there's a number of guys there that could be available to the Browns throughout the first round, especially there at the end of the first round into the second round. And then some of the centers, because I know centers are going to be a need for them as well. Sam Hecht from Kansas State is one that I love. He's right up there with Connor Lew from Auburn. And I know at this point I'm just saying names. So I'll just say that it's a good, deep class of centers, in my opinion. I think they could, come away from this draft with a really high quality center, if they were to not get one in free agency.
All right, Josh, two guys I'm really high on. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on. I really love Omar Cooper from Indiana and Zachariah Branch from Georgia. What are your thoughts on those guys? And is there any other guy in the draft? I consider those guys touch guys, right? Guys that really are positionless but just need touches. Love those two in that role. Is there any guy out there that you like that might be around day 2 or into day 3?
Yeah, those are two good ones. I, again, had Cooper actually slipping into the first round to the Bills in my first-round mock today. I think he's somebody that's going to rise throughout this process because he's just slippery with the ball in space. And that's the type of guy that's excelled with the Bills in the past. You think back to the Cole Beasleys. Zachariah Branch, Yak Merchant, somebody that I think if you just get the ball in his hands, and that's what Georgia did, they utilized him primarily at or around the line of scrimmage and just allowed him to create yards after the catch. You get some return capabilities with those type of guys as well. So a little bit of versatility, but yeah, two players that will hear their names called on day 2, if not day 1. A couple of others, Chris Bell from Louisville is one that I think you could get him on day 2 somewhere and be very happy a couple of years down the road. You know, he's 6'2", he's filled out, he's explosive with the ball in his hands, he can win downfield, but he is now coming off a torn ACL. So that's something that you have to take into consideration. But I think you're talking about a skill set there that could potentially develop into that go-to wide receiver within an NFL offense. Jeremy Bernard is somebody that's kind of like a Jarvis Landry in the past. He's somebody that just has a good feel for space. He knows how to get open. It's not always going to be sexy, but you can kind of trust him to be where he needs to be. And, you know, I've linked him to the Falcons for that reason. Obviously, Kevin Stefanski has been drawn to that type of skill set in his offense in the past. So Jeremy Bernard is somebody that I'm still high on. I think he goes day 2 as well. But this is a class, I think, it's got a really diverse skill set, diverse range of skill sets, even into day 3, where Cleveland could capitalize with having so many picks in this year's draft.
Josh, I'll get you out of here with this. We got like 1 minute left here. What team in the top 10 do you think is going to be, or maybe even let's expound it out a little bit further, because there could be somebody who tries to trade up into the top 10. What team in the first round do you think is going to maybe be like the biggest wild card when it comes to whether they draft somebody or make a pick that no one's expecting, or maybe try to make a trade up the board?
Yeah, good question. That team's every year. You know, the Falcons a couple of years ago, of course, getting Michael Penix. The Rams always seem to be in that conversation, looking for playmakers. Is there one in this draft class that they have their eyes on? They have 2 first-round picks. Seattle is always kind of a wild card because you never know what they're thinking. They kind of go off the board. I think Dallas is really intriguing. And, you know, if I had a mock that came out on CBSSports.com today where the Browns actually traded with the Cowboys, because I think the Cowboys are an intriguing team. This is a team that has an aging quarterback. They have a 28-year-old defensive tackle that they acquired at the deadline. I think that Jerry Jones wants to win. I think he wants to win now, and I think he's looking for impact players. So if you're sitting at number 12 overall, that's not guaranteed to fall for you. You may have to go up and make that happen. So given the additional draft capital that they have acquired, I wonder if that's a team that maybe looks to get a little aggressive for the right player there just outside the top 10.
He's Josh Edwards, does a tremendous job with his NFL draft coverage over at CBS Sports. Dabbles in a little NBA as well. I'm kidding. You can follow him on X at EdwardsCBS. Josh, I look forward to seeing you next week at the Combine, man. Thank you so much.
Yep, of course, anytime.
Good stuff from Josh Edwards on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We react to what he had to say. Sounds like he kind of agreed more with me on the idea of the Browns potentially taking going need instead of best player available. We'll talk about that and much, much more coming up next here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Cleveland Browns have found their new defensive coordinator after weeks of searching following Jim Schwartz's resignation. Reports say the Browns are hiring Mike Rutenberg, who was most recently serving as the defensive passing game coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. Rutenberg was expected to remain in Atlanta this season, but instead will get his first opportunity as a full-time defensive coordinator in the NFL, joining new head coach Todd Monken's staff in Cleveland. Over in Miami, major roster moves are shaking things up. The Dolphins have released wide receiver Tyreek Hill in a move designed to clear salary cap space for the 2026 season. Hill suffered a dislocated knee and torn ACL in Week 4 of the 2025 season and missed the remainder of the year. Now, for the first time in his 10-year career, he enters free agency. The Dolphins are also moving on from former Pro Bowl linebacker Bradley Chubb, who has reportedly been informed of his impending release. The U.S. women's hockey team is headed to the gold medal game after a dominant 5-0 shutout victory over Sweden in the semifinals. Team USA now waits to see who they'll face in Thursday's championship matchup. The winner of Canada versus Switzerland will advance, and many are anticipating another showdown with Canada, whom USA defeated 5-0 in group play last week. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen up. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Ohio. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Is your home cold and drafty? Stop freezing and start saving with USA Insulation. 1-800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Incredible stuff from Josh Edwards of CBS Sports here on The Fan. Really good insight into how he sort of sees this draft shaking out, some of his rankings on players, and, well, I mean, I like any guest that makes me sound smart. So the fact that he seemed to agree that the blue chip talent in this draft is low, and a team like the Browns have some very impressing needs on the offensive side of the ball, that he thinks they'd be better off going offense at 6, even if they don't trade back. But certainly if they do trade back, I think it makes a lot more sense. So It's kind of 1-1 now, Lance, because you had Ron on your side. I had Josh on my side, so we're still sort of even in this thing. But
no, there's no question. And I like what he said. There's some when we talk to guys that do that all the time. The receiver position seems pretty deep, and I think that if any position has some blue chippers or could be blue chippers down the road, I would say guys like Zachariah Branch, Omar Cooper, Malachi Fields, Elijah Surratt, Casey Concepcion, a lot of guys that I have. That I think will be around day or 2 or 3 that could be really good football players. The interesting thing that I heard from Josh, and I've heard from some other analysts, is the idea of the elite tackle talent. And is that where the Browns need to maybe go outside and get some free agency if they don't think one of those guys is the guy that can be an anchor tackle for the next 10 years?
That did catch my attention too.
So for me, I think Fano is that guy. Talking with Nick the other day, Nick was talking about how Fano has played right tackle, Lomu has played the left tackle. I just think Fano has such good elite feet horizontally, lateral movement, hand placement. I think he's a guy that can play both sides. But that's an interesting thing because if you don't think a guy's a blue chipper, then you can't. Obviously, then you got to, if you're going need, then you got to go with receiver, whoever you think is that guy.
Well, there's going to be some PTSD here with that position because if you draft Fano, who was a right tackle, or even if you draft Maui Noah, who was a right tackle, and they decide we're going to move him to left tackle, you know what everyone's going to think. Mm-hmm. They're going to be having flashbacks to Jed Wills. It's going to be, well, that didn't work the last time you did it under Andrew Berry, so is it going to work again?
Well, my argument would be,
and that's the problem. Like and I'm not saying that means that just because Jed Wills didn't pan out doesn't mean other guys can't pan out. So I get that. But yeah, I also think people need to go into this understanding. The Browns aren't going to find 5 starting offensive linemen in the draft, right? Like, I think we hear there's going to be a lot of change on offense. There's going to be a lot of turning over the roster on offense. Andrew Berry's admitted that, and I think everyone knows those are all needs. But the idea that like every single guy they get in the draft is going to start, like they might have a plan for Dwan Jones to be part of the starting 5 next year. Like we don't know that. Like they could think that. They could think there's still something there to salvage. I'm imagining they're going to sign somebody in free agency, whether it's – I actually think it would be awesome if they went after a Tyler Linderbaum, and if that was like their big free agent spend, go get yourself a center and sort of build from the inside out and start with, we got this guy that knows what Todd Monken wants to do on the interior of this offense. Let's get our center figured out. We'll kind of build out the rest as we go. Maybe one of them is Tevin Jenkins, for example. Like, you're going to have options, but to think that, like, if they draft 3 offensive linemen in the draft, that all of them are going to be started on the offensive line, like it's not going to happen that way. It's going to be sort of different ideas. And if they don't get 5 starting guys this year, that's okay. They might have to address something next year, but it is going to be a little bit of experimenting. But the biggest thing is like whoever they think the best tackle is, if that's who they want to take at 6, then they got to take that guy at 6.
Well, and it's the only thing I will say about when people go back to Jed, and I will say this: watching Jed practice every practice during camp when he was healthy, there was always that 1-2 with him. But the thing that kind of intrigues you with Jed Wills is that you see the athletic ability when he does it right, when the motor is turned on. That's something you don't have to worry about on film with Fano or Maui Goa. Those guys are relentless every single play. So hopefully, kind of that mentality. Warhop's a kind of an old school coach. Everybody loves Callahan. I think people really like Warhop too in terms of how he wants his guys to play with that nasty edge.
Yeah, listen, I'm curious to see how they sort of build that out, how they shuffle it, if they draft a guy and then move him, whatever. It's definitely going to be interesting to see.
But it starts there, Spencer. You're right. I mean, all the stuff we talk about with positions and safeties, if you don't build inside out, it doesn't matter who your quarterback receiver. It doesn't matter.
How do you feel about Linderbaum?
Oh, I love Linderbaum. And I think in terms of, but obviously not only he makes the learning curve because he played for Monken, he makes that learning curve for the rest of those guys shorter. So I think not only is he an elite player, but you think about the language that he'd be able to communicate with those guards and tackles would really help being almost a coach on the field, especially with what Warhop would want. Be a really huge pickup, both talent-wise and leadership-wise.
Yeah, listen, I also think it's interesting because, like, centers aren't the most – like, they're not the franchise tag for linemen lumps all of them together. So when you average the top 5 lineman salaries, it's all tackles, and so it's like astronomical. So I don't even think Linderbaum's an option for the Ravens to tag because – they're not going to want to pay him what it's going to cost to pay a center if he were to play on the franchise tag. I think they probably just want to re-up with him if they're going to re-up with him. But I do think the Browns are probably contenders for him because of what you said, like the history with Monken. And when you look at like the center salaries, Creed Humphrey's the highest paid guy. He makes $18 million a year. Like that's not a terrible figure to get to. And everyone's worried about the Browns and cap space and all this. Guys, like, they always find a way. Andrew Berry almost always finds a way to create cap space. He's going to restructure Deshaun's deal again. He'll probably restructure Denzel Ward's deal again. Like, they'll find ways to have salary cap space to do some things. And also, when was the last time you saw them sign a guy with, like, a massive base salary up front? Like, they're just going to convert that money to a signing bonus, give him a real low base salary figure. So somebody like Tyler Linderbaum certainly could be possible for the Browns. I'm not saying they can go out and get, like, 7 Tyler Linderbaum's, like at the best player at their position at every position that they need. But if they're trying to do something like that, I think Linderbaum actually does make a lot of sense. We'll see if they have the same appetite that we do.
Well, and like you said, Jenkins moving aside, and a guy everybody's going to laugh because
I think they're going to bring back Jenkins, by the way. But I'm kind of anticipating, like, you'll fill center, you'll bring back Jenkins. I could see DeJuan Jones still being part of it, and then that leaves you, especially if you sign a Linderbaum, like, that leaves you with 2 spots to fill. You have 1 tackle spot and you have 1 guard spot, and you kind of figure it out from there.
Now, hear me out, because people are going to laugh at this one, but when I watch him and I go back, KT Levinson, if he's moved inside, can be okay.
Ooh.
Now, he's at tackle, he was turnstile.
You got a big KT Levinson fan.
No, and I know I can't wait for the pushback on that one. But think about him inside. When he gets his hands on people in the run game, he's a mauler. He cannot play tackle because he cannot get out of his stance.
Yeah.
But inside, that's why you move those kind of guys inside to guard. Their lack of lateral movement, their inability to get back in pass protection. But I tell you what, that guy, he gets beat. He does not get beat on effort. He gets beat because of talent. But sometimes those guys are a little bit nastier, okay at guard. So I don't think he can be a starter, but he's also a guy that can give you some depth, but only if you move him inside.
216-474-0092. What do you want the Browns to do at 6? What do you think about some of the guys in this draft class that they've been linked to? We'll get to some of your calls coming up next. It's Spencer German and Lance Reisland with you on The Fan. Also, Shedeur or the field starting at quarterback for the Browns in September. We'll make our picks for you coming up next on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I've always enjoyed watching NBA All-Star Saturday night. One question: why were the events on in the afternoon? The NBA got bumped for tape delay Olympic coverage. That's pretty bad. Adam Silver is worried about social media, AI. I would be worried about my marquee midseason event not being good enough for primetime television.
Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps from 10 to 2. An afternoon drive, this time slot right here with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. Granted, today it's myself, Spencer German, and Lance Reisland. Every weekday on 92 to the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free and watch the best content from our local shows on the Fan Live and on demand. We were sort of talking about this during the break. We're going to get back to the Browns here and if you would take Shedeur Sanders to the field to be the starting quarterback next year. But, Lance, what Winter Olympic sport? Have you been watching the Olympics?
I've been on and off, not as much. The Winter Olympics, I just don't get into them as much as I do Summer Olympics. I mean, I'll watch them.
That's fair.
And I will say this without hesitation. I've been into some curling. Curling's
awesome. I've been watching a lot of those matches like during the day. Can I say this? Like, I know that time change kind of sucks at times, but I love it because I'm also like a night owl. So a lot of times, like I'm up late, and some of the stuff's like just starting up the next day when I'm like up. Or even if it's not, like I'll watch the replays of stuff that I missed because I can't catch everything and I don't have Peacock right now. So like it's nice to. It's not like the Olympics I found have become like that's like the best form of background noise because it's sports.
Yes.
It's a sport that like football. I got to sit there and watch it intently.
Yeah.
That's why I have a hard time like writing my column every week at the stadium because I need it to go up like right when the game goes final, and I'm like I can't write and watch this game at the same time. I can't do this. So like I'm trying to like the Olympic sports. Like I care about some of them, but I don't need to watch them so intently that like I'm glued to it. So it's the perfect background noise when I'm working. So I've loved every second of that. So I've been watching a lot. I do get into the Olympics. I would say I agree with you that I probably like the summer better. But there's certainly some stuff in the winter that I like. So I was just going to follow up with, if you had to do one, or you could choose one Olympic event to do in the Winter Olympics, what would it be?
I'm going to go the ski jumping. Maybe
which one?
The big one.
Like the one that they were shown before? Like,
yeah, you're just like hanging
you go
in
out
there.
and you like sort of flatten
Superman.
yourself out.
Yeah, you're Superman.
What's that one called? No, it's not the slalom. Slalom's like
or maybe that close, or the single luge.
Oh, you're nuts.
I think
you're nuts. The single luge?
Yeah. What's the one
I would never do this. You are like this close to death on that thing. You're going like 90 miles per hour on ice, and there's nothing protecting you but a helmet.
Yeah,
people
like
have died flying off that thing in practice rounds. Like I'm not doing that.
That's part of the. That's part of the reason.
I would do the bobsled maybe because I feel like the bobsled's a little more like you're kind of more compact. There's walls on it. Like you're a little more secure.
You'll kill the guy next to you. That's what you're saying.
Maybe, yeah,
no,
maybe.
I'm going single luge. Where
you're crazy.
What's the one?
They do say coaches are crazy though. So so luge is on your back, I believe, and skeleton's on your stomach. I think that's the difference. I might have those backwards.
I think I would go skeleton. I like the idea of being face first, going 90 miles per hour.
You're insane. You're absolutely insane.
That ought to be it.
That's absurd.
Or the jumping, where they're just in the air forever.
I would probably say I'd love to be able to do like the half pipe, like the snowboarding half pipe, or curling. Curling would be
curling. You know what? Now you say that, like get a team out there. They were intense.
We should start a team. Can we do 92 to the Fan curly team?
Yeah, who's on our team? We need a 5-man
team. We need
team.
people that who do we think at the station would be good at? You know, who I think would be good at curling is Keith.
I think Keith would be good at curling.
Keith, too. I mean, Keith's a fit guy. Like I could see him being the sweeper.
Oh yeah,
and like really getting really packing a punch with the sweeping.
Who throws the thing the best?
You have to have like the right touch. You got to know how to spin it the right way.
Oh, man, I think Lima would be pretty good at that. You just kind of,
Do you?
I think Lima. I don't know.
I was interesting. You know what? JP. JP was a bowler, so I could see him.
Oh, that's right. No, he would understand angles.
I could see him having the right touch to things.
Yeah, he understands angles.
I think JP would have to be on the team.
He'd be our ringer.
He'd be the one who slides the stone the most. Like I don't know exactly all the rules of curling, but like he would be good at that. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, JP.
I like that.
Little Lima. Keith would be a sweeper. Who's another sweeper?
Well, we only got 4. It's teams of 4. So
teams of 4. Okay, then we're good.
Okay, we got who we need.
That's it.
We can have an alternate. We'll have 5. We'll have an alternate. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, curl. I
don't know what got me this year because I watched it before,
curling.
but I'm in now. And then the guy yelled at each other, and then they caught a guy for cheating. I'm like, this is great.
I love the mixed doubles, and the U.S. guy was like fired up after they won. After they beat who'd they beat? I forget off the top.
You know
of my
what
head.
you know what you're watching when you're watching. You know how they do it at all?
I mean, I get the scoring.
Okay.
And I get some of the stuff they're trying to the certain touch that goes into it and the angle. It's a lot of it's a lot of geometry because you're like trying to hit the angles of the rock to get it to bounce off the other, like to knock certain ones away.
I may have taken geometry a couple times.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, there's that. I mean, I'm not a math guy, but I get. It's the same thing with like pool, right? Like when you play angles. Pool, you're trying to like, okay, if I hit this ball at this angle, it'll hit this ball to go in the corner pocket. So it's the same sort of thing. It's just a different sort of setup. So I get the angles part of it. I don't get all the rules like they talked about. Did you get a power? Like every team gets one power play during a curling match. And I don't know how that – it's like where you set the stones really, but I have no idea how it works, and I haven't looked it up.
Well, you're right, though. After saying all the thing with the angles and math, you got to go JP, though, because he's a college bowler. He would be the guy.
He knows the angles. I think JP would have to be on the team.
He'd have to coach us up.
This is a good idea. There is a curling like club, I think, in Cleveland somewhere. So we're going to have to figure this out and go practice some curling. I got another question off of this that we'll get back to later in regards to the Olympics, but I don't want to exhaust it now because I do want to get us back to the Browns here for a second because Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal is going to join us next. We'll pick his brain on all things Browns, draft, like we talked about, this next question and much, much more. But if I asked you today, Lance, to decide between Shedeur Sanders or the field as who's going to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns next year, who would you take?
Well, I'm going to take Shedeur Sanders. And the reason I say that is not only because I don't want to take anything credit away from him, because he did a really nice job in his 7 or 8 starts, and I thought he got better and better each start. I thought his footwork improved. He has to protect the football better. There's no question about that. But the thing that happens with, if I was going to my second choice, even though I'm a Dylan Gabriel fan, Deshaun Watson has a real chance to be the starting quarterback. And I know people don't want to hear that, but everything that has gone on here, that's part of the ripple effect of getting rid of Kevin. Monken doesn't care about any of that. Monken's finding guys that can win. But if you say Shedeur with what he did in the end of the season, I thought he was. Even though the numbers said that Dylan was okay and those kind of things, he was impactful. And I think you got to look past the numbers. He was impactful, and I think because he made enough plays, you got to improve that offensive line. You got to improve that skill set. But yeah, I would say he'd be the guy right now going in with the idea that all these guys are going to be, I think, with Todd Monken, because he's a players over play guy. These 3 quarterbacks are going to get better because this is not a system anymore. And that could mean Dylan could be on his way out because the system might not. System is really important for Dylan, as it maybe not as much for Deshaun and Shedeur.
We've talked about that, like the idea that Dylan was such a Kevin Stefanski pick that maybe he
it made a lot of sense.
Here.
I tell that all the people time because the idea of throwing the boot, the waggle, the quick decision making, it didn't pan out. But now that if it's more based on just raw talent, that might be an issue for him.
So I want to be clear here. I want the answer to be Shedeur Sanders. Like I want to see more there. I would like to see if we've talked a lot about the draft already in the show. Hey, get him a Spencer Fano and build him an offensive line that's more equipped for him and that can do more. Get him another great receiver, a weapon like a Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate or whatever, and let's see what he can really do with this thing. Let's open this thing up. There was enough there for me that I want to see more. So I want the answer to be Shedeur Sanders. But listen, I'm very much like where there's smoke, there's fire. And I believe in my heart of hearts that I think there's a lot of people who just think the Browns don't need any other quarterbacks. They got Shedeur, who's their project, the guy they're trying to develop into a franchise guy. They got Deshaun Watson as their veteran in the room. Who else do they need? But guys, this room is going to look different. Even by the time minicamp rolls around and OTAs roll around in May, this room is going to look different. It's going to have a different body in there, at least one more. And that could be somebody in free agency. That could be another draft pick that Tom Monken wants to maybe sort of get his hands on and develop. He's going to have some say in that because Andrew Berry said he was going to have some say in that. And I just think they're bound to add somebody. So from an odds standpoint, I think I'm taking the field, even though I want it to be Shedeur, because it would not surprise me in the least, if Todd Monken brings in somebody. Maybe it's a Malik Willis, who they were rumored to be thinking about last week. Maybe it's a Malik Willis that they think can compete for the job legitimately and be the starter, and that they give that guy a legitimate shot to start early in the season, whatever, and they keep working with Shedeur behind the scenes. I could see it playing out that way, and so for that reason, I think I would take the field, but I hope I'm wrong and it ends up being Shedeur because I do want to see more from Shedeur Sanders.
And, I say this. I think Watson is just as much in the mix as Shedeur, and I know people
It's a point that
it's hard.
People are afraid to talk about, but I think it's fair.
If he's healthy, now I don't know how many.
It would be a waste of time in my mind. I'm gonna be honest. I think it would be a waste of time.
But if he's there, let me ask you this. Let's say, I've heard people say the future is Shedeur Sanders. For me, football is the next game. If Deshaun Watson is the best quarterback coming out of camp. Like you and I, we went to Philly together.
Yeah,
we
that was my talking point all summer. You can't fool these guys in the room. Like
Flacco was the best guy, right? So Flacco was the best guy. You and I saw. They all knew that. It wasn't even close at that point. To be honest with you, let's say Deshaun Watson is by far the best quarterback, right?
Yeah, are you starting him? They're probably going to have to, but.
Because you're telling the room, if you don't, then you're telling everybody we're just developing everybody. And if you're at the end of your career, you don't want to hear that.
I'm willing to give leeway to the fact that it's a different coach, so maybe there's something there. But man, this is a guy who all that talk of being a top 5 quarterback, that was 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That was 2020.
Yeah,
it was a twice ruptured Achilles ago.
That would be my thing. I still think he can spin it.
It was a shoulder injury ago. It was all the mental toll that's been taken on him from the off the field stuff ago. He couldn't play before, and I get it. Different system, different offense. So fine. Maybe you want to see it. I just don't think there's anything left for us to learn about Deshaun Watson at this point. Whereas with somebody like Shedeur Sanders and even Dylan Gabriel, there's still something to learn there.
So would you rather them learn it, or if Deshaun's the best, he plays?
They have to operate like whoever's the best plays. I get that. But from my standpoint as a spectator and somebody who covers the team, I can face the reality that this team's probably not going to be a playoff team next year. And I'd rather be able to know, okay, do we have our answer at quarterback? Do we not have our answer at quarterback? What are we doing in 2027? And that could be a year we're actually competing again.
See, I
don't think Deshaun Watson's part of that plan.
See, I think differently. I think about when people say expectations, that's why I had to buy Nick a burger this year. I think they can win every game. And I think if you don't think like that, not only does that affect how you practice, it affects how people want to be free agents here. It affects how people coach here. You have to think
they have to think that way.
You have to think that way. We can all think differently, but they have to make sure they're thinking like that, right? They have to make sure that winning is the most important thing. And if Deshaun is the best quarterback going into week 1, he should be your quarterback, because that tells everybody that what we're doing in the offseason, in the preseason, it all matters. That's important. And the Browns have to get, the idea of development, all this stuff, that's all great. If you want everything to get better, you have to start winning football games.
Yeah, listen, I get it. And they have to operate that way because they're the actual team. I just, I don't need to see any more Deshaun Watson. I'm good. Let's real quick go to the phones. We got 45 seconds here. Johnny in Cleveland. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'll shoot here. If Shedeur Sanders is our hopeful quarterback of the future and of this year, I don't want him starting with this line. So why not start Deshaun? Get what we can for him, what we already paid. If he wins 10 games, great. If he wins 4 games, well, at least we didn't break Shedeur. And then, not have him in the future. I don't understand here. Why not? If we don't have any line, why do we want to ruin Shedeur?
I feel you, Johnny. I appreciate the call. I think the hope is that you build an offensive line this offseason that's more respectable, A. But B, I see his point. The biggest problem is, I don't think that's how quarterback timelines work. If they think there's something with Shedeur, they can't be well, let's wait to find out in 2027. They got to know if it's there, if it's legit or not, because in 2027, they might be drafting another quarterback to actually find an answer to that question if it's not him. So I think that's the biggest dilemma with all that. All right, Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal going to join us in about 6 minutes. We'll pick his brain on this subject, some other things. What does he think of the Browns' new defensive coordinator hire, and much, much more. It's Spencer German and Lance Reisland with you on The Fan.
If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. The choice is easy. And right now, the Auto Show deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram dealer are phenomenal. And dollar for dollar, there is no competition, only the Ram truck. Because I've done the side-by-side comparison for the Ram and the competition, and I own a Ram. I drive a Ram. For power, you can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. And why on earth would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Towing, durability, merging into traffic on a 4-cylinder engine in a full-size pickup? I think not. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Dollar for dollar.
The Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back at it here on The Fan, Spencer German and Lance Reisland joining you on the show today, filling in for Nick and JP. And we're going to go right out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, because our next guest, normally I feel like when I had this guy on, it's usually cold or rainy or snowy, but I made sure to check the weather forecast for today. And hey, you can't beat 50 degrees in February in Cleveland. So Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal joining us now. Chris, appreciate you giving us some time, man. Thank you.
Hey, anytime, Chris. Anytime.
So first, let's react a little bit here. You know, the Browns obviously settled on a new defensive coordinator as Mike Rutenberg was the selection. We knew he was one of the finalists in this thing, and it kind of came down to him, Unlin, and in the internal candidate in Jason Tarver. Just what were your overall thoughts on this selection? Were you surprised that they didn't maybe stick more internal when given what we know, how everything went down with Jim Schwartz previously?
I don't know if I was surprised they didn't go internal. I actually thought they would go external. I think if you're Todd Monken, I think you have to sort of look. It goes back to the shotgun marriages that are getting that's sort of going on here with the offensive staff and the defensive staff under Monken. It's you got two different coaching staffs basically. It seems like, and I don't mind him saying, look, when Jim Schwartz left, I would have loved to have Jim here, but I'm bringing my guy in.
Yeah.
I mean, I was the head coach. I think you guys are all great coaches. I think Jason Tarver is a terrific linebackers coach. But I'm going to put my stamp on these positions because I was the guy that was picked. And while the other guy was throwing a temper tantrum, and obviously he's legitimately disappointed, as he should be. We gotta move forward, and there's other guys who can figure out a way to put Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and Carson Swessinger and Grant Delpit and others in a position to do great things. I mean, he's not the first coordinator to leave after a great season, and teams managed to find a way to move on.
Chris, the Browns are obviously have pick 6 in the draft. Where would you go with the pick of the draft? Would you go offensive lineman, tackle? Would you go skill guy, trade back? What would be your thoughts as the combine gets getting started here soon and the draft will be coming up here?
I like the offensive tackle. I think this receiver core is really deep. And there's some really good tackles also beyond the top 2 or 3. But I really like, if you can get the kid out of Miami whose name I will butcher until he's he's on his 5th year option. If you get him or Alfano out of Utah, I would go offensive tackle. Those two, for some reason, both of those guys are off the board, or you trade down a little bit because you get a nice offer on draft night for pick 6. Then I would look at wide receiver. But I think if you come out of day one, tackle, wide receiver in some order, I think I'll give you an A+ for the at least the process for the instant reaction grade.
Chris, what if Caleb Downs is there or Arvo Reese is there at 6? You taking him?
I see what people want for number 6.
Interesting. All right.
Look, I love Caleb Downs' game. I love Arvo Reese's game. And they definitely need a safety. And need safety help. I don't know, but he just has so many offensive. You need to come out of this draft like you did last year with 4 or 5 guys who can step in and at least contribute significantly this fall. And obviously Caleb Downs would, but you got nothing on offense. I mean, you've obviously got some things, but boy, it's just to pass up a left tackle for a safety or even a wide receiver for a safety, it just, as much as I think Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft, I would. That's when I go, who wants him? And give me your best offer. And I think that's when I put the pick up for bid. Yeah,
I'm on the same boat. That's another. I'm checking the box there, Lance. That's 2 people on my side.
That's right. Everybody's on your side. That's okay, though. That's well said. I mean, that's the thing. Caleb Downs has been so different for me on offense, right?
I get it. I mean,
on defense.
Chris Easterling, the Akron Beacon Journal, joining us here on the show. We just had a conversation about this before we had you on, Chris. If I asked you the Field or Shedeur Sanders, who's going to be starting week 1, who would you take? And off of that, as sort of a follow-up, what do you think the Browns' appetite is going to be, especially with Tom Monken, for potentially adding a quarterback in the draft?
I just do the second one first.
Sure.
So I can stall. I think they take I think the most likely option for the addition of a quarterback is probably through the draft. That's my opinion. I've been wrong. Let's see. It's for whatever today. If I'm wrong about this, I would mark about the 16th or 17th time I was wrong. So today alone. So it's nothing new, but I think that's the best. I think it's financially everything. Not that they couldn't go out and if you want to take 24 and flip it for Mac Jones or I'm sure they can find a way to finagle Malik Willis. Sign Malik Willis, but I just think the smartest move probably is to just draft a guy second day 2, and let add them to the mix because I don't think you wait until you've got the guy to stop going after the guy. I think Shedeur Sanders may. He may grow and develop into that guy, but I don't think you wait until you know that for certain. It's no insult to Shedeur, who, by the way, I would take. This is a long way to say I would probably take the Field, just because of the multitude more options. You're giving me more options to start, but I would be surprised if Shedeur started either. But that's why I say, I mean, you got to go until you know. You got to keep throwing darts at the board until you know for certain you got the guy.
Chris, as free agency gets cranked up here, do you think the Browns should attack a guy like Tyler Linderbaum or a receiver in free agency, get some some help on offense that route as well?
Wide receiver, definitely. I think there was something that's missing in it. And look, I like Jerry. I think Jerry had a bad. I think there's a lot of things that went into Jerry's 2025. Starting with, I don't think he's the number 1 wide receiver. But beyond that, I think there's a lot more than just he was just bad. He was bad, unquestionably. But be that as it may, I think they need more true veterans in there. I think that's the big move, I think, in the free agency the early free agency period is a trade or a free agent signing of a veteran guy that you can come in and he instantly walks in as sort of the leader of that room because of what he brings to it, along the lines of the Amari Cooper deal. I mean, they've shown they're not afraid to do that. I mean, Amari, Jerry, they're not afraid to make that big swing for a wide receiver. So I would guess that's where they would go first. Excuse me. And then, they're going to sign some offensive linemen. It's just, I don't know if the big swing is there for a Linderbaum or a Walker or somebody like that.
A few more minutes here with Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal. Going back to Rutenberg here for a second, Chris, because I've seen a lot of the commentary. I've heard a lot of the commentary on Jim Schwartz's departure, and I understand where people are coming from. And I think even Todd Monken subscribes to the idea. He basically said it in his introductory press conference that players matter most of all, and a lot of these guys are going to stay intact. They're keeping the scheme the same. But are you anticipating at least a little bit of a drop-off from this defense, moving on from Schwartz, bringing in a new DC, but then also just year to year these things can be so fluid? What do you sort of forecast in terms of how this defense looks in 2026?
I think you got to drop off. Why can't he improve? I'm asking that. I'm not asking that.
You said we don't have any proof?
No, I said, why does it have to drop off? Why can't it improve?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because look, they were really good. They've been really good 2 out of the 3 years that Jim Schwartz was defensive coordinator. I'm not denying that. That's not a denial. But remember the end of 23, we had all sorts of questions about home road splits. And everybody remembers the Colts game. And, Joe Flacco's 2 pick sixes were just the icing on, were just the nails in the coffin. They were buried in the coffin because the defense couldn't stop a nosebleed that night. This year, as great as they played, and they did play great, they had games like Tennessee.
Yeah.
I mean, the Minnesota game, we can argue about what the offense did that game. But the defense said, give us a chance to just pin our ears back and close the game. 3 minutes left, a 3-point lead, 80 yards for the Vikings to go to take the lead. And they went right down the field. Barely challenged right down the field. So it's not like this defense was perfect.
Yeah.
There was room for growth, especially if you get Mason Graham takes a step forward. What if Carson Switzer, there's another step forward?
Yeah.
I mean, what if Grant Delpit unlocks something? What if they add another piece, Alex Wright or Isaiah McGuire? I'm not saying the Rutenberg hire is good or bad. I don't know. I'm willing to say I don't know. I mean, it could be it could be either of them. But I think the talent you have on this team on that side of the football, if they can get some help from their offense to take some of the pressure off of them, why can't they take another step forward? Because as good as they were last year, they weren't Seattle. They weren't Houston. They weren't. I mean, they just weren't. They were really good, but there were plenty of moments where you went, okay, that's as much on you as you can blame the offense all you want, but Tennessee shouldn't score 31 points. They shouldn't run all over you like that.
Yeah. No, it's a fair point, Chris. I'll say this: my response to the question is, I kind of subscribe to this idea that a lot of times in football, defenses are like bullpens in baseball, where year to year can just be so different. Guys age out, whatever.
I agree with that.
So
that.
And so, but what I will say is where you're right is maybe it's like a bullpen in baseball where this year they were good, but next year they're great. And the point you made, I think that's the most important is, what does the offense look like, right? Because the biggest hindrance to the defense and some of those struggles that you bring up was probably the fact that, hey, we're on the field for an exuberant amount of time most games. The offense is going 3 and out constantly. So if you get a competent offense, you're right. I think there is room to believe they could be better because of that. Yes.
Right. And look, they did it under Schwartz. It went, 23 was up here, and then 24 was down at the bottom, but it was, how many times we talk about no pass rush, outside of Miles, no pass rush, no takeaways, none of that stuff. And then, they get the takeaways, they get the pass rush, and, they start moving Miles around, after Miles sort of passive-aggressively threw Jim under the bus before the Miami game. They start moving him around, and suddenly Miles' season goes skyrocketing toward a DPOY. So, I mean, yeah, I just, you know, there's two. I don't think it's going to be static. I will, but the question of whether it improves or not, I think is as much on the players as it is on the scheme.
He's Chris Easterling. Follow him on X at @CEasterlingABJ. You can read his work for the Akron Beacon Journal. Does a tremendous job on the beat, Chris. Really good conversation. I know we always like to go back and forth a little bit, so I appreciate you, my man. Thank you.
And not a problem. Always glad to do it with you.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, good stuff from Chris Easterling, the Akron Beacon Journal, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. Another person, ding the bell, who agrees with me on going offense instead of Caleb Downs. We'll react to that, but also coming up, because we are going to pivot to some Cavs. Is it just time for the Cavs to do it without LeBron? Everyone wants him back, but do you just want to see him do it without LeBron first? We'll talk about that as well coming up on The Fan.
When there's news that affects the
called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back in here on The Fan, Spencer German, Lance Reisland with you as we inch closer and closer to the 7 o'clock hour. We got some other things to still get to, including a new all-time rant, post-game rant from a coach that actually people are pretty familiar with. So we'll play that coming up because
it's an all-timer. It's an all-timer.
I think it is an all-timer, and I have a pretty important question to ask Lance about it as a former coach himself. We also, in about 15 minutes, are going to do the lead. We'll sort of recap some of the big conversations from the day, some other things that have been said. But I do want to get into some Cavs because we got Ethan Sands coming up at 5:20. And I think it's a good opportunity to pivot a little bit here now. You know, as we think about this Cavs team, there's been a lot of smoke lately around the idea that LeBron James could be coming back to Cleveland this summer. He was actually asked about it in Los Angeles over the weekend at the All-Star game, like the idea of, hey, you know, is this the end and whatever? And he basically said, like, I'm just trying to live my life. You know, when I know, you'll know type thing. And that's all fine. Nothing he said is going to put a damper on the idea that Cleveland is potentially a destination for him this summer. And I get it. And listen, I am somebody who, while there's a lot of people out there, and I don't know how you feel about it, Lance, who are anti-LeBron, don't bring him back, whatever. He left twice, like he made his bed, got to lay in it type thing. I'm very much like, the guy came back, won a title, fulfilled his promise. After that, you know, he was good in my book. Like, I wasn't going to hold it against him. And, you know, I appreciated the greatness that he brought to follow his career no matter where he was, that I was like, okay. And so I would welcome him back. Like, I think it'd be awesome. It'd be a great story, end of his career, finish off, you know, do the whole farewell tour thing in Cleveland where he got his career started, where he's from, all that. But I do wonder, though, like, if there's almost, what's the right phrasing for this? I'm trying to think of like a girlfriend, like an ex or something, where it's like, yeah, you just keep going back to that one person and you just can't stop. You know, like, is there almost that feeling to it where it's like, hey, you know, actually, you know, you're probably not a Marvel guy, but there's a scene in one of the Marvel movies where like the villain is sitting there and they all go back in time to try to like fix the stuff that he had done. And now you're in like the future and he's like, you couldn't live with your own failures, so where did that bring you? Back to me? That's like the line that everybody knows. That's kind of what it feels like. It's like, the Cavs, they kept coming up short in the playoffs all these years, and so where did it take them? It just took them right back to LeBron to try to do this thing again. So I part of me, as much as I love LeBron, I want to see him retire here. Part of me is like, man, if I really hope they can win the championship, or at least like get to the finals this year without him. But you almost feel like you have to finish it off in order for it to have the same impact. Because every part of this team's history of like success is basically linked to, oh, well, LeBron did that. LeBron took you to the finals all those years in a row. LeBron won you one. LeBron has all these records. And so I kind of want to see a Cavs team that can get out from underneath that a little bit too and sort of blaze its own path. So I'm torn between wanting to see who I think is the greatest player of all time come back and have this great story, but also feeling like there needs to be some separation here and a history that doesn't just revolve around LeBron James.
Well, I'll say this. I'm with you on that one. I love LeBron James. When he left, the decision was I'll never forget that. I was generally upset, like personally upset, like it was a personal attack when he left the first time.
I think it was for everybody.
I know, it was shocking to me. But I will say this, when he comes back, and now when I think about as a guy who always in like the coaching aspect of it, he's not going to be the same LeBron that came back where he's running the show. Seeing him play this year, you've seen Father Time catch up a little bit. Now, he's still averaging 26 points a night, whatever it is, 9 and 6 or whatever he's doing, because he's so smart and he's changed his game and he's able to do different things because he understands the game so well. So I think the addition would be different. This addition would be, can he get the most out of Mobley? Can he get the most out of Donovan? Can he get the most out of all these guys who were involved? Almost more as a coach and a guy who's been there, more than just the physical skills of just dominating, because I don't think he can do that anymore. I don't think he can physically dominate a series or a game even, but he can be a part. And the idea of having his knowledge and his ability and wanting to be here, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. And like I said, if it's, one thing the Cavs seem to have now, maybe a little bit Harden, is the edge, right? So he would bring back the edge maybe a little bit more, and challenging guys in practice and challenging guys on their work ethic and things like that. If those are things that are in question, he might be a guy that can kind of get him over the top. But it would be different, Spencer, because he's not going to be the guy who's scoring 35 a night. That won't be the best player. He won't be the best player on the team.
No, he wouldn't be, and I think he understands that. I mean, he's not the best player on his own team right now either, right? Like, that's Luka. So I think he understands where he's at in his career. I think he kind of understands that it would be more of like a role than him being the frontline guy. But let's face it, too, like, guy's still playing at an extremely high level. And that football IQ, what he brings to the table there, his ability to make players better, you could trust him in, tight moments of big games in the playoffs that he's going to come through for you. And if you need him to make a bucket, he might be the guy you turn to because he's that good. So there's a lot to like about it. And again, it's like the structure of it isn't the issue. Like, I see the path towards him coming back. I see why it makes sense. Him being here with Harden next year and Donovan Mitchell and rekindling all that and going like one last run with LeBron to try to win a championship. There's like a romantic feeling about that. I get that. I lean into that. But
I
also,
if it's 2008, it's like the best team on the planet.
Yeah. I just have this idea in my head where, as much as I love LeBron, I also want the Cavs to be able to do it without LeBron. And I do think, by the way, we are going to talk with Ethan Sands, and we'll talk after Ethan Sands. We'll kind of lay out what we think our expectations should be for this team the rest of the way. Like, I do think they have a team that has a chance, and there's reasons to feel optimistic about the Harden addition and why it might work really well. But it's basically, you get it done this year, and then LeBron, or you don't get it done this year, and then the LeBron thing becomes a real conversation even more this summer. And if he does come back, it does kind of feel like you're just going back to that long lost girlfriend that you just can't get away from for whatever reason. And I don't know if I love that for this team. Like, I want them to have a history beyond LeBron, and that's part of what excited me about Donovan Mitchell coming here was. It started this clock on this new era where it wasn't just everything's about LeBron. You have a new star you can lean into. And it almost made it feel like the Cavs are a basketball destination and a basketball place that doesn't just have to exist because one guy happened to be born here and then came back and, won you a championship. It's like, no, this is now a basketball town in some respects that can do this without that figure being here. So I want that for the franchise, but I also, love the idea of LeBron finishing his career here too. It's this kind of weird push and pull for me, I guess.
Well, I think that for me, it all comes down to they have to look at it non-sentimentally, right? They got to look and say, does his presence make the younger guys better? Those young guys aren't going to be that young anymore, right? Mobley will find to be 25 years old, so these guys are kind of coming into their prime. Maybe he's a guy that can help get him over the top. I don't think it's like the old girlfriend because you're not going back to bring him back as a dominant number one guy. You're not bringing him back as the number one option. You're bringing him back.
So you think like if they bring him back, it's not like this is the missing piece to win a championship. It's just like this is going to make us better.
This is going to make us better, and we're going to win the championship. But maybe he's the guy that gets you over the top. If it's attitude, if it's understanding, late game moments, that, comparing it to football, that situational awareness. So I don't know. Once again, you always win with players. So it never hurts to have arguably one of the top 2 or 3 players in the ever to play the game on your team.
I'm assuming Jax wants LeBron back.
Yeah, I'll take him whenever he wants to come back. He's welcome to come back.
I mean, listen, there's a lot. The response to my feelings on doing it without LeBron is simply like, who really gives a damn if they win a championship, how it looks, right? Like,
so you're too young.
It's the same thing with like, oh, well, they didn't have this player in the final, so it's an asterisk title. It's like, no, they won. Like, it goes down in the history books as them winning. This isn't like the Michigan cheating scandal or anything here. Like, No, they won. They won the championship. Like, so it doesn't. At the end of the day, if you win another title with LeBron, you win another title with LeBron. Like, who's really to complain?
Well, I will say this: LeBron is fantastic, but this conversation would be a whole lot different if Jordan wasn't around, who I think is the best player ever, because the Cavs, you guys are too young for this, but the Cavs with Mark Price and Doherty and Ron Harper and Hot Rod Williams, that was the squad. Jordan, that's why Jordan will always be on my Mount Rushmore.
Because he always beat the Cavs.
Because he always beat the Cavs. So if Jordan's not there, we probably have a championship already before LeBron was here, and then maybe the conversation's a little bit different.
Jordan's off winning NASCAR trophies now. Did you see he?
Yeah, I saw it.
No, not that. No.
Yeah, I saw
it. You think I'm going where you think I'm going, but I'm not going there.
I saw it.
Did you see the picture where he like replicated him like kissing the Larry O'Brien trophy, and he did it with like the Daytona 500 trophy? Did you see that?
I did. Yeah. I saw a bunch of stuff.
That was cool.
I saw a couple things he did.
That was a cool moment. There were some other less cool moments, but that was a cool moment, I thought.
Very cool.
Him replicating that picture, you know.
Just leave that one alone.
He's the GOAT. That's Lance's GOAT. Just saying.
Oh, now he's my GOAT. You bring up the story. Now he's my GOAT. All right, I'll take it.
My GOAT wasn't caught on video. I'm just saying. That's
fair.
216-474-92. Do you want to see the Cavs win a title without LeBron, or will you take the championship however necessary? I think most people probably would come around on the idea that, yeah, you just take the championship, even if LeBron's has to be a part of it again next year. And that's very fair. I don't know. There's something I enjoy about seeing them do it without him, but at the same time,
you want him to win it and then him come back and then doesn't matter.
Yeah. If they win it this year and then he comes back and they win another one, that's fine.
Okay,
that's all gravy. But maybe they wouldn't even sign him if that's the case, because they might feel like they don't need him. Or maybe it's incentive to sign him because they're like, we already won a title. Let's get LeBron here and do this farewell tour thing. So, but let us know your thoughts on that. We are going to talk more Cavs coming up with Ethan Sands of Cleveland.com, and we'll ask him what the expectations should be for this Cavs team the rest of the way, especially post-trade deadline where they add James Harden, they add Keon Ellis, they add Dennis Schroeder. We'll get his thoughts on that. But coming up next in about 6 minutes, we got The Lead. Sticking with tradition here on Afternoon Drive, it's Spencer German and Lance Reisland with you till 7.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
One player changed the narrative around the NBA All-Star Game. It was Victor Wembanyama who decided that he was going to play hard, that saved the game and the event for at least one night. When one player decides
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
It is time for The Lead, only it's with Spencer German and Lance Reisland today as we fill in for Nick and JP. Also, just a reminder, Ethan Sands of Cleveland.com going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll pick his brain on the Cavs, LeBron's potential return, get his thoughts on the All-Star game, and much, much more when we talk to him coming up next. But last hour, we had a chance to catch up with Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal and talk about the Browns hiring Mike Rutenberg as their new defensive coordinator. Here's what he said.
I don't know if I was surprised they didn't go internal. I actually thought they would go external. I think if you're Todd Monken, I think you have to sort of look. It goes back to the shotgun marriages that are getting that's sort of going on here with the offensive staff and the defensive staff under Monken. It's you got two different coaching staffs. Basically, it seems like. And I don't mind him saying, look, when Jim Schwartz left, I would have loved to have Jim here, but I'm bringing my guy in. I mean, I was the head coach. I think you guys are all great coaches. I think Jason Tarver is a terrific linebackers coach. But I'm going to put my stamp on these positions because I was the guy that was picked. And while the other guy was throwing a temper tantrum, and obviously he's legitimately disappointed, as he should be, we got to move forward.
For me, that was the best thing about that interview with Chris is the idea that going external. I thought they'd go internal too, so I'm with you there, Spencer. But when he said, putting his stamp on something, that's exactly right. So you don't want everybody's got to be on board with Todd Monken because in the end, Todd Monken's the head coach and everything rolls to him. Everything that goes wrong, everything that everybody hated about, Kevin Stefanski, I love because he took all the blame on him. But as a coach, you want to have that control. And I think it's important that he said, I like Schwartz, but I'm not blocking Schwartz. And Tarver was a good interview. Maybe he liked this guy more. So I like the idea if it's his show, and when it goes down, if the ship's going to go down, you want to be driving it.
Yeah, I think it was a great point by Chris. And, I think the reason I kept thinking internal was just because I was subscribed to this idea in my head, and I needed to probably get out of this. Like, hey, he wants to keep the scheme the same. He wants to try to keep that side of the ball functioning at a high level. What better way to do that than, stick with somebody who was here before? But the comments on Schwartz at his introductory press conference where he said, I wasn't blocking Jim Schwartz, I was blocking Myles Garrett. That should have been an indicator to me that, he is going to bring in his own guys. And so I think Chris highlighting that is important. I do agree that feels like it probably is the right move when push comes to shove because it's him being able to put his stamp on things. I think you just said it, but if you're going to go down with the ship, you're going to go down with your own guys. You're not going to go down with somebody else's. And so I do think that there's something to be said for a coach coming in and doing things his way. He's not just going to lean on what was here necessarily previously, while also still being open-minded to, it sounds like assuming some of these guys that are currently position coaches stick around, still subscribing to the idea that, hey, it's a collaborative thing, and we're going to welcome ideas from outside of just his realm or his thinking or whatever, and that's what that kind of looks like. So we'll see how it all comes together. I also thought it was interesting that Chris brought up, why do we have to assume that the defense is going to take a step back? Why can't it be better? And that's a fair point, too. Especially if the offense is better, that makes the defense better because they're not on the field quite as long. And so there's some interesting rhetoric to sort of be had now off of this conversation and off of Rutenberg getting the job.
Well, I think people got to understand, too, this is more about the scheme is not the same philosophy is. Yeah. Aggressive, in-your-face philosophy. All right, Josh Edwards from CBS Sports. He also joined us today. He talked about should the Browns draft for need or the best player?
When you're a team like the Browns, I have thought about this for them because, yes, a Caleb Downs would be tempting, but what is that going to do for you in 2026? your defense was already fantastic. It has been fantastic. It hasn't been the issue of what's holding you back as a team. So, I know it's going to be tantalizing to take a player like that if he were to be available, but I think at the end of the day, if you have the opportunity to trade back, which I think is going to be difficult in this draft class, because the other side of the coin is you have to have a team willing to move up for somebody, and I'm just not sure there's players that teams are going to move up for in this draft class.
Yeah, Josh was one of a couple people today that were in the same boat as me that, listen, if Caleb Downs is there, it's a tremendous player. I get it. But the Browns' needs on that side of the ball are so important and so vast that you have to be able to, find solutions for them, and that you can't keep wasting or not using premier picks on those types of players to build this offense out. That's what it's going to take to get this offense on par with the rest of the league, to get this offense, up to speed the way Monken wants to get it up to speed, and turn it into what I think his vision certainly centers around a lot of what he did in Baltimore. I like this answer, by the way, at his introductory press conference on what his vision is, and he basically said scoring as many points as possible by any means necessary. He doesn't care who's doing it, doesn't care what it looks like. He just wants to score points. Well, to do that, you got to get this offense figured out. I thought it was interesting that Josh brought up there's not a ton of blue chip players in this draft, and so that's where it always gets interesting, because then drafting for need can almost become your fallback plan if that's the case. So we'll see what happens. I still generally believe, if a Caleb Downs is there, if an Arvell Reese is there, you try to trade back first and then make the value of the offensive guys that you're drafting maybe feel a little bit better. But, I'm not opposed to them just staying pat and drafting a guy even if they think Caleb Downs is a better player, because in this instance, even though I generally subscribe to best player available, in this instance, it's man, your needs are so vast on that side. How do you not at least start dedicating some top level picks to those positions?
Well, I think Josh was fantastic, by the way, but I think what happens is the Browns have been so bad. You've gone away from all your thoughts and how you do things because the offense has been so bad. As much as I love you to death, thought Josh was amazing.
Don't we make exceptions for quarterbacks though? If a quarterback's not the best player on the board, but you think he's going to be good, and you got to get your quarterback.
I'm telling you right now,
I think this is a year where I make an exception.
There's some killers out there, and I'm telling you right now, Caleb Downs is a game changer. And if he's there at 6, I'm taking him, and everybody can yell at me.
We can all say Lance was wrong.
That's right.
We can all do it together on this station.
Won't be the first.
And I'll be the conductor of the train. No, I'm kidding. I love Lance. All right, Scott Petrak of the Chronicle Telegram joined Baskin and Phelps earlier this morning and discussed the possibility of the Browns making a trade for needed positions.
I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to trade for a receiver or a quarterback, and obviously it can't become official until after the league year starts most times, but could they be interested there and try to make a move there at any time? And if the combine starts next week and that's where this stuff happens, I could certainly see that being where Andrew Berry concentrates his attention. As far as defense, I just don't see a whole lot of movement there. Maybe a safety, right? Ronnie Hickman, there's some free agency there. Do they let if he gets out of the building, they probably have to add a safety. You can never have too many pass rushers, but they just signed Alex Wright to an extension. I don't think they spend big resources at defensive end. They spent their last 2 first picks were on defensive tackles. So I don't see a ton of movement on that side of the ball, but I think Andrew Berry's going to be active addressing the 3 biggest needs on offense, and that's line, quarterback, and receiver.
Well, I love the idea of going free agency, for some reason, especially internal guards and center. I love going with veterans, right? Because they're 25 to 30 years old. They're just that grown man strength that you need in those trenches. These are big physical guys. So I always like the idea. I think a receiver or skill guy can come in and be kind of impactful early on. A guy like Mason Graham, you're going to see, even as good as he was this year, you're going to see a huge jump because he's going to get older. But yeah, I think if they're going to trade, obviously it comes back to what you said. Spencer, what if they trade and they get that receiver or they get that lineman? Then would you be more willing to maybe go Caleb Downs at 6?
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to find a way to, to bolster some of these positions via free agency or a big-time trade that we aren't necessarily talking about or expecting right now, then absolutely, I might feel differently about, okay, just go best player available at 6. It's an interesting conversation. But, and I will say this too, like, one thing that Andrew Berry does get credit for is being able to find through trades value on wide receivers. Like, that first year Jerry Jeudy was so good that it felt like this guy could just do no wrong when it came to trading for wide receivers. So I think that's something to think about. That maybe they surprise us and find somebody via trade that we're not expecting to fill a big void for them on that role. And then that maybe puts wide receiver not still a priority, but you can focus on other things and worry about wide receiver later because this is such a deep class. But as it stands right now, like, I'm going into this thinking Andrew Berry's never drafted wide receivers high. He's got to change that because there's just some pieces and parts that, like, you can't keep neglecting draft pick wise. But I think it's going to be a combination. I think they're probably going to add a wide receiver in free agency or via trade. I think they're still going to draft one. I think they're probably going to find some lineman that they can get that's a veteran that's out there. Maybe it's Tyler Linderbaum like we talked about earlier. And then they're also going to probably draft some guys there. So it's kind of a mix of doing both things, and I think that's how most teams should operate this time of year to sort of build out their roster.
Well, and it tells you how weak they are on offense right now because they're going to have to do both. To be successful, they're going to have to go. They're going to have to draft well on that side of the ball, and they're going to have to pick up some free agents.
For sure.
And finally, NBA All-Star Weekend wrapped up in L.A. Over the weekend, Cavs star Donovan Mitchell was asked the possibility of LeBron James returning for home next season.
As a Bron fan, man, to be able to be a teammate obviously always be special, but that's not something that is my control. I control what we got here. There's always going to be reports. It's natural. It's going to be a thing. But at the end of the day, to your point, my main focus right now is trying to get this championship. Yeah, and whatever happens, it happens. Like, that's not up to me. That's not up to anybody else in the locker room. So I'm big on believing what I can control. But, yeah, I mean, it's LeBron James, right? Like, but at the end of the day, that's not my focus. I'm not here to worry about that. I know I'm going to get asked about that a bunch all weekend. But my focus is just traded for James Harden, Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis. Hey, let's try to find a way to get a ring and go from there.
I think that's the right approach for Donovan to take is, like, you know, and I'll say this, Donovan has done a masterful job of understanding, you know, what LeBron means to this city, to that franchise, what he brought here, how important his time here is in history, but also not disparaging that, but also keeping the main thing and realizing, like, I'm here, I'm trying to do it. I'm also trying to, the things that LeBron did, I want to accomplish that. Kind of what we talked about last segment, like the idea that, like, he wants to accomplish it without LeBron as much as he'd be happy to probably play with him, I'm sure. So, I think he has the right approach. He has the right head on his shoulders with that. I would love to see it. And that's the thing, too, is, like, Donovan will embrace anything that he thinks will help get this team over the hump. And he certainly would embrace, because he grew up watching him. If LeBron is part of this team's future and he comes this summer, I think he'd love the opportunity to play with him, and especially if it means, like, we get a step closer to maybe winning the championship.
So I got a question for you. Watching the Cavs, even though it's a small sample size here, is it fair to say I feel like Donovan Mitchell, other guys on the team, they feel freer? I don't know. It looks like they're playing freer, right? Games. Just like kind of like there's like this guy's going to make us work. I don't know what it is. So for me, it's like that chemistry thing that regardless of the sport, there just seems to be, they have the similar chemistry they had last year, it feels like, right? Where they're flowing better.
I think that's 100% accurate. And I think that's been one of the biggest takeaways from the first 3 games of James Harden has been the attention he draws, what it opens up for other people. Donovan looks like he has a pep in his step. It's why everyone thinks like it might just be a honeymoon phase right now. So we have to see more. But I think the early returns on the James Harden deal and all that have been phenomenal. And it certainly feels like there's reason to believe this team could pull this thing off and make a deep run. And the biggest holdup is we've seen James Harden flame out in the playoffs before. Is it going to happen again? So we'll see.
But does he, once again, though, I don't think if he can just do what he's doing now, he doesn't have to, right? Donovan will finish it, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's like he's never probably had this collection of talent around him where he has like another really good player playing next to him that's like a guard that can be ball dominant. I mean, listen, he played with KD. I get it. But like, and he's got 2 bigs that he's going to be able to win. It's just a different setup. And it sounds like Harden's kind of embraced the idea that like I'm in the tail end of my career here. I want to get a ring before it's all said and done, and maybe that matters maybe most of all. So we'll talk more about the James Harden deal, what it means for the Cavs the rest of the way, because Lance and I are going to discuss what the expectation should be for this Cavs team the rest of the way as we get ready to pick things up here in the pseudo second half of the season. We'll also ask our next guest, Ethan Sands, Cleveland.com, about that. He joined us in 6 minutes on The Fan.
Need it.
find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows in The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And you're going to want to stay locked in because we have our third and final guest of the day joining us via the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. It's Ethan Sands of Cleveland.com, covers the Cleveland Cavaliers over at Cleveland.com and does a tremendous job of it at that. Ready to pick his brain a little bit about the expectations for the Cavs the rest of the way. We'll get to that here in a moment. But Ethan, appreciate you giving us some time, man. Thank you.
What's going on, Spence? Always a pleasure talking to you, my friend.
Of course. Same to you. I guess I'll start with just the typical post-All-Star break question that everybody asks, which is, what did you think of the new format? And is this something that you think almost salvages this event a little bit for the NBA? Because it did feel like the effort was at a higher level than it's been.
I don't know if salvage is the right word, right? But there's the essence of pride that goes into it. Team World obviously wanting to represent their countries and being out of the United States. And then Team USA. And obviously both teams not being a team that wants to negate what was the in-continent, in-country debacle, which is going up against Team World. And then obviously the last game being against one another and nobody wanted to go home without bragging rights. So I do think that it has the impact that it could have, but it also is up to the players, right? Victor Wembanyama, Jamal Murray kind of leading that charge of wanting to compete. And once that happens, I think you get a different level of intensity from other players. Anthony Edwards mentioned it, just seeing Victor Wembanyama have that level of intensity from the very beginning. And I think it's a trickle-down effect. You get to see different kinds of aspects from other players that you don't necessarily see in the All-Star break, in the All-Star weekend especially. And the one change that I would make if we are going to continue having the multiple aspects of it throughout the weekend, I would say that instead of the dunk contest, because Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and all of them might be coming back for the three-point shooting contest, you can leave that. But instead of the dunk contest, I think they still need to have a one-on-one tournament because that would, again, go into the pride aspect. They have guys like Ant, guys like Vic, guys like Kevin Durant who still believe that they could showcase their skills. And we've seen it in the WNBA and Unrivaled as well, how that has been a great showcase.
We kind of said earlier that maybe the solution for the dunk contest is just like take it away for a while and then like distance makes the heart grow fonder. We'll start to miss these dunks that we haven't seen in quite some time.
I don't know. I think we got to see Mac McClung like drop what he would have done on the internet, and that got more praise than what was actually done during the game. So I'm unsure. Obviously going away from it could be an idea, but I think you have to have a replacement for it, and I definitely think a one-on-one tourney would definitely fill that void.
Ethan, moving on to the Cavs here. You know, since Harden's arrival, just as a fan watching the game, it feels like the Cavs are in much more of a flow, a free-flowing kind of flow. Is that totally on Harden, or is that something the Cavs as a unit have gotten better throughout the year?
I think it's a mixture of both, right? Because, one, Donovan Mitchell doesn't have to feel like he has to do everything, even without Evan Mobley on the floor, without Max Strus on the floor, those kinds of guys, right? Because we've seen it at the beginning of the season, Donovan Mitchell's usage rate has been close to what he was in his last season in Utah, and there's been a need for him to play at that level. Multiple times throughout the season, Kenny Atkinson has said, what would we have done without Donovan Mitchell? So now you have a number 2, number 1A, 1B option, whatever you want to call it, in James Harden, ready to take over on any night. But he also is one of the best creators and passers in NBA history, and I think that gets lost when it comes to his scoring acumen, and that obviously unlocks Jarrett Allen, who is notoriously being good whenever Evan Mobley is off the court. And I think that's interesting because we always look at how Evan Mobley plays when Jarrett Allen isn't on the court, right, as a potential 5-man in this league. But I think it's interesting to see how all of these pieces unlock. And then obviously also you have Sam Merrill and Jalen Tyson available now when Sam Merrill has been dealing with injuries even more than Darius Garland had before he was traded. So I think it's a mixture of all these things, but James Harden is the key to unlocking the players around him.
You were saying about Jared Allen. For me, that's been the biggest kind of difference. Do you think Harden has that same kind of impact on Mobley when he gets back? Do you think it'll be? You think Mobley will play more down in the box as compared to hanging out around the 3-point line like he has a tendency to do at times?
Yeah, I think he'll be more of a free throw line extended elbow kind of player where he'll be utilized in a half roll or in a full pick and roll with James Harden, and that'll unlock him because of the vertical spacing that he can create, but also understanding that James Harden has the ability to meet players wherever they need to be. Obviously, we all remember the behind-the-back pass down the lane into the pocket to Jalen Tyson on a dime that James Harden made. That's a simple read for him that is going to unlock all the players, as I mentioned, but Evan Mobley is going to be the biggest key. And Kobe Altman, president of basketball operations for the Cavs, has mentioned needing that to see. And obviously, it also is going to help Evan Mobley because we know that he was trying to do too much as an offensive focal point earlier into the season. That role will not be in his hands any longer. It will be on Donovan and James Harden to find players around them to make them into the best scenario.
Ethan Sands joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So, Ethan, as we think about the remaining part of the season here, it's not really the halfway point. I hate when people say that, but with what's left, there's a lot to sort out for Kenny Atkinson. He's got to figure out what his rotations look like with all these new faces, obviously. But with all these things in mind and understanding what the main goal is here, and Donovan hasn't shied away from that, what do you think the expectation should be for this Cavaliers team the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, going into the break, Kenny Atkinson had mentioned that they wanted to be a top 4 seed. They achieved that goal, right? There's played 55 games so far, which means there's 27 games left in the season. I think a top 2 finish is definitely attainable for this Cleveland Cavaliers team with the roster that they have and the easiness of the schedule that they have coming up. They face at least 13 tanking teams 13 games against tanking teams, going into the last part of the season. I think it's important to note how their schedule is going to round out as one of the most vigorous schedules earlier into the season. And now they have the opportunity to kind of either use this time to rest players where they're needed or also stack wins and chase, because obviously we know the number 1 and number 2 seed are most pivotal to playoff positioning, home court advantage, all these things. But we also understand last year, even when the Cavs had home court advantage, it didn't matter.
All right, Ethan, the talk All-Star Weekend, is LeBron coming back next year? What say you? Do you think that this year has anything like where they finish up this year? If they make a run, does that have any impact if he comes back or not? And if he does come back, what would his role be here with the Cavs?
If the Cleveland Cavaliers do not make it past the Eastern Conference Finals, if they do not make it to the NBA Finals, LeBron James will be wearing a Cleveland Cavalier jersey, and he will be the starting small forward for the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2026-2027.
Wow. Very nice. Just a hot take right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, he dropped it on us. I like that. Ethan, as I think about, the James Harden deal especially, one of the biggest reservations I had about it was just we know how seasons tend to end with Harden. What in your estimation, I know you've talked a little bit about like the fit and all that already in this conversation, but why can the Cavaliers be different from some of these other teams that he's played on and obviously flamed out in the playoffs with?
I mean, if you look at it, there's just it's kind of the similar situation with Donovan Mitchell. There's more options for him. There's more weapons to be utilized. You look at Houston, right? He was the one-on-one guy. He had to do it all by himself. You look at Philly, Joel Embiid won an MVP next to James Harden, right? And then we talking about how Tyrese Maxey wasn't there, wasn't ready yet to take on those roles, all these other things. The Brooklyn Nets didn't really have that opportunity. Kyrie, Kevin Durant, James Harden didn't really play together. And now in the Clippers, it was Kawhi and James and Vika Zubac, but Kawhi was always hurt and wasn't able to perform in the playoffs and all these other things. Now you have a proven playoff performer in Donovan Mitchell, who is a playoff riser. You have Evan Mobley, who is not ready as an offensive focal point, but is still one of the best defenders in the entire NBA. And then you have two of the best shooters this season in Sam Merrill and Jalen Tyson, plus the spacing that creates and the amount of depth and the versatility and the hunger and all of these different things, right? It's not just the James Harden trade, but Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis, who both in their introductory press conference talked about wanting to be winners, being winners. Dennis Schroeder, Eurobasket MVP, gold medalist, all these things. Having the accolades, having the pedigree and the precedent to surround these guys who are focused on one thing. And it's not about necessarily figuring it out because they're too talented not to figure it out. And I think that was the stress that was there last year is how do we acclimate DeAndre Hunter? How do we get these guys ready and mature and all these things? Those questions aren't created this year. The question is, how far are they going to go?
All right, speaking of that, Ethan, you got Detroit, Boston, New York, Toronto, Philly. Those are teams kind of around the Cavs. Who gives the Cavs the biggest issues, in a playoff series? Who are the Cavs going to struggle with, regardless of what round it is?
I think the biggest question is Jason Tatum coming back. Because if Jason Tatum returns, the answer is the Boston Celtics. If it's not Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics, it's Detroit. Because Detroit not only has the confidence, but they also have the size to match up with Cleveland and the physicality. And also it depends on health, right? Because Dean Wade is most likely the best player to guard Cade Cunningham. Is he available? And then you get into the question of, hey, Kenny Atkinson, what's your rotation? What's your starting lineup going to be? Are you going to start with Jalen Tyson? Are you going to start with Dean Wade? And all of these viabilities are based on what is happening around them and what is happening internally when it comes to their health and their just opportunity to win. So when we're talking about the two teams that I think the Cavs would struggle against the most, it's Boston and it's Detroit. Obviously, everybody's going to look at New York and remember the series that was a few years ago. Forget it. They didn't have James Harden. Jared Allen wasn't this. Evan Mobley wasn't this. Donovan Mitchell wasn't this at this point, right? Now you're having conversations about how do these teams match up. Evan Mobley can match up with Karl-Anthony Towns. Jared Allen can, if he has his mind to it, help out with Mitchell Robinson. But that's more group rebounding and all these other things. I think it's important to note that the two teams that are 1 and 2 in the Eastern Conference currently are probably the hardest, most difficult matchups for the Cavs when it comes to a playoff series.
Well said by Ethan Sanders joining us on the Make It Right Call Car Ride Hotline. We got a couple more minutes with him here. When I think about the last couple of years, Ethan, and you kind of alluded to it when you were talking about New York there, like everyone points to Jared Allen's comments from a couple of years ago in the series against the Knicks, and that's kind of been this scarlet letter, right? Like the idea that they're just soft, and it starts with Jarrett. How much do you think, because I felt like this was something that was accomplished at the deadline and is immensely valuable, because everyone always, the easy answer was always, well, hey, they need their Kendrick Perkins or whatever. And it's like, well, the Cavs kind of had that with Tristan Thompson, but it doesn't do you a lot of good when it's one guy who barely plays. How much do you think the Cavs, with the moves they made at the deadline, changed kind of the attitude about the team, if that makes sense? And how valuable do you think that's going to be come playoff time?
I think it's going to be extremely important. They added leadership. They added tenacity. They added intensity. They added vigor to everything that they do, right? James Harden is known for saying what needs to be said. Kenny Atkinson already talked about him being extremely vocal in film sessions. Dennis Schroeder is known for rubbing teammates the wrong way because he says what's needed to be said, not what's comfortable, right? Donovan Mitchell isn't that kind of leader. We've known that about Donovan Mitchell. He is a great leader, arguably one of the best leaders in the NBA, but he has a leadership style that fits him. Adding James Harden, who not only has the added playoff regimen, right, 173 playoff games, right, and then you talk about what he does mentally in the game, being a basketball savant, being a basketball know-how. I think that is going to be extremely important. And then you talk about Dennis Schroeder, right? 74 playoff games in his NBA career. And that doesn't even mention the championship games he has been in when it comes to world basketball play, Eurobasket, as I mentioned earlier. All of those things were huge in the decisions from this Cleveland Cavaliers team to make ahead of the trade deadline. And we think about what the maturity meant for the players that they let go of, right? Darius Garland, DeAndre Hunter, and Lonzo Ball, and whether they were ready. And they were also the 3 worst net-rated players on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Sorry if you caught my laugh there, Ethan. I looked over and Lance is putting on the James Harden fake mask that we have in studio here. I'm like, what are you doing?
Ethan, you got me
in the middle of an interview. He's just throwing up the James Harden.
I'll tell you what,
mask.
Ethan, I got to tell you something. As a football guy, you got me very, very excited about the Cavs. So I appreciate this interview. Got me excited because the Cavs are always kind of like till the playoffs get started. But I appreciate your input and your knowledge because it's fantastic, and I'm very excited here moving forward.
We appreciate you, Ethan.
Of course, anytime. I'm glad to bring some fun, but also some insight as much as I can.
Have a good
I'll
one.
see you later this week, man. Thanks.
Ethan,
Y'all be safe.
Ethan got me excited.
Good stuff from Ethan Sands on the Make It Right, Call Kai Right hotline. Yeah, I look over at when Ethan's going through that last answer, and Lance just has the beard up,
thing.
and I started laughing. I didn't want Ethan to think I was laughing at his answer. It was a really good answer. I just was like, oh, man, this guy's trying to crack me up over here. All right, we'll react to what Ethan had to say. What are your expectations for the Cavs after the trade deadline the rest of the way? And also, I got to find out if Lance could have ever gone viral back in his coaching days. We'll talk about it coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Did you miss a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature in the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. 216-474-1192 if you want to jump in. It's Spencer German and I almost did it again. Lance Reisland with you here on The Fan. We got about an hour and 15 left here, and I got a couple things I still want to get to with Lance, including we're going to revisit Lance's history of locker room rants and post-game commentary, and he's going to let us know if there's ever anything that could have gone viral, because we have the latest viral coaching post-game moment.
Maybe one of the. I mean, it's jumped right into the top 5 of all time.
It was good. It was an all-timer.
I mean, it was.
I heard it last night, and I was like, "This is an all-timer. This is a good one." So we'll play that, or at least the part that we can play, and we'll talk about it. Also, got to circle back slightly to an Olympic-adjacent topic, and we'll talk some more Browns as well. But Lance, we asked Ethan, and he kind of talked about the Cavs' expectations, particularly when it comes to becoming a top 4 seed, hosting that playoff series, all that. What sort of bar are you setting in your mind in terms of this Cavaliers team and what the expectation should be? Because I do think, like, when the season began, it was all about you got to get to at least the Eastern Conference Finals. None of this losing the second round stuff. But then I think the struggles that they had and the injuries that they had, people kind of waned off of that a little bit, and it felt more like, okay, I don't know if that's even possible for this team. But now there's this new rejuvenated sense of belief that with Harden and Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder thrown into the mix, and guys getting healthy again, that all of a sudden maybe they can make that run that everyone was kind of expecting. So is it finals? Is it conference finals? Like, where are you sort of setting the bar for this Cavs team post-trade deadline?
Well, first of all, Ethan got me excited. Ethan was outstanding. Got me excited about the Cavs.
You're
what
riding
the Cavs
the wave
are doing
right now.
Yeah, so the thing I would say about the Cavs, watching the Cavs, and I said this before they made the trade for any of these people, right? Everybody, Donovan Mitchell said it. If we were 82-0, no one cares until the playoffs. So I think what they've addressed, even though a lot of it was superficial, they've addressed some of these toughness issues. Obviously, I think Jarrett's gotten a lot tougher. Mobley's gotten a lot tougher. But now you're adding guys like Schroeder. You're adding the guys that kind of bring that defensive mentality, and you kind of want to see them. My thing would be they have to get healthy, because they're, playoffs for me are all about matchups, and you got to have the right guys to match up, and Wade's got to be healthy, and Tyson's got to be healthy, and who do you play, and all those kind of things. But that would be kind of the next couple months is how can they gel when everybody gets back healthy? Do they have the same flow when Mobley gets back? Do they have the same flow when Wade's healthy? Those kind of things. I mean, it would be more just to the chemistry, because I think they've addressed that toughness. And once again, if it was just perception, it was still reality. And like I've always said, perception is reality at sometimes. And that's what I think they're tougher. They're tougher on paper. They're tougher when you watch them. They have great flow to their offense. Harden's a big guy. Talk about a big guard. I don't know. I think they have to gel, and I think it's obviously the honeymoon period is always great when especially if you start off doing really, really well. I think there's got to be a level of consistency over the next 25 games, and that'll kind of dictate what my expectations will be for the playoffs.
Yeah, listen, I want to come back to the toughness thing here in a second, but what I wanted to say about like expectations and all that, I think that's the biggest challenge is what you alluded to. It's up to Kenny Atkinson now to figure out how this all fits together. Like right now, again, 3 games in, it feels great, but you have one guy coming back in Evan Mobley who is the foundation of like everything you want to do. He's such an important part of everything they want to do. You have Max Strus, who's a good role player that hasn't even played once this season, that has to figure out where he fits kind of into that picture. And so Kenny Atkinson is going to have his hands full in trying to figure out what combinations of lineups work, what groups are best together, how he wants to stagger Harden and Mitchell and Mobley and Allen and all those different things. That's not easy. And, you can look back at the history of teams that make quote-unquote blockbuster trades at the trade deadline and get like a big-name player like a James Harden or whoever. And it tends to not really work and I think a lot of it is because of the timeline that you have. You come out of the All-Star break, the trade deadline's 1 week, the All-Star game's the next week, and then you come out of the All-Star game and it's like this mad dash to the finish line. You only have, in the Cavs instance, Ethan gave us the exact number, 27 games. You only have 27 games left to truly figure out the right combinations, what works, what doesn't, all those different things. So, yeah, like I think that's the biggest question mark for this team in trying to figure out what their expectations should be is can Kenny Atkinson nail all those things down, pin all those things down, and find the right concoctions? Because if he can, yes, I 100% agree with a lot of the people out there who are saying this team could make a finals run out of the East because I'm not afraid of a lot of these teams as much as I was before the trade deadline. The Knicks don't play a lick of defense, and so James Harden being out of the mix is a mismatch for them. I'm excited by that. I agree with Ethan that the Celtics are probably the biggest threat, but I feel good about their potential to come out of the East with these new additions. But can they get the fit right and can they get the rotations right? That's the big key. If they can't, then I at this point I think where I'm at is I wouldn't be surprised if they're a second round exit again, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they somehow won the East.
Well, chemistry is huge, right? And everybody talks about what is chemistry, and it happens it's got to happen organically. You got to just play together. I don't care what sport it is. That's a real thing, especially when you get in the heat of the battle.
And maybe that's what's so hard, by the way. Like, it has to happen organically, and you only have a little over a month and a half and 27 games to have it happen.
Because we all know it slows down, right? NBA slows down when you get to playoffs. The defense amps up. Who's taking that big shot? Is it Harden? Is it Mitchell? Whoever, whatever they're doing, it all has to happen naturally. And they've had a lot of pieces that haven't been able to kind of play. So that would be my only thing. I think the talent is, I think the thing that you will say though, I think the expectations when you get rid of a Garland and you bring in a guy who is a veteran who, doesn't have a long time left in his career, you've kind of put that pressure on yourself. I don't want to say pressure. You've kind of put that expectation on yourself. Let's go get this done. And sometimes that will help in practice. Sometimes that will help in your when you're watching film, how you're prepping, how you're sleeping. It sounds kind of silly, but the expectation now is to be really good. You said we're going away from the core four because we don't think that can get it done. We're going to this. The expectation is to make a run.
I want to go back to the toughness thing you brought up. Because I do laugh, like, all these people will call in for years and say, we need our Kendrick Perkins. Guys, one guy was never going to change the attitude of a team. Like, just getting rid of Jared Allen if you think he's the problem and swapping him for Kendrick Perkins or Tristan Thompson, who was here for a couple of years and really didn't make much of an impact because he was always on the bench. I mean, he made an impact behind the scenes, sure, but, like, that toughness factor that you're looking for in-game, like, he couldn't do that when he wasn't playing. Like, it was never just going to be – to change the attitude of a team that we think is soft – it was always going to take more than one guy. And I honestly think, like, I don't want to downplay the James Harden move. Obviously, he's a tremendous talent, and adding him amps things up a notch for this team. But I honestly think the most important thing the Cavs maybe did at this trade deadline was acquire guys as a collective in Harden, Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder who can change the attitude and the personality of a team that we've wondered about being soft, if that makes sense. Like, I always ask the question, can toughness be taught, or is it like an inherent thing? Is it something that like you're born with, I grow into being tough, or is it like you can develop that over time? And I've always argued, if you at this stage of your life, if you're an NBA player or an NFL player or whatever, you kind of are who you are in terms of like your mentality, right? So I don't know that Evan Mobley is going to just become like this rugged, like pushing and shoving guys dude just because, hey, you're in the playoffs now, and that's what you have to do. So having guys that sort of change that attitude naturally, Keon Ellis, who's just a gritty defensive guy and makes a lot of the right plays and the scrappy plays and gets his hand in places. The Dennis Schroeder, who's like that irritant constantly, and James Harden, who's physically always available or has been throughout his career. I think that does kind of change the math, and that's why I think it's massively important that, yes, adding Harden in the offense and what he brings to the table is huge, but to change kind of the outlook of this team, the makeup of this team in terms of like how they maybe are mentally, I think is a huge win for them moving forward the rest of the way.
Well, and toughness is not a person. Toughness is a philosophy. Toughness is how you practice. Toughness is how you practice. Toughness is What effort are you giving in practice? Are you early? Are you staying late? Are you, when you're in a drill, is the drill important? Who is getting on you when you're not doing it right? Are you being entitled? Or like we were talking about, like Harden or Schroeder, they'll tell you. Those are things that kind of create the toughness. It's similar in all sports. It's nothing you say. You have to go out and do it all the time. If you're going to be a physical team or be able to handle a physical team, you got to practice that way. You got to say, this is what the playoffs are like. You got to be irritated with each other. You got to be irritated with each other in practice. Those are part of it. And guys like, Ellis is a guy who's non-drafted. So he's a guy who always has a chip on his shoulder because he got passed up. When you get passed up, you say to yourself, you're covering a guy, oh, this guy was first-round pick. Everything was given to him. I'm going to take that away. That's important. So they've added those guys that have a little bit of edge. But more importantly, they've added guys that I think, and I could be wrong here, but I think will improve the practice habits of all these guys. And that's really,
it's well said.
That's really where it's got to happen for me, is in those practice moments when you're doing wrong, who holds you accountable?
Well said, and spoken as somebody who certainly has seen plenty of that as a coach in your day. I'll say this too. I need to give Jalen Tyson, we were talking so much about the Tysons earlier. Jalen Tyson some credit because he also has been at the forefront of that already on the team. We all know the stories about like the young guys were holding the old guys accountable, especially early in the season, and he was at the forefront of that. So I think he's added that edge as well, and that's huge. I mentioned you being a coach, Lance. We have another submission for all-time post-game rants by a coach from a name you probably know from radio, Doug Gottlieb. We'll play you the clip, and I need to know, did Lance ever have a post-game outburst that could have gone viral? We'll get the scoop from our guy Lance Reisland coming up. Final hour here on Afternoon Drive here with Spencer German and Lance Reisland.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA
Find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back out here on The Fan, and I just remind everyone that you can check out all the Fan Off-Season Special, or the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, the man to my right, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Wright are recapping all the latest on the Browns news and moves ahead of the offseason and free agency and the draft. You can also listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on the Fan. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, it's really interesting. The dynamic with three of us, everybody's got a little different feel. Everybody's got some different opinions. Like we're leading up to the coaches. A lot of fun because of the dynamic. Everybody has their own thoughts on who should be hired. We're going to get into who they should pick now.
I think it is a good setup because it's you have the coaching perspective. Mm-hmm. You're a little bit older. Daryl's a little bit older. He's been on the beat. But Jake's kind of like the fresh young guy who's grown up watching this team and is very passionate about some of the mistakes they've made over the years. So I think it's I like that.
Well, Jake's always in control very well, and then me and Daryl, are kind of just have our takes and we're proud of our takes. So yeah, it's a very cool.
Who gets more heated with each other? You and Daryl, you and Jake and Daryl.
There hasn't been a lot of heated yet because
just wait.
I would say with the draft stuff that would be coming up. But once again, it's just the thing about it is that we're all very different in our thoughts. So, yeah, it's been a great I didn't know how it was going to be with three. It's been great.
That's why you got to tune into the Fan Off-Season Special because at some point, someone's going to blow a gasket. And it might be Lance Reisland because he's a head coach who told us earlier in the show that if he could do a winter Olympic sport, it would be the skeleton or the luge, which is just insane to me. And so he's got a little crazy in him. I know he does. And I want to know if you have this level of crazy in you, though, Lance, because there was a rant that I saw last night when I was kind of prepping for the show and doing some stuff late last night. I thought this instantly gets thrust into the all-time sports rants. It might not be top three.
It's close.
I think it's probably maybe just outside the top five. But this was a good one. And it came from Doug Gottlieb, who was famous, obviously. Well, he's famous for something he did in college that wasn't very good. But he also is famous for his radio show he used to have back in the day. He actually was still hosting the show. I think he was actually on with Ken and Lima a couple weeks ago. I'm just going to preface all this by saying, to be honest with you, I'm not Doug Gottlieb's not my cup of tea.
All right.
When I was working at a radio station in Rochester, we had a lot of national shows. We were CBS Sports affiliated, and his show was one of the ones that we aired. And I enjoyed the fact that the one show I did weekly was a Wednesday afternoon show, and I basically for 3 hours supplanted his show. I loved the fact that I took that stage for him because I'm not the biggest Doug Gottlieb fan. No disrespect, Nate. He seems like he's a pretty good basketball coach. He's getting a lot out of Green Bay in the Horizon League. So all due respect to him. But just not my cup of tea. We all have guys. Listen, people don't like me. I get it. People don't like me as a radio host.
I got a long line.
I got plenty of people who were in my mentions today tell me they don't like me. So it is what it is. But regardless, he went on an all-time rant last night in the aftermath of his team losing a basketball game. We have a clip for you, and then I have a very important question to ask Lance off of this. But let's play you the clip first.
Every time we touched them, there was a foul in the second half. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play. So I need the new commissioner of the Horizon League to explain to me what a technical foul is when I don't leave the box, I don't curse, I'm not demonstrative. Okay, there was nothing that should have been called a technical foul. Okay, and then the last play of the game, which I'm willing to say, hey, RN, you don't want to call foul? All right, kind of drove into traffic, whatever. It's the exact same play as the other end. Could not be more similar. And yet every time they drove in there, it was foul, and every time we did, it was mixed. It was mixed. And King Whetstone called the technical foul. He avoided me the rest of the game. That's not right. Okay, I was not combative in any way. Okay, I did not curse one single time. I was not on the court one single time. I was not out of my box one single time. I was not on the court one single time. You tell me. Okay, that's all I'm asking.
That was a great rant. Hearing it back, I might have undersold it. Like it's so good.
Well, that's in the visual of hitting the table. I gotta tell you,
he knocks the mic off. He's like scrambling to fix the microphone.
You know what that is? That is, Spencer. I will tell you what that is. That is when you're not playing at a high level. Sometimes you may be getting a little bit of a losing streak. You're up and down. All the time you put in, right? All the work you put in, and something just snaps. And that's what when I watched that and I saw that. He just snapped. And the non-calls, at that point in time, he just lost it. I understand completely. That's what ends up happening.
I love that he was like, I didn't curse. And then he's like sitting there cursing now. He's like, yeah, he saved the cursing for after the game.
Just slamming the table.
No, the slamming the table. That's why you got to watch it. That's why I think it was an all-timer.
But you can see the rage, though.
He slams the table. The microphone falls off. He's like scrambling to fix it. That's also the type of rant that, like, if this was... I don't know. If this was like John Gross at Akron, who's like a well-respected coach, probably somewhat known, at least in this area. But I don't think like nationally, a lot of people know who like John Gross really is, right? If it wasn't Doug Gottlieb, because people already know who Doug Gottlieb is, that's the type of rant that like puts you on the map as a coach. Like if John Gross did something like that, it would be like, John Gross. Everywhere he'd go, he'd be like, you're the guy that had the rant. You're the guy that had the rant about the officiating. Like that's what you become. It's Jim Mora getting known for the playoffs. Like that's exactly what it is. Like you get defined. Dennis Green was known as they are who we thought they were. Like you become defined by those moments. If it wasn't Doug Gottlieb, who obviously has this very long history in sports radio, we know his personality and all that. If that was any other coach, that person would instantly be like trending right now on social media, crazy. Like that's what it would be. He'd become defined by that moment. It's insane.
Every coach who watched that, every coach has been like, when you're struggling, it's end of the season, long hours, you haven't slept, you can't quite get over the top, you're close. We've all been there, but that was a buildup of a lot of things, and that ref, that was it for him. That was the end of the line. I've been there.
I also wonder, because I don't know how all the rules work in college. Like if you criticize I think you still get fined like you do in the NFL. Like if you criticize the officiating, I'm sure Doug Gottlieb's like, I got enough money. I'm not worried about that. Like I'll pay the damn fine. But you said it. Every coach has been there, Lance. Fortunately for you, in your time coaching, there wasn't quite as much like social media when you first started out, and there wasn't so much like, we got to document everything, so let's get this on video. But
well, first of all, thank you for that. Thank God for that. I'm very, very happy stuff is not documented on that end.
I
want
to know, though, if there was ever, like, if we retrace the steps of Lantrell Eisland as a football coach, did you ever have a rant of this level that, like, if there had been a camera capturing it, that it would have just, like, taken off, gone viral? For good reasons or for bad reasons, I guess.
Well, first of all, my players, my wife texting me right now because she will laugh at this. But, yeah, I've had a couple. So the first one was... we were playing a game. This is in-game, and once again, it was the nonchalantness of the referee. And basically, he made a bad call. We had a long touchdown run against a really pretty good team. Long story short, he was wrong. He told me I was wrong.
Well, you told me about this earlier. You said there was a rule that you like kind of found a loophole in terms of like alignment.
Yes,
and you did it, and you told them about it pregame.
And I told them pregame,
and they still called the flag.
And so during the heat of the battle, this was the play. And basically, we had a guy up in the line of scrimmage who was a tight end. Long story short, it was a funky formation that I told them about because they always ask you, do you have any special formations we need to watch? And I said, I'm going to run this play. It'll be a motion. I told them what the play was. Then they threw the flag. Well, then it wasn't the idea. My melting point was when he said to me, I'm really sorry. We messed up. We're just going to do a redo. And it was the nonchalantness. And I couldn't get it back together. And I'm usually I'm a play caller, so I was trying to get back. I couldn't get back on track. I had to call a timeout. I absolutely lost it, like in a bad way. The good one I lost is when we beat Bedford, my last year of coaching, to be 5-0. We won a couple games. Bedford was a really good team. Padua, we beat some really good teams that we struggled with. And I started to give a pregame, like after, post-game speech. and all I did was yell. Like, I didn't say anything. I just yelled. I showed you the picture. So, yeah, I've had a couple that have been and I'm thankful, as you said, that most of it wasn't caught on tape or camera or phone. Was never a guy who swore, but was always on edge every single game I coached. My players will attest to that. Well, and I think it comes down to the amount of work you put in, Spence.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
You just get so involved, and like I said, I was younger then, so I was a little less in control than I am now.
I can understand that for sure.
Still a bad call, and he cost me a touchdown. I'm still mad about it, and it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
I mean, listen, in this business, we all dream of going viral for something, right? I think in the heart of hearts of every sports broadcaster or radio personality, I think most people probably want it for the right reasons. Like, they don't want it to be some clip where they're acting it and it's just completely disingenuous, where you're just saying, I'll put it to you this way. Sometimes you see stuff on social media that's a crazy ass take from First Take or something like that somebody has, and it's just like the bashing of LeBron that's gone on over the years, where it's well, LeBron's just not very good from whoever. I'm not trying to it probably sounded like I was imitating Stephen A. Smith. That wasn't what I was trying to do. But Skip Bayless's hate for him all those years, it was this is clearly just a bit. I don't know that people want it to be a bit so much. I think people want their viral moment to be a topic they're truly passionate about, and they're just either I don't know that I had a viral moment, but my big thing on the station is I once said, "Bring on the Knicks," the year that the Cavs lost to them in 5, and it's that type of stuff. You want to be passionate about something where screw the Knicks, this is my whole thing. I don't like New York. Their fans the worst. And it was this whole thing. And it was if I had gone viral for that, I would have thought it was funny. I would have been this is cool. I felt passionately about I truly don't like that team. I truly don't like that city. I truly don't like those people. And I would have loved it that went viral. It didn't. But, that's, I think, what most people want. But at the same time, you don't want it to be something that's totally embarrassing either. On the flip side, did you ever have, I don't know what your favorite, football movie speeches or sports movie speeches, but did you ever have an Al Pacino Any Given Sunday speech that the entire team was just fired up after and or in tears or anything like that?
Well, the one time my best speech was our playoff game. Was unintentional, but the team we played, they had 34 pros.
Okay.
They had a big screen. They did fireworks. It was quite a to-do.
I think you might have told me about this, actually.
And my kids were, as we're doing it right before the national anthem, my kids are whispering in my ear. They're like, "Coach, this is pretty great." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. We cannot do this." Laughing "Yeah, this is pretty great." And I just remember going in, national anthem, we go back in, we come back out. And inside I simply said, "I would like to tell you that wasn't great. Their history, everything they did. Only thing I can tell you is that the 11 guys they're putting on the field and 11 guys I'm putting on the field, my guys are better tonight." And they just lost their mind. And I was thinking to myself, all the times I prepped for my good speeches, they were never good. That one turned out.
It's the authentic ones are the best, right?
That's the one that turned out best, because I was the fireworks, it was quite a show. And then they're they had 34 pros. It was something else. And, that's all I had to say, because it was meant to intimidate us, and our kids were "That's awesome." We've had, the organic ones that just kind of come off the top of your head are always the best. My dad had the best ones. My dads were always simple and, ended up with "Let's go kick their ass." That was the old school grumpy guy. But that was, those are all the organic ones that just kind of come from the heart. And again, those are the good ones, because you've worked so hard when you get to it. When you get to a game day, you've worked so hard.
Well, that's like I said, you want the rants that you have on this platform to be the ones that go viral to be authentic. I think Doug Gottlieb's rant that we just played was also very authentic. Those are the best ones. The Jim Mora playoffs thing was authentic. That's why we love it, because it's so perfect. AI sitting there and talking about playoffs, that was authentic. That was him in the moment. We love that stuff. So I agree with you. I think it has to be authentic. But glad.
Well, I'll say this though, I would apologize to those referees who had to deal with me at that young age, because I would often let them know my feelings, very much like Mr. Gottlieb would. It's
been a while. I think they forgave you by now.
Hopefully they forgave me by now.
216-474-92. I don't know, maybe you're a coach of your kid's youth team and you had a nice rant. Let us know about it. We'll take your calls. Also, what are your expectations for the Cavs and a potential trade candidate for the Browns at quarterback? How does Lance feel about it? Is it a real option? We'll talk about that in 5 minutes on The Fan.
get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Twitter reactions or social media reactions, I never get it right. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I believe it's X now.
Is it just X? I always just say social media because I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess theoretically you could go on Instagram and read something on Instagram. I don't know, but I guess it is.
Social media reactions from X.
Is it? Oh, social media. Oh, it's both. We were both right. Social media reactions from X are brought to you.
Thank you, Jax.
By Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Robert says, whose handle, by the way, is just 148913626. What? Who has a hand? I'm more perplexed by this than the question that who has a handle that's just a number?
That's a burner account.
That's a straight number. No, it's not his burner account because he tweets me from this account all the time. I just never realized that his account number was legitimately just a number. It's just a number. Like, is it just like a series of how many numbers are even in here? Is this like 9 numbers? He just
it's
decided,
like birthday.
These are my favorite
birthday,
9 numbers.
You know, something's going on there.
You can't, dude. That's a terrible way to create passwords and stuff. You can't be having accounts. Can't be having accounts that are like, oh, here's my social security just out in the open for everybody. Anyway, aside from the crazy handle, Robert asks us or says to us, they are who we thought they were remains awesome in terms of a sports rant. I think that probably is one of the better ones. The Dennis Green, they are who we thought they were.
Because that's in practice, everybody was telling him how good the other team was, and he in practice was like, listen, if we execute perfectly, this is going to happen, and that happened.
They are who we thought they were. We let them off the hook.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, obviously, the Mora one, the playoffs is up there. I think the AI one still, like, did you ever watch Ted Lasso?
Oh, of course.
The scene where Ted like repurposes the practice speech,
yeah,
and he's like that makes it crack me up because I think that speech is iconic, so funny. But also the Mike Gundy, I'm a man, I'm 40. You remember that one? That's a really good one. I don't know, like these are all definitely all timers. I think the Doug Gottlieb one probably belongs in like the top 10, but at least. But man, like there are some epic ones over the years. I'm probably forgetting some, honestly. There's probably some out there that I'm not even remembering.
Playoffs is the one that sticks.
The Herm Edwards, we play to win the game. That's another good one. Oh yeah, we talked about the Richard Sherman, Michael Crabtree one.
That's good.
Richard Sherman was always good for that type of stuff, though. Like he knew how to play the game pretty well when it came to like when he was fired up, like he could show you. But he's like super smart.
He knew how to push buttons too.
Yeah.
He was the button pusher.
Yeah,
for sure.
He was awesome, man. Like those pictures of him just like doing like this in your face and all that. Yeah, Richard Sherman was good at that type of stuff. I asked during the break too. I don't know if there's ever been like an epic like Cleveland version of any of these. Like, have we ever had a coach who's gone on some crazy epic rant that we all remember and can point back to? Maybe I'm just forgetting, or maybe some like predate me and somebody has a good suggestion. So if you do, call in 216-474-92. Because I can't think of any off the top of my head. JB Bickerstaff had some decent ones, but they don't stand out enough for me to like remember them.
Kevin was the opposite of the rants.
Yeah,
he was
that's what I said.
I mean, it's super impressive. With everything that got thrown on him and people throwing him under the bus and everything was his fault, he stayed the course.
How much cachet would he have bought with the fan base though if he had just one time like
just
gone
lost
off
it
on somebody
and thrown everybody under the bus? I mean, you would like to see that.
Because there was a lot of times like officials made calls that were questionable and we'd ask him after the game like, and he'd be like, I have to watch the tape. Like that was his go-to. But it would have been awesome if he was just like,
that was terrible.
I'm gonna tell you what. I talked to the ref about that play before the game, just like Lance Risley did back in the day. And he screwed it up.
Yeah, that's just as impressive. His ability not to lose his mind ever is super impressive to me.
Is that harder than?
Oh, absolutely. There's absolutely no way I could do that.
I'm telling you, if he had just lost his mind one time, I bet you people would have been like, keep Stefanski one more year. Just one time. That's all it would have taken. One time.
He stayed the course. I mean, it was unbelievable.
The closest example I can think of like, and I don't even know if it's a rant, but like a quote that everyone was the Freddie Kitchens, if you don't wear orange and brown, you don't matter. Like that's the one line that I can think of. Like a coach dropped this, and that was iconic. And then of course we know that what happened after that wasn't iconic in any way. But that's the only thing that comes to mind right now off the top of my head.
Yeah, he was a guy.
I have to look it up.
If he'd have been around for a while, he would have definitely given us some great ones.
I'm excited to see what Monken brings to the table in that regard.
Well, he's going to give you honesty.
Because he's honest.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I think, I'm not quite as old as him, but when you get older, you get your point across. There's a better way. You can be just as angry, but you don't have to be as emotional. So I think he'll get his point across a ton, but I don't think he'll be as emotional as you are when you're younger.
You know what's another good one? Is the Bill Belichick, we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, just the sheer lack of I don't care about anything. I'm just are his best ones.
There's a way to do it where it's like you do it in an artful way.
Yeah.
That makes it epic without being like a total what to the person who's asking the question.
Like you said,
and
the
Bill
organic
Belichick he would toe that line to a T, and it did always come off a certain way. But there's certain guys who are good at that, and when you nail it and you get these moments, it's perfect. Like the Doug Gottlieb one was perfect. As much as I maybe don't like his radio sports takes, I tip my cap to you.
And if you haven't watched it, folks, you have to go see when he slams the table.
That's the best part.
Absolutely. If you have a toddler who makes you mad, or if you ever reached a point in your life you're over it, watch him hit the table. He's just over it.
When it's the way he's trying to scramble to put it back together. He knows he got a little too emotional. He's his hands are shaking a little bit. He's trying to position it.
It was a total meltdown.
He knows he's so mad. Oh man, so epic, so epic. I love it. All right, 216-474-9992. If you got any Cleveland epic rants from over the day, from back in the day. Real quick, I was going to bring this up, Lance, because we know the Browns could be in the market for a quarterback. And one potential scenario that I had it open and then I closed it, was the Browns or some team this offseason. And actually, I believe it was Chris Easterling who brought this up during his interview. Mac Jones is somebody that's out there and potentially available and who could be somebody the Browns try to trade for, depending on what the cost is. I guess I wanted to get your thoughts on Mac Jones as a prospect and a player, and if it's something that you think is worthwhile to the Browns if they were to find a quarterback that way.
Well, I like Mac Jones. I liked him coming out of Alabama. I think he's a guy you can win with. I don't think he'll ever be a guy you can win because of, but there's lots of guys like that in the NFL. You just saw a Super Bowl winning quarterback that stretches that to the boundary. Sam Darnold's not a guy you win because of. He has a lot of pieces around him. So I like Mac Jones. I think he's good in the pocket. I think he's a better athlete than people give him credit for. But I think this might not be the spot for him because he's a guy that needs pieces around him. And if you're a guy who needs pieces around him, like a lot of quarterbacks do, I'm not sure you're not bringing in a guy who's going to elevate necessarily everybody on that side of the ball by getting rid of the ball quickly or making the big time throw. He can make all the throws, but he's a piece of the pie. He's not any bigger piece. And, there's only a couple quarterbacks. There's only a couple Mahomes and Josh Allens and Lamar Jacksons. There's only a few of those guys. Everybody else needs help. So for me, if I'm going to take a quarterback, I'm going Nussmeier. And how I've been on him. I was big on him last year. And what happened this year at LSU wasn't all his fault. He had his heart set it. But if I'm doing that, I'm going with Shedeur. I got Deshaun Watson. Dylan Gabriel, I think we'd be better suited in a structured offense. But I'm going with Nussmeier. That coaching lineage, his dad, the whole 9 yards. And then you have two young guys and Deshaun Watson there as your veteran guy to push them. I don't know, that'd be more the route I'd go. I think Mac Jones gives you a lot of what Shedeur can give you or Deshaun Watson can give you or even Dylan Gabriel can give you.
Here's what the potential trade looked like, by the way, and this was from This is from Bill Barnwell of ESPN, if I could talk, where the Vikings are the team that actually acquires Mac Jones' services in this deal. And as they, sort of sort out the J.J. McCarthy situation, and it says Mac Jones, a 2027 third-round pick, go to the Vikings, and the 49ers get a 2026 second-round pick, a 2027 fifth-round pick, conditional, a 2028 third-round pick, conditional. I mean, that's not a terrible package. I think every time people think the Browns or have the Browns linked to a quarterback trade, they have PTSD about the Deshaun Watson one, obviously. But, you're giving up a third rounder. You're giving up your second rounder this year, which I'm sure a lot of people are going to be turned off to that. That's the biggest thing for me is what is it going to cost you? Because I can picture, like you said, I think teams are accepting nowadays that finding those once in a million quarterbacks, the Josh Allens of the world, that's hard to do. You got to be in a certain part in the draft. You got to be able to trade up, whatever. And it's just such a hard needle to thread at times that you have to find a way to win with other quarterbacks. And that's what's kind of happened to Sam Darnold, right? Like Kevin O'Connell was able to get his career back on track and show this is what you can do with him. And then the Seahawks took that to another level and established an offense around him that he could really function in. And then he wins a Super Bowl, even though he's not necessarily lighting it up in the Super Bowl game. So I think like teams are accepting that. And I think Mac Jones can be one of those guys. But, is it worth giving up the draft capital as you're rebuilding your offense and rebuilding your team a little bit to go get him? Or do you just wait and try to find that later? I think of all the options for a quarterback, the one I'm the least intrigued by is trading for one. I think I'm in to me, it's like you either do what you said, draft like a Garrett Nussmeier, and no, it's maybe a little bit of a project, someone you're trying to develop, but it's somebody Todd Monken wanted, or you sign a Malik Willis because he's out there and available and you just got to pay for him. That's kind of my feeling.
Well, the thing is, you said it best about the quarterback. It's not even what round you pick him in. It's the it factor is unmeasurable. You don't know what these guys are going to do year to year. You look at Sam Darnold. He threw for just over 200 yards, but he made impactful throws. But if you look at the touchdown to Burner, that was based off the run game. It was wide zone fake. That Walker had 100-plus yards. Those linebackers came flying up because of the run game. So it was complementary football. Run the ball really well. All of a sudden, play action comes open. Play great defense, short fields, punt the ball well. They do all three phases. When you look at the Seahawks, that's complementary football. So for the Browns right now, they need to address the offense like you said. I don't think those options are better what they have at quarterback right now. They need to address special teams because their special teams, I don't care what anybody tells me, special teams is based on alignment, effort, lanes, integrity, and just want to. There's guys that can do that. Then you play really good defense, which they're going to play really good defense, and you mix all those together, you're not that far away. And if you can get adequate quarterback play, you can be successful a lot quicker than people think.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they handle this. Obviously, I continue to maintain the Browns are going to add somebody to the quarterback room. It's just a matter of who and how they get it done. Like I said, I think I'd probably
the guy they bring in. Do you think the person they bring in, they're bringing in as a starter? They're not bringing Malik. If they bring a guy like Mac Jones in, they're bringing him in as a starter, right? You think?
If you trade for a guy,
you're bringing him in as a starter.
I feel like you're definitely bringing him in as a starter. Yes, like I would imagine that's kind of the thought process there. You're not going to trade all that draft capital and all that. And I think the same thing probably applies to. Like if you were to sign Malik Willis, I think you're paying him what he's going to be worth on the market because you feel he's going to be your starter. So that's kind of my feeling on it, but maybe people feel differently. Let's go to Smalls in a car. What's up, Smalls? He wanted to chime in on the rant thing.
Yeah, so the Cleveland one that came to mind was Bob Wiley when we were on Hard Knocks talking about World War II and how push-ups and sit-ups won World War II, not all this other stuff. So that was the first one that came to mind from Cleveland. And then the other one that came to mind, I guess it's not so much of a rant, but when Marshawn Lynch just kept repeating, "I'm here so I won't get fined."
That's a good one too.
Those are the two that I still will use not daily, but when the time comes, those come up still.
Yeah, I like those. Appreciate the call, Smalls. Yeah, those are good ones. The Marshawn Lynch one was kind of in the back of my mind. I don't know, like he said, I don't know that was like a rant. But it was the idea that he just sat there and said the same thing over and over again. And it's funny because Marshawn Lynch is actually really good in the media.
Yeah.
He does a good job with all the media stuff. He's everywhere now. He's on every show as a guest star. So I think it's funny that he was so adamant about not doing Super Bowl media that year. But I will say the Super Bowl media thing does get a little weird at times. Some of the questions that get asked, some of the outlets that are there, it's just it's a weird setup. It's not like what it used to be. So I don't know. But that's another good one. The Bob Wiley one's a good pull too from the Hard Knocks thing. There's also the Todd Haley clip from that where he's yelling about kickers. I don't want to repeat it because we'll get a fine, but those are decent ones. Those are decent ones. I don't hate it.
I like the Haley when they were in the staff meetings. There were some good ones in the staff meetings about people not practicing.
Those are rants, but Haley started calling out guys and was like, "We got to practice better."
Jarvis,
and then Jarvis.
Yeah,
Jarvis might be it. I don't remember that one verbatim and
it's contagious.
That's
contagious.
Right. That's right.
There it is.
That's a good one. I think Jack's found the winner.
Yeah, that's a good one for sure.
He was. That's probably the winner right there in terms of Cleveland. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, that whole staff.
But the staff meeting one was funny because Todd Haley's trying to get a point across, and Hugh Jackson's just like, I sat where you sat, and listen, we got to practice, all right? I don't care about guys getting hurt, but all right, he was like, it was the opposite. Todd Haley wanted guys to practice harder, and Hugh Jackson was like, yeah, well, that's all fine, but when they're not there on Sundays, blah blah blah. And that was where we started to see that there was really some.
You saw that, and that's not good. Now that's okay to do in the room. But that was when you that was the end of
that to make it out of Hard Knocks. Yeah, not ideal. All right, 216-474-0092. Final segment when we return. It's Spencer German and Lance Reisland with you on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Cosmo here, helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Huge